Hey, what's up, everyone? Let's do this. Hey, good morning. Okay, hang on. It's always backwards trying to get everything situated, lined up. Hey, how's it going? I think you can see me, hear me, and you can feel the love pouring out as we kick off. Let's see, here we go. This 10th anniversary live stream. What's going on, guys? Hello. Let me say some hellos to some familiar faces here right off the bat. Matthew is here. Hello. And maybe wondering about that Gunpla critique. Yeah, I need to post about that, but that's obviously postponed. I need some more entries for that. So anyway, get back to that on a different note. But well, I was looking for a familiar face if I can say hello to everybody who's here, but Geek Eric's here. Happy Friday. Jiku's here. Hello, what's up? Me is here. Oh, I'm here. Hey, folks. And let's see. Anthony, a cat is here. Good morning. Exit. And the affronted. What's going on, guys? Hello. Happy Friday. Happy 10th anniversary. Indeed. How is it going? So, what are we doing today? Building a whole bunch of Gunpla, talking about Gunpla, and we might even try taste testing a Gunpla. I don't know. We'll see how it's going. Good morning. Yes, 10 years. David's here too. What's going on? Good morning, David. Or I don't know what time it is where you are, but hello and good morning. Yeah. So yeah, let me, I think I need to turn this a bit more this way. Here you go. You can see me. Yeah, there's stuff I want to talk about, but I feel like we might as well, let me just get our first build of the day here situated, and then we can kind of talk about some stuff, answer some questions, kind of hang out, enjoy the day. We've got the Marasai is what I think I'm going to go with for the first build of the day. I have 2 master grades, 2 high grades, and a real grade. So I think we'll kind of do it like, I don't know how you want to think about it, like a sandwich or like a pyramid, I guess, depending on how you want to think about it. We'll start off with a master grade and end with a master grade. And then we'll do the high grades in between. We'll do the real grade in the center. How's that sound, everybody? Good. So that means we're doing this master grade first. That means the Proto Zero will be last later on. And I don't know how the timing will work out. Considering the amount of time that I want to be here today, if we'll finish everything or not, I feel like we should definitely be able to finish everything in the amount of time that we're going to be here today. But I'm almost kind of wondering if we may finish early, as in we'll get through all the builds quicker than I'm expecting to. I don't know what I'm expecting, but anyway, planning to stream till about 6 or so, maybe slightly after PM today. So that'd be about 10 hours. So I think we can definitely finish these kits, but not if we don't get started. So let's get started. Yeah, this is the unicorn version of the Marasai. There's an HG kit of this, which is more easily available. This is a P Bandai kit, of course. Which was a very early P Bandai kit, and one that I've had for a long time since it first released. I think, what was it, 2013? Let's see. Yeah, 2013. It was actually released. I actually probably got it because at that time I would have got it through Samuel Decal, I think, probably. Or no, actually I think I may have got this through a friend in Japan. But anyway. Thank you. Biko, how do I pronounce that? Biko dice. How do I pronounce that? Also, I had a question for you. I was going to ask you while I was downstairs. And I don't know if you want me to refer to you by your name or not, but Biko-san, I was going to ask you if you wouldn't mind, if any of you guys are planning to go to 7-Eleven for lunch today, will one of you pick me up a couple of taquitos for lunch? I didn't plan anything to eat for lunch later, but I feel like taquitos are like enough to like easy to eat on stream. Anyway, yeah, if one of you guys could help out with that. I got you. Anyway, let's see. Filippo's here. Josh. Exit said, I have that in my online cart. What, this kit? I'm not sure. Has this been reprinted anytime recently? I'm not sure. Anyway. Zaku Cat said, your content is very useful and helps a lot when looking at model ranges I'm not familiar with. That's awesome. Yeah. I'm assuming you mean like, I'm gonna need it for context. Gonna need some additional tools here. Yeah, I assume you're talking about Zaku Cat. You're referring to like it's some other non-gunfla kit, like I don't know, Megami device or something like that. If you're interested in checking out something a little different. Speaking of a little different, why don't we start with this build rather than starting with the torso, where I think the manual starts us off. Why don't we start off with the gun, which is, or this weapon, which is the only thing parts-wise different from the original kit. So we have the weapon parts here for the Marasai's beam rifle. Then we also have this new weapon, which is actually from the Hammurabi. I forget the name of it. I've been trying to think of it. It's a serpent spine, something like that. I think that's right. That sounds right. Something along those lines. So let's see. I gotta refer to the original instructions here for the beam rifle. Although I have a feeling, that it's not going to be all that difficult. Nothing too crazy. Exia, good night. Oh, well, good night to you. And we have a clear part here for this too. Let's go ahead and slap together the old beam rifle, and then we'll put together the new rifle. But yeah, so there's some different steps to talk about. Today we've got the polling for your guys to vote on your favorite of my 100 builds that I've done in the past 10 years. It's like 100 painted builds, and it's not including, as I mentioned the other day, it's not including stuff like repaints or detail up work on like Gundam Converge figures, or let's see how this goes, like that first, or other different like candy toy things, which I've done a couple of those type of things. And what else was it not including? That's kind of basically it. Most everything else is like fully painted builds. There was a couple. No, I take that back. There's like a couple of builds. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know how you would categorize it, but there's a couple of builds that I've done that I think are in the playlist under completed builds, but they're not like fully painted builds necessarily. They're more like finished builds that are detailed up, maybe with some panel lining and or top coating, and then and yeah. Anyway, so more than just snap build, but not like fully done like completed builds. So didn't include those. And I think that 100 number is right. Really, all I was going off of for that was just going through my playlist on YouTube. But it's very possible that there's one or two other builds that I just forgot to add to the playlist and that I just forgot to think of. So it's very possible that 100 number might not be accurate. It might actually be like 101 or 102 or something. I'm not sure, but anyway. Hyakushiki, if you don't paint the plated gold parts but everything else, is it 100% finished? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say so. I thought about doing that. I would say so. Like, if it's a plated kit like that, because, I mean, it's different because it's like a very different degree of painted versus unpainted parts. Yes, this is the Marasai, by the way. But like, say for example, if you had a kit that had like silver or like chrome plated parts for like the piston detail parts. If you didn't paint those and just use them as like the little chrome plated little tiny piston parts, it would, I mean, I think it would be fair to consider that still fully painted. But that's like a much smaller amount in comparison. So I mean, I don't know if that really is the best analogy. But anyway, to your point, yeah, I would say if you had like, especially on the Hyakushiki, especially with the 2.0, because it's all undergated. No, if it's like the 1.0 and you don't paint, if you don't repaint the gold parts, and you have all the nasty seam line, or not seam lines, well, yeah, seam lines, and I'm not sure if that kit has any seam lines though. I'm not sure. I would have to go back and look, probably on the shoulders or something, I could imagine. But anyway, if you have the old Master Grade or the new Master Grade and don't repaint the plated gold, and it's all undergated, so if you don't have those nub marks, is what I was trying to say. If you don't have those nub marks on there, and I mean, so long as the gold looks good, it doesn't have visible seam lines or nub marks or anything like that, any visible imperfections that you would normally see on just like an unpainted part, then yeah, I would say it's still good to go. I'm not sure what I would do in that sense. I've not been thus far tempted to paint that particular kit, so I'm not sure. I would have to think about it, what I would ultimately end up doing with it. I think ultimately probably I would want to strip the gold and repaint it, either repaint it in gold, in like a different shade of gold or something, just to make it more unique. Just because for me, I like to make the kit my own in some way, make it unique in some way, and so I would want to, even if I was going to keep the gold, I would want to repaint the gold in a different color. Or have it not be gold at all and have it be in some different color entirely. I just want to point out to you guys that it's been 15 minutes almost. Well, I guess I'm not including the 2 minutes of intro at the beginning. It's been 12 minutes and nobody's pointed out the fact that I'm wearing glasses. What's going on, guys? How's the build going? Ends creation. The build's going good so far. We just finished just the weaponry. But yeah, this is the new weapons that we have for this. 2 new weapons, actually, kind of. I always kind of think of it kind of as like one thing, as like a set. But yeah, it is. I mean, it's 2 different things here. Got the rifle. Yeah, I wonder if we may ever get a Master Grade Hammurabi. I kind of doubt it, but it would be kind of cool, I guess. I don't know. Would you guys like it? Would you guys like to see a Master Grade Hammurabi? I've never built the HG. But it's not a design I'm super into, but it's interesting. A Master Grade would certainly be interesting. Just for nothing else, then it's just a very odd design. I thought yes, Eric, the glasses are a channel nostalgic thing. It's only for your guys' nostalgic purposes. There's not actually even lenses in here. It is my old glasses. But yeah, there's no lenses because I don't need them anymore. Where we're going, we don't need lenses. Nice jacket. Yes. Oh, well, thank you for the compliments on my jacket as well. As you guys, well, as you may know or may not know, here in Florida, it's hot. But in the mornings, at least until it gets to be like proper summertime, in the mornings it's still like kind of coolish. So I like this jacket, which I usually just wear briefly in the morning. It usually doesn't take long. Once I get here into the office and get to work, it doesn't take long until I'm kind of like warmed up from whatever, working out, I guess. Working. Once I get warmed up, I usually pop the jacket off pretty quick, but I will here in a minute. It's still staying kind of cool. The problem is like in Florida, once it gets to be like really hot outside, then that's when people start jacking out the AC on the inside, and then it's really cold inside. So it's either like, it's winter, spring, fall time where the mornings can be like a little cool outside, and then the rest of the day is pretty much fine, ranging from warm to hot, or yeah, it's summertime where it's just hot outside all day long and cold inside because everywhere you go, they're blasting the AC. So, we made our first mistake of the day. Welcome, everyone. This part was supposed to go in here first for the cockpit, but I think I can squeeze it in there. Or maybe not. I might have to take this apart. It's Duck from Korea. Let's see. Duck from Korea. Hey, Gundam Duck Sama. Oh, anyway, I read that comment at first. Reading it as like if you're someone that I know, but I don't think I know you, right? You're just pointing out that you're from Korea, right? Hasaki's here. Good morning, Mercenary. What's up? Also, it was nice how you started the GBK 20 review with Korean. Oh, yeah, with Korean. Oh, thank you. Yes. There was quite a number of comments complimenting my Korean. Thank you, guys. Yes. Because I'm able to speak like 2 sentences of Korean, I think people were assuming that I'm actually secretly fluent, but I'm certainly not fluent by any means. I can say a few things and I can sound sort of convincing, but that's kind of the extent of it. I don't really have it mastered by any means. So it's something I'm working on, though. Recently kind of been trying to at least just improve my vocabulary, because at home we're trying to make sure that our kids can maintain the amount of Korean that they know, so that they don't have to relearn later, so they don't forget entirely, whatever, right? So in an effort to help make sure the kids can maintain some of their Korean, I need to make sure that I also am improving mine, and it just wouldn't hurt to improve mine as well. And I have a fairly good grasp, at least on basic grammar. Like I wouldn't be able to have like too deep a conversation or anything like that, or say anything too complex, but at least the basic grammar is no problem for me. I just need to improve my vocabulary, so things. So just recently kind of been doing a little bit of studying here and there, not as much as I should be, or I should have been for the past like 12 years, but a little bit. It's something for now, and we can always do more as time progresses. What languages? Here's a question for you guys in the chat. What languages, other than English? If you're watching, I assume that you at least speak English. But what languages other than English do you guys know, or would you like to learn, or are in the process of learning? I imagine Japanese is probably going to be a common one, but that you either are studying or would like to study. But what other languages do you guys speak, or know, or are studying? Let me know in the chat. Say, what kit is this? Ends creation. I'm just kind of catching up a little bit here in the chat. I had it paused for a second there on my end. What are we building first? So those of you guys coming in wondering what we're building first, we are doing the Marasai, the MG Marasai unicorn version first. I see someone else already answered in the chat, so that's good. Thank you so much. And let's see, practicing Croatian for a trip soon. Oh, that's interesting. I wouldn't know. What would Croatian be like? It would be similar to Russian, I guess, a little bit, I would imagine, but I'm not actually too sure. Hey, what's up? I don't wear contacts ever, and these are just for nostalgic purposes.
Oh, that's right. Why? Are they still your prescription that you had before? Or are they just...
No, what do you mean? There's nothing in it. It's just...
Oh, okay.
There's no lenses at all.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know.
Yes. Morning. All right, let's see. Anthony said, I can speak very little Japanese, also a small amount of Chinese, and learning Thai. Interesting combination. French is common in Eastern Canada. There you go. Yes. I never catch any of these lives. Hello, Lord of Worlds. What's up? Sweet, you're here. Yeah. Finnish. Jiku is Finnish native. Oh, Jiku. Here's an interesting tidbit for you guys. Jiku also speaks Swedish, a little bit of German, a little French, and studying Japanese. That's you I envy you Europeans, and I'm sure. Actually, I shouldn't say that because I'm sure there's loads and loads of Europeans who only speak one language. But there's a much compared to the U.S. There's a much greater number of Europeans who speak multiple languages. And that's awesome for you guys. It's good. So you guys are. You have a lot of different countries speaking a lot of different languages, all right next to each other. So it kind of makes sense for you guys to speak multiple different languages, and it's usually some combination of English, French, German, something like that. Anyway, right? So, but Jiku, interestingly, my daughter has a Finnish name, and since you're a Finnish native, I'd be interested to know how common this name is there, actually in Finland, because according to the name search that we found for her name. It's a Finnish name, but I don't know actually how common it is there. So she was born in January, so we wanted like some like wintry kind of themed name. So we went with Lumi, which I guess is I don't know, maybe it's pronounced differently, but it's Finnish for snow, I guess. Is that correct? And how common is that there actually, Lumi as a girl's name? But yeah, let me know. Colton always wanted to speak German. As German was offered in my high school. So my high school, I think, had Spanish, of course, and then German, Latin, and French, I think. Most people, including myself, took Spanish, but I had a couple friends that studied German. Yeah, Middle East is the same way. Yeah, the Middle East is definitely another area where they usually speak some combination of Arabic, English, and then I don't know what else it might be. But yes, Lumi means snow, and you're pronouncing it pretty well. And it's not common. Interesting, not that common. Well, it's certainly a very unique name here in the U.S. It's certainly very uncommon here. So good to know that even if she wants to travel to Finland, it won't be like a super common name. She won't introduce herself, and people will be like, another Lumi. I don't know, maybe it will become more common later in the future. Who knows? As a geek, I should know Klingon. Yes, I suppose so. Always been very interesting that there's an actual language that people can know from a TV series like that, isn't it? All right, yeah, so these piping bits I didn't cut off entirely, so I will have to cut these off because I didn't want to either A, lose any of them, or B, mix any of them up, because for this kit, I think, if I remember correctly, for the Master Grade Zaku 2, which is another kit that has piping sort of like this, for the MG Zaku 2, they give you some extras, I think, if I remember correctly. But for this kit, there's no extras, so you don't want to lose any of the little piping bits. So I'm going to try my best not to. But, we'll see. There's piping in the head, backpack, and waist section, so there's going to be quite a bit of it. None on the legs. So, and also, I'm just cutting these off the runner, so they're not going to be perfectly cleaned up for the moment. Let's see. And then that's a 1. And we can do that here in a second. And a 2. We need 3 of these. Oh, I have no idea what that is. All right. Oh, speaking Klingon there. I don't know. It's pretty funky. Yeah, so for me, I studied Spanish in high school, but of course I hardly remember anything. I can understand a little bit, like if I hear it, obviously, just because of the similarities to English. And having studied it a little bit, I can understand a little bit of Spanish, but I wouldn't be able to speak more than a few words and expressions. Japanese I studied in university for 2 years. And then, of course, I traveled there a bunch of times and lived there for a year. So Japanese used to be much better. It's not as good as it used to be currently, but at least learning it in college, in like a classroom setting compared to learning online. So like learning in a classroom in college from an actual professor was good to get like a good basic understanding of the language and the basic grammar. So that was helpful. And then now later on, like, and then when I lived in the country, and then later if I want to study now, I already kind of have a basic grasp of the grammar. I can just study vocabulary. And then also that was helpful for when I then also moved to Korea, because when I moved to Korea, I hadn't studied Korean at all, and I didn't know any Korean. I learned, like, I tried to learn a couple of basic phrases, like on the flight to Korea. I had like a phrase book, and I was like trying to study a few phrases. The problem was I didn't know how the language sounded. I wasn't that familiar with it. I'd actually seen Korean movies a lot, because in college, one of the things that I studied was I studied independent, like Southeast Asian filmmaking, like independent Japanese, Korean, Chinese, Hong Kong filmmaking. So I'd seen Korean movies, so I'd heard it in that sense, but I wasn't like paying attention to the language that much. So the problem with like trying to learn Korean at first, like when I was on the flight over and trying to at least learn a couple of expressions, like how to say hello, whatever. The problem was I didn't really know how it sounded. It's spelled out in English in the phrase book, of course, but you don't really know how it's supposed to sound properly. So, but having studied Japanese grammar, the Korean grammar is the same, so that certainly helped to kind of give me a head start once I did start learning a little bit more Korean once I lived there. I already kind of knew the basic grammar structure, so that was certainly helpful. So it's challenging. Anyway, Lord of Worlds, thank you for the super chat there. After seeing your custom Epyon, I've started taking mine apart to paint in Heine West Influence colors. Oh, that'll be cool. Yeah. I like the Heine color scheme, the orange. That's nice, yeah. That'll be very cool. Thank you so much for that super chat there. Much appreciated. First one of the day. I don't know how many we may see throughout the day. There'll be more, but first one. So thank you. Thanks so much. Learning by doing. Zach, have you seen the new Prime Fallout show? If you ever played the games, it's an awesome show. No, I've never really played the games, actually. And I've not really seen the show either. And I've not really seen anything about the show, I should say. Any plans for a membership program? Revan asked. Revan, that's a good question. If you have suggestions, let me know. The problem is I'm not really sure what I might do for that, what that might entail. So like, I already have like a Patreon, which I hardly do much of anything for, like as like a rewards program for those guys already. I already feel bad that I kind of neglect my Patreon supporters already too much. I wouldn't want to also have like a membership program where people are signing up for memberships, and then I'm like also neglecting them by not actually really providing any interesting rewards. So I'm not sure what I would do like as far as rewards, because if it's just coming down to like creating extra content that's just only going to go to like paid subscribers, whether it be like Patreon supporters or YouTube channel membership or something like that, that's just creating more content that I just don't have the time for. I'm already jammed just creating all the content that I'm just uploading for YouTube. And I think for most of the people that I talk to who are interested in like supporting in that way, they want all of the content to be free and available like for everybody. I don't think I haven't heard from anybody that I can remember that has said like that they would like exclusive content kind of thing. So there's both not a want for that as far as I know, and I also just wouldn't have the bandwidth to produce extra content like that, I don't think. Unless you have any particular ideas, I'm always open to ideas, of course, feel free. But yeah, that's why I haven't thus far, because I didn't know what might be worthwhile to offer to people as a part of a membership program. Okay, so now that piping section is done, we can actually move on a little bit here to rest of the head. And interestingly, the head and like collar of the build, we're supposed to leave a little gap here, huh? I'm going to be very careful. What I really don't want to do is have the like drop this part or something like that and have these little bits all everywhere. Okay, come on. twist it off here. Have you watched the Narrative Gundam? Have you watched Narrative Gundam in comparison with Seed Freedom? Revan asked. Actually, yeah. Interesting question, because just this morning, whilst I was driving to work into the office here today, I actually was watching a little bit of the Narrative Gundam movie. Obviously, not like watching while I'm driving. I had it on. I saw that the live stream was up for that, so it's like, oh, because no, I've actually not seen it yet. And with the new kits coming out, and with it being free available on YouTube, even though I do have a Crunchyroll subscription at the moment, which is a friend of mine is sharing his Crunchyroll subscription with me. So thank you, Francis, for that. I don't think he's here at the moment, but I'm sure he'll pop in at some point during the day. I don't know if it's on Crunchyroll or on Netflix or whatever. If it's on some other streaming service, it very well could be. But anyway, it's also on YouTube now, and I've not seen it yet. So I will try to watch it this weekend. Yeah, I caught like a couple of minutes of it, just kind of on the way to work today. But yeah, I'm gonna try to watch that this weekend if I get a chance. Free on Gundam info, yes, yeah. So if any of you guys, if you didn't see that, it's on there. And if you haven't seen it, or if you have seen it and want to watch it again, yeah, check it out. The Narrative is free to watch on Gundam info. So yeah, I can only assume that that's to do with the upcoming release of the Master Grade kits. So yeah, in an effort to boost promotion for those kits, they got the movie up there for everyone to enjoy. So yeah, check it out. I don't remember. Oh, there it is. For the original Master Grade Marasai kit, did I live stream the build of that? I don't remember. I don't think that I did, but it's all such a blur now, so it's very possible that I did. I don't know. But I have, of course, built and reviewed the original Marasai, which, interestingly, I got later on after this. So I had this version first, but I was just hanging on to it and actually built and reviewed the regular Marasai before this one. So, but yeah, I don't have an LED unit, I don't think, at the moment. I might have one somewhere around here, but it would be questionable if it's actually working or not. But so the head is made in a way to fit an LED unit in it. I forgot that you can also turn this bit to turn the mono eye. I didn't put the sticker on the mono eye, and I don't think that I will for the time being. I guess we'll just leave that off for now. But there's that, and of course the iconic antenna. I don't know if it's iconic, but it's a cool head design. But yeah, so the torso is here. Let me actually zoom in a little bit just so you guys can see a little bit more closely. Yeah, you're meant to be able to put an LED unit. Actually, I think you're meant to put it in here, and then you just pop this into there like that. And Bob's your uncle. There's an expression I've not heard in a long time. What are we building, King Yo asked. This is the Master Grade Marasai full armor. No, unicorn version. Full armor unicorn version. So excited to see Seed Freedom. Yeah, so anyway, you asked me about Narrative and Seed Freedom. So yes, Narrative I've not seen, but hopefully we'll get a chance to watch this weekend. As for Seed Freedom, I've also not seen that. Streamed 4 years ago. I did stream the build of the original Master Grade Marasai. Interesting. Thanks for checking on that. Yeah, I definitely don't really remember, but that'll happen. I wonder how many. It would have been interesting to see if there was a way to figure out how many kits I've built in the 10 years on YouTube, because there's 100 painted, like completed builds, but I wonder how many kits I've just snap built. It's gotta be over 1,000. I don't know. Or I don't know, around there, maybe. Something like that. I don't know. The problem is that my review playlist also includes the quick look videos. So there'd be some where it's like 2 videos for the same kit. So I can't just look at the review playlist and know that that's the number of kits that I've built, unfortunately. Thanks for being a good Gunpla review channel. You're welcome, Leviathan Prime. Thank you for being here. Hopefully before the year's end, we'll get more MGs. I'm not sure. We may get another MG towards the end of the year. But I'm thinking if we're getting the HG, if we're getting the HG Psycho Gundam Mark II around the end of the year, that'll be like a big kit at the end of the year that will probably fill up that slot for Bandai's producing a big kit in that time period. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Any idea for Unicron conversion of Mega Size Unicorn Gundam? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, that sounds like a big project. And I'm not enough of a Transformer. I know the name, but I'm not enough of a Transformers fan to really know what Unicron looks like, other than just I know he's a big giant Transformer. If anything, it will be from Seed, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, that's a good guess. If we are going to get any other MG later on towards the end of the year, it is a good guess that it might be something from Seed. Patrick, finally home from work. What did you miss? Nothing so far, my man. And also, Patrick, while you're here, I will mention to you that I do not have that address info for you yet. I need to do that. So that's also something that maybe I can try to get done this weekend. If not this weekend, then hopefully on Monday. But yeah, this week just kind of got away because I realized that I needed to do this. And there was a lot to prepare. So there was some stuff that was on the to-do list for this week that just kind of fell by the wayside. These parts are not wanting to go together very well. Let's see. But anyway, Unicron BBEG of Transformers. 3D print Orson Welles' face and stick it on him. Is that a Transformers thing you're talking about? Got my first Gunpla in the mail today. Got the MS06S Zaku 2 high grade. Oh, very cool. Is it the Miguel? Is that the origin version of Char's? Oh no, that would Char's Zaku. Origin version or a different version? I'm wondering. It's an origin. I mean, I guess any version, so long as it's not the original HGUC kit, you'll be in for a treat. And even the original HGUC kit is not bad, but every other version after that is great. My daddy said my sister is pregnant. Congratulations. Yes, to your sister. Yeah, that's probably not gonna last too long. Did you pre-order the Full Mechanics Sword Calamity? No, I did not. Saki, thought about it, but I don't know. These days, with so much stuff coming out and like always having so much stuff on the to-do list, I have to try to be a little judicial in what kits I'm pre-ordering. And so, yeah, I decided to pass on the Sword of Calamity. It looks cool. I don't know. Just didn't expect it to be one like. I would enjoy building it and reviewing it, but then I'm sure it would probably be one that would go straight to the sell pile right after that. It wouldn't be one that I would want to keep, that I would want to hang on to for possibly painting or something like that in the future. I don't think if I wanted to do like a custom painted version of the Calamity, I would just use the regular original kit thing, because I would probably, you guys know how I do my customs. Not always, but more often than not, I'm giving them some sort of like custom weapon or something anyway. So if I'm gonna be making my own take on the Calamity, that will probably entail giving it a custom weapon, and so there's not really any point having the sword Calamity if I would ultimately end up probably not using the sword and using something different entirely. I might as well just use the original kit. Let's see. How about an MG Mighty Strike Freedom? Yep, that's certainly a possibility. I think it would either be that or the Rising Freedom if we get a new Seed Freedom MG. Greed MS General Review When. That's another one. I don't have that. I don't have that in the queue. I'm not planning on reviewing that one actually. That's another one that I think I'm just going to pass on for the time being. That's the one that has like the big whale and everything in it, right? The Greed, if I remember correctly. Certainly looks like an impressive kit. But yeah, I don't think that I'm gonna build that one. Again, just comes down to just got so much other stuff to build, so kind of have to pick and choose a little bit. So let's see. Yeah, pirates who come up with sea animals. Yeah, it certainly looks like a very impressive kit. Kind of cool to see that for that line, they're just like giving you so much stuff in the box, especially with that one in particular. And I guess it kind of makes sense to the whole greed aspect of it too, right? That it's just got a ton of stuff in the box. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I was gonna say, it's looking like I forgot a couple of parts here on the arm. Which I think I was supposed to put on first. No? I don't know. Anyway. Whether I was supposed to put those parts on first or later, they're going on now. And it all worked out. Okay. Then this part here on the back. Okay. After this arm, I'm going to take a moment and talk to you guys about some other different cool stuff. But a local store is keeping an eye out for the Sword Calamity for me. Oh. It's when is it supposed to be releasing? I would imagine pretty soon, right? Because it was announced quite a while back. Seems like, feels like. I don't know. Just got here. Glad to see the glasses back. Yes. For the moment, they are back. I may just keep them here in my office to use from time to time just for the effect. But yeah, they are not anything that I need, fortunately. So they're only for the effect. They are lensless. There we go. Missed. Mark II deserves MG EX2. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. Wouldn't be one that would be high up on my list. I'm sure it would be cool, but yeah, it wouldn't be particularly high on my wanted list for the MG EX line in particular. I don't know. As I've said many a times, the Gundam Mark II is a design. I like it, but at the same time, it's a little bit boring, and it never really. It's not really a design that like really gets me excited. I mean, from time to time, you certainly see some really cool builds of it for sure, but the design itself is not one that I get like particularly excited about. That said, I'm sure a new kit of it would be cool. But yeah, there's other things that I would prefer if it was up to me. I was given the choice. But unfortunately, Bandai doesn't call me and let me choose the new kits. Kind of wish that they would, but you know, not yet. They're not doing that. Okay, I've got the Beam Sabers here, which are gonna go in the shield. The question is, do they point up or down? I'm gonna guess they point down. I could be wrong. We'll check. We'll double check later on in the manual. For the time being, that's just gonna be on here like that. There we go. All right. When you go down to their office, you need to slap a few of them around. What? Who? What? What are you talking about? Go down to what office? Zach is pulling an Eri Minamori with those glasses. Oh, I mean, it's a pretty common thing in Asia. I'm not sure about how much in Japan. I would assume it's pretty common in Japan too, but at least in Korea, it's pretty common. People wear glasses without lenses just for fashion, or they wear it with lenses, but the lenses are just glass. They're not prescription lenses. Just got to work, so I'll leave every now and then. All right, David, have fun at work. We'll see you popping in here and there. Still waiting for MGG self. Yeah, that would definitely be cool. How's my GWC entry coming along? Well, I got the wood for making the base, and that was kind of the thing that was really holding me up. Once I get the base situated, then like the rest of it will be pretty straightforward. So yeah, I was hoping to be working on that this week, but yeah, and like last month, but very slow start, but once it gets going, it should be picking up a little bit. Delivery for the Sword of Calamity says for the US, July. Oh, interesting. So it's not for a little while. Revamped MG EZ8 would be cool. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yes. Yeah, I'm excited for it too. So this kit is about as old as the channel. Appropriate. Yes, actually, that's very much correct. Slightly older, in fact, but all right, let's see. Let's do this hand here real quick, and then see what else we got going on. Yeah, the Marasai's hands are interesting, aren't they? I've always thought that. Let's see. Wait, are these the same? I think they're the same. Okay. The very like thick hands are kind of odd, especially the open expressive hands that it has. So let's see. So you have these ones like that, the closed fists, and those are cool. Oh wait. I forgot this part here. There's this little wrist cover here like that. There we go. Okay. There's these hands, which yeah, I don't really get the pose on them. I think it's a reference to something in the anime or something, I guess. Why it has these fingers like this. Let's see. Problem is that these are slightly different. The fingers are like, they're not all four fingers. Like a lot of times when you have these like fully articulated fingers like this that you have to build, or anyway, on other kits similar to this, like all four fingers would be the same length, but they're not for this one. So I'm just gonna have to guess which ones go where based on this. I think that one definitely looks smaller than the rest, so I'm gonna guess that's the pinky. And that one looks to be the longest, so we'll go with that, the middle finger, and that one's kind of in between. So, oops, no, that's definitely not right. I can see the length of that. That's definitely switched. There we go. Does that look right? No, that doesn't look right either. Let's see. Well, when I had them switched, it definitely didn't look right like that. I think are the both parts shorter? No, those are the same. Uh-oh. It might just end up being that it's got funky fingers, because I'll have to, if I need to later at some point, I'll figure those out in a better way, but I don't know. They don't look quite right. That's fine. For now, we can deal with that. But yeah, they're odd open hands like this because the thumb is like set like straight out like that, and it's kind of weird. And then the other fingers just kind of like extend out. You can see the length's kind of funky. I don't have it quite right, I don't think, but anyway, yeah, they're weird open expressive hands. I mean, they look kind of good for like a very specific pose. They look right, but anything other than that, they look a little bit odd. Okay, let's take a break from this for a second. The long rifle is here. Here you go. Who won the GBWC USA last year? So some Chinese dude. Interestingly, I think George is a Chinese national. So actually, it was a Chinese dude who won GBWC USA last year. But we spoke with George. If I remember correctly, George is from China, I believe. Yeah, but lives in Alabama currently. Yeah, I did an interview with George. It's probably been 2 months about now. I think in February it was. So you can check that out. You can go back and check it out. We had a talk about his GBWC entry and experience and everything. So my channel is from 2007. I guess 3 more years we'll do a 20-year anniversary. There you go, Hisaki. Yeah, do it. All right. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, I want to tell you guys about, well, let's talk about the polling first. Let's take a look at the polling. So just as a reminder to you guys, got the polling going on and so far nobody, as far as I've seen, so far nobody's complained about the polling. Last time, I think, what was it? Last time I was doing like a bunch of polling. It was for like choosing your favorite pilot, like main character, I think it was. And there was like 1 or 2 people that complained. They're like, stop bombarding my feed with these polls. But so far I haven't seen anybody complaining about the polls for this one, but let me see. Just put this up here for you guys. So yeah, here. If we go to the community tab, there is, yeah, the polling here. So this is the most recent one, 2 hours ago. The next one should be going up in about 25 minutes. I set them to be every 3 hours. So this one, yeah. And pretty much anything where it's like a Gundam kit versus anything other than a Gundam kit, the Gundam kit's just winning every time. If it's 2 Gundam kits up against each other, then it's a bit more... I would toss up the Tristan's winning here in this one, obviously, because of the nostalgia tied with that particular build. But like here, it's kind of a toss-up which one it would ultimately be. Now, the thing I'm finding so like here, Gundam's winning over a non-Gundam kit, but at the same time, this Big Neck Kira kit, I really, really liked that kit. I was actually looking. So it's been cool to do this because I can kind of look back myself at all these past builds and stuff. It's a lot of really cool stuff that I'm like really proud of and really happy with looking back. Almost all of this stuff I don't have anymore, it's either sold or whatever. So I'm kind of curious as to if all this stuff that's been sold is still like being well taken care of, is intact, or if any of these maybe at some point in their life with their new owners got broken or anything like that. I'm wondering, but yeah, the mega size Zaku, this one was a gift for a friend of mine. I know that a part of that got broken from an earthquake there in Japan. It was a gift for a friend of mine in Japan, in Osaka. So next time I visit there, I'm gonna fix that for him. But yeah, it's cool to go back and see some of these custom builds that I'm really proud of, and some of them like I really like a lot in particular. So, but yeah, there you go. So vote in the polls, guys. That'll be ongoing. I think we're let's see. I think actually we're just about halfway through the first round. So it's going to be probably middle of next week that we'll make it through entirely all the first round, and then we'll start with the next round. And so it's probably going to be like 2 weeks from now before we're finally done. We finally have a winner, but yeah, make sure you guys are voting in those polls. And let's see. So there's that. Waiting for your message to show up on the polls. I think that's coming up soon. It's one of the upcoming ones. Sometime within the next 24 hours, I know the message will be coming up. So you'll be able to vote for that very soon. I did like, yeah, Geek Eric. I liked the Asuka build as well. I thought this Asuka build, the painting, not to pat myself on the back too much, but the painting on that one came out really, really nice. I mean, it's just a really good looking kit. So it's kind of one that, you know, it's kind of, when you have a kit that's that good, it's hard to mess up, but it's a really great looking kit. But I did think that the painting came out really nice on that. The black having that kind of, I used like a purple prism paint in there mixed in with like it's not actually black, it's just like a super dark gray with like a purple prism color in there, so it has like kind of a purple shine to it. It looks really nice. Yeah. Anyway, if I remember correctly, you gave PewDiePie a red Zaku with wavy black camo. Yep, I did. So that'll be coming up as well. That one is still probably a couple days away in the polling. I think it's a little bit further on down the line, but yes. Also, oh, I should also point this out to you guys too. When you're voting, if you go here, I wrote like a little bit about kind of each one, and then also there's links to the videos. So if you see a build come up in the poll that either you don't remember or just for nostalgia purposes you want to check it out again, you can check out the video here. There's video links for both the kits in every poll here, so you can check those out if you want later on. Not right now. Stay here for now, but check those out later. The new logo looks much more professional. Thank you, Hazaki. Yeah, it had been quite a while. I did really like the drawn Zaku head that I had for the logo for like the longest time. I liked it, so I didn't really want to. I mean, like, I thought it was nice. I liked it anyway, but I had been using it for quite a long time. I thought it's probably better to get something that's kind of, especially, and like the background image was also, I liked the photograph that was for the background image for that, and like for the channel art and everything, but it wasn't anything like really Gundam related. It was just like a nice photograph of like some apartment buildings in Korea, pretty much. It's like nothing related at all. So I thought it was probably like high time to have something that's a bit more like related to the actual content. So yeah, finally did that, and it's nothing like too design, and it's very simple, but anyway, for the time being that works until I can come up with something else. But okay, so yeah, the other thing is, let's see, I want to go here and show you guys this too. Over here, got some new merch and some really cool stuff here. So first of all, I got some mugs for the first time ever, and actually I got a mug from somebody else too. So it's something I've been meaning to make, but it's kind of serendipitous a little bit that someone else who's also making mugs and selling mugs with Gundam related art on it actually sent me one, and I have one I'll show you guys in a video soon. But yeah, there's a couple of mugs here. These are the ones like that are the paint series shirts here that I recently came out with, which you guys seem to be really enjoying, which is awesome. These have actually sold pretty well, so I'm glad that you guys like those paint Mr. Color themed paint shirts. So I'll make some more of those later on. But a couple of them here for the off-white and the black made on a couple of mugs, so you guys can check those out. This site's always very slow, but yes, and it has the logo here on the back side like that, and Mr. Color on the front side. So both of those, the black one, the white one, are like that. This one is just a big logo, just kind of wraps around the mug, and it has the two-tone black and white. Here you go, like that. Black for the handle on the inside, white on the outside with the logo. There, like that. It's also cool. And so got the big logo like that just on the front of these. This is actually, I think this is the same color shirt as this one, which I really love this material. This is a custom one that I had printed just for myself, but it's the same shirt, and I really like this material and this color of this one. And that's what this is, but just with my logoing on there. So there's a white one and black one, and then also this color one, kind of bluish one, and this kind of purple pinkish color berry one, and this one too. So actually, probably in the entire history of like selling merch, I think my Tekkaden t-shirt is probably the one that's sold the most. So I've been wanting to make one similar to that, but from Witch from Mercury here. So I made this one. On the back is the Japanese there is a foreign exchange program. So make Astacasia school foreign exchange program shirt there. So check that out too. And then so there's more. So there's a lot of really cool stuff. So aside from those, there's also, so these ones are the new limited ones. So because these are related to the 10th anniversary, these are limited for, these are going to be up for just about a month. I'll keep these up. There's a brown version and a black version. There's nothing else that's like merch related for the 10th anniversary, just these a couple of shirts. It's the same design, just with on a brown t-shirt, which I thought looked really nice, but I thought maybe not everyone's necessarily into brown. So there's a black version as well, but I thought the brown actually looks really nice there. So just for the 10th anniversary, it has 10th anniversary on here. And then this on the back in the same like matching colors. So there's that one, and then the black version of that. And then, and mean to show you that. And then these also are new with some chibi art of some of my custom builds. This one is art you guys may recognize as art if you're on Twitter by Afia. Revan, if you're looking for links, anyway, there's a link to the merch store in the video description right down below if you guys want to go check out some of this stuff. But it says artwork. I don't have the build here. It's downstairs, but of my Blazing God Gundam custom build, but cute chibi art of that build, and then just the logo there on the back side like that. But really cool artwork from Afia. There you go. Like I said, you guys have probably seen his work online on Twitter if you're on there. And then from Evan as well. Evan, you guys may have seen his work. So he did a bunch of different Gundams. Both of them have done a bunch of different chibi Gundam designs. And I asked Evan to redo his Barbatos design, but in the style of my custom build, my Barbatos custom that I did of the MG SD. So you can get that as well. There you go. So these couple of older ones here, shirts with the chibi art of some of my previous custom builds. Those ones were also pretty popular. So I wanted to get some newer ones with some new chibi art of some more recent custom builds. And there's another one too that I don't have ready yet on the shop for you guys, but there's also going to be artwork of my teal colored Sazabi build. And let's see, it's Gundam Yatham Sazabi. Let's see if I can't find this real quick. Yeah, here you go. This of Terry, Gundam Yatham, who does our artwork for the USA Gundam Store stickers. He's redoing this Sazabi bust design in the style of my teal colored RG Sazabi, and that's going to be on a shirt later on. I just am getting it finalized from Terry, and then I'll have that design up for you guys as well. So, yeah, check out all the new stuff. Check out the old stuff. The Mr. Color designs are on there, and some even older stuff, even going all the way back to very old. There's the Tekkanen ones I was talking about, all the way back to the 1.5 shirt here as well, if you guys are feeling very nostalgic. So anyway, check that stuff out. Yeah, I like to make these designs, and it's stuff that I think would be cool. So if you guys want to check some of that stuff out, you can do so. Anyway, let's see. Zaku Word Bearers t-shirt. Oh, not sure, Revan. Sorry. Is he available for commissions? Who? Any of those? So both of those new chibi art designs that I got. Well, and Terry. Anyway, yeah. Any of the artists that I just mentioned are all available for commission. Yes. That's the long and short of that. Evan's commission was a little bit more, it was still very reasonable. And then Afea's commission was very, very reasonable. It was incredibly cheap. He does not charge enough for his work. I mean, it's like very simple chibi work, but I mean, still, he could easily charge 3, 4, 5 times what he's charging. But yeah, if you want some more, if you go onto the merch site, then in the description for those t-shirts, it says the artist's name, and then you can just look it up, look them up on Twitter. All right, William, what's up? I didn't know that you were here, William, but you're off to the gym. So all right, have a good time at the gym. See you when you get back. So basically a picture of an open book, flaming Zaku head, deface it. Is this like the logo that you're interested in getting? Yeah, there's a lot of great artists out there. The logo that I'm using now was actually designed by Shaka. So shout out to him. Okay. All right. Let's get this other arm together. We can move on. Any interest in judging a large Gunpla focused event this July in Mobile, Alabama? Building on the Bay. 2024 is July 13th. Sure. Yeah. You mean like Leviathan Prime? You mean like in person or like just online? Yeah, online I can certainly do easily. In person, I'm also open to, but I mean that just kind of depends on what you have, what resources you have available for the contest. It's kind of more up to you, but I would be willing to. Next summer, I think it's July, if I remember correctly, of 2025. I was actually just recently asked to come to. It's in. Now I'm gonna forget where it is. Tennessee? No, or something like that. Pennsylvania? No. Philadelphia? Maybe it's in Philly. I'm drawing a blank now. I can't remember. But yes, I was invited to go in person for judging a contest and being involved with the convention there. My clock is 3 minutes late. Yeah, I know. My clock has been getting later. Recently, it was like 1 minute late. And now, yeah, I noticed it's 2 minutes late. But yeah, hoping for in person. Tell me how you'd like to reach out. Oh, so Leviathan, yeah. Yeah, if you would like to invite me to come in person, then email would probably be best. I mean, just anything like Instagram DM or Facebook message on my Facebook page, or just email. Email is just ZakuAureliusOfficial@gmail.com. Yep. just get in touch. It's definitely something that I've not done so far since moving back to the US, but I'm certainly looking forward to. Willing and able, I guess, would be a good way to put it. Travel to some more different like events and conventions and stuff to be involved, help promote the events and or judging contests, whatever else. So yeah, looking forward to the one next year, if I can remember where it is. But yes, it's a little ways off. Have you decided on the theme for the next contest? Hasaki, yes, the theme for the next contest was decided months ago. But actually, it was, let's see, like when I was deciding for, so we just finished the Toys and Tanks contest, and actually it was a toss-up which one to do first, the Toys and Tanks contest or the contest which is going to be next. And so obviously the Toys and Tanks contest came first, but even at that time it was already known, at least to me, what the next contest was going to be. So yes, it is already known, and but I don't want to announce it quite yet, just because, as I mentioned before, I just want to give myself a little bit of a break. And so I've got other stuff. I want to like actually get started on my GBWC entry. Like after this, like I had a week and a half or so just kind of like preparing for this. I've got a couple other projects, like, which I always have other projects I would like to finish, but a couple projects that I would like to finish, as well as getting a good actual start on my GBWC entry. So all that considered, I'm delaying the next contest for a little bit, because like running a contest doesn't take a whole lot of time and effort for the most part. It's at the beginning, there's a lot that goes into just like rolling out the contest, because I got to design all the promotion art and like figure out all the rules, who's going to be the judges, make the announcement video and all that. So there's a lot of work at the very beginning, and then a lot of work at the very end when it comes to all the judging and everything else like that. In between, it's not actually, a ton of work. In the middle of the contest, it's just a matter of, promoting it along the way. But at the very beginning, at the very end, it's a lot of work. And so that's why I want to, at least for a little bit, I'm going to delay the rollout of the next contest. But it'll be coming soon enough, and I think you're going to like it. I'll tell you that much. Well, I don't know. I have no idea if you're going to like it. I think a lot of people are going to like it, and there's also probably going to be a contingent of people who won't be super into it. But hey, that's how it goes. I think at the very least, it will be something. This is something that I try to consider for every contest, but in particular this one, it'll be something that I think will get people to try something a little bit out of their comfort zone, which is always good. So I always try to have that as a consideration for these contests. And yeah, this next one in particular will be one that my hope is will get people to try something new. So anyway, you will find out more about that. It'll probably be next month. Probably May is when I'll announce that. So it won't be too long of a wait. But give me a couple weeks, and then we'll get into the next contest. All right, let's put this other funky hand together, and start on the rest of the build. Let's see, hopefully we get to meet one of the yes, that's another reason for why I'm looking forward to traveling to attend different events, to speak at different events or judge at different events or whatever. just to meet some more of you guys. Yeah, for sure. Good thing is this year's GBWC deadline is February of next year. Yes, we have lots of time, but time it slips away like that. So just because you think you have a lot of time, it's better off not to wait. So, all right, Mark is here. What's going on, Mark? Zach, I'm super busy today and can't hang out, but just wanted to stop by and say congrats. Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support, as always. Brian and Travis are here too. Speaking of supporters, so my Patreon folks here. Won't be here long. Travis not doing so well, but I wanted to pop in and say congrats and sending some love. Thank you guys. Sending some love to you guys as well. Hope that Travis is feeling better. Tell him I said hi. And yeah, I hope that you have a decent day. Doesn't sound like it's going to be a good day, but as good as it can be. Lord of Worlds, and I'm a sucker for building vintage kits. Last one I built was MG Goof Custom and MG Gunkan. I don't know if I would necessarily consider those vintage. They're sort of vintage, I guess. They're certainly older when it comes to master grades, but if you're talking like a vintage Goof Custom, I would think like the original HG is maybe what would come to mind for me. And then the MG and the HGUC kit is certainly far from vintage. I really, really hope that at some point we might see some kind of 2.0 or something, maybe like even a 1.5 or something of the Goof Custom would be nice. Such cool design. And yeah, the master grade, while it's fine, could certainly be improved upon. That's for sure. If you've built it, I'm sure you know. It's always a shame when you have a design like that has a very unique weapon, like the Gatling shield that the Goof Custom has. Oh yeah, those fingers are like not right at all. They're kind of like okay. Anyway, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, for a design that has such a unique weapon as the Gatling shield, and then for the kit not really to be able to actually wield it, it's kind of a letdown. It can, but just not so well. All right, let's do the waist section so that then we can do the legs and have waist section to attach the legs to. Oh, Calder said happy anniversary. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. The screws and the elbows help, but yeah, the arm keeps coming off. Yeah, also the hands are just, I don't remember the build that well. It's been a while, been a long while since I built it. But I do also, the other thing that sticks out in my memory was just the hands being particularly not so good. That was the other thing. But here's the other thing that I wanted to ask you guys. Now that we're a little ways into it, is where are you guys watching from? It's that time in the live stream to check in. Let the algorithm overlords know where you're all located. It's always interesting to me to see the wide range of where people are watching from. So let us know. Obviously representing Central Florida over here. Saki's not far away. They're in Georgia. Also got California. It's early in the morning in California, isn't it? Like 4:30 a.m. or something. 5:30. Very early. Atlanta also not too far away. Yep, just above you. France. There you go. Myrtle Beach. Very nice. Philippines, West Texas, EU, North Carolina, most backward state, Nebraska. I don't know. I don't know if you can claim that title. There's some good competition for that, Calder. Philippines, NB, Canada. Wait, don't tell me. NB would be, let's see. The only thing that's coming to mind, I think NB is New Brunswick, but obviously it's not New Brunswick, Canada. New NB Canada would be. What would that be? Not North Britain either. What would it be? I don't know. I give up. What is it? What is NB? I'm just drawing a blank. I'm feeling very stupid. Arkansas. Let's see. Wyoming. Mid-afternoon in France. Oh, perfect time. Perfect time for a siesta. Russia, Germany, Malaysia. St. Louis, Missouri. Hey, I went to university in Kansas City, Missouri. Michigan. New Brunswick. Okay, I was right. Didn't I say New Brunswick? Oh, so maybe I was right. What? Or was that not right? That's not right, right? Poland. NB, New Brunswick. Okay, maybe it was right. Yeah. I don't know. Why was I thinking that's not right? I don't know. Backwards, I think Oklahoma has Nebraska beat. I don't know. I would think it'd be something like, Arkansas or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Pennsylvania. They should probably change our colloquial region to backwards belt. I don't know. Hey, I don't know. You know. You could make that argument. But I won't get too deep in on that. Yes, New Brunswick. We're pretty low key up here. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's not a. What do you call it? You don't call it prefecture there in Canada. What do you call it? Territory. Is that right? It's not. Wait. Where are the other pieces for the side skirt? What the? Where are those J pieces? I put them with the legs for some reason. Yep, sure did. All right. And okay. Oh, camera's off. How did that happen? All right, let's see. Probably just a battery thing. It's a province, but prefecture sounds cooler. Oh, jeez, sorry. Province? Not you, Siri. Let's see. Battery pooped. Yes, it is. There we go. Now we're back in business, even though it's plugged. Oh no, it's not plugged into a power source. I unplugged it, didn't I? But anyway. Whoop. There we are. Now we're back in business. Yes, a tiny black hole appeared. Principality over prefecture. Yeah, territory sounds right, but okay. I guess is that what maybe I'm thinking of down there in a little outback. They call it territory, right? The land down under. Anybody watching? Let's see, 4 of these, right? Yeah, okay. Oy. Nobody watching from Australia? No Aussie representatives? What time is it? It's evening time there. It's kind of late evening. It's like night time, I guess, but... Okay, I have to remember to leave a little gap here for these. Just arrived on stream, Commander Cody. What did I miss? Also from the Philippines. Well, Cody, you just missed this half of the Marasai so far, so not too much. But We also took some time to talk about the polling a little bit so far, and also some new merch, so you can check that stuff out, Cody, if you're interested. The link is down below. Speaking of link, we won't have, I don't think, any guest appearances today, like we did last time. But we might have later, like towards the end of the stream, we might have a guest appearance. I didn't ask anyone this time around except for one person. Uh-oh, wait, that's not right. There's one man who I wanted to be here today, and I'm not sure if he will be able to or not, but maybe towards the end of the stream he might be able to join us shortly. But for now, yeah, and for most of the time, if not the entirety of the stream, gonna be just me. So, Canada uses provinces for most, but the ones way up north are territories. Oh, okay, interesting. I wonder, I guess territory is maybe more typically used for areas that are maybe less inhabited, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's related to it. Calder, no, it will not be Lincoln. Last time when Lincoln was on, he was just driving me nuts. I didn't want to have him on again. I'm just kidding. I love Lincoln. But no, not today. Not Lincoln today. H. Very happy for you, H. Northwest Territory and Nunavut. What even is that? If that's somewhere in Canada, I have no idea. I've never heard of that before. Which is better, 8th MS Team or War in the Pocket, both in anime and model kits? Well, let's see. They both have their mix of great model kits and model kits that could use an update. As far as the animation goes, I much prefer 8th MS Team. War in the Pocket is good, but I like 8th MS Team a lot more. So definitely, for me, it's 8th MS Team all day. But you guys can weigh in. What do you think between 8th MS Team and War in the Pocket? War in the Pocket is like a really great final battle, and then an otherwise not really all that interesting story. Whereas 8th MS Team has an interesting story and a lot of, well, I guess I shouldn't say a lot. Some great battles throughout, including one of the best Gundam battle scenes of all time, in my opinion. The Goof Custom versus 8th MS Team scene is just peak Gundam animation. Best of all time. That would be interesting to have some kind of poll or some way to figure out like the most popular favorite, like fan favorite Gundam like action sequence. Aside from the Goof Custom one, ones that stick out as some of my favorites would also be, I think, probably from Gundam Unicorn. There's some really great scenes there in Unicorn as well. War in the Pocket is the most Gundam story. I'm not exactly sure what that means. What about Gundam IBO? Yeah, Gundam IBO. The only like action sequence that I can really like remember as like really having much of an impact was like the very first Barbatos versus the Greys, because I thought it was really interesting like how visceral kind of that was animated, but then that just wasn't really, as far as I'm concerned, wasn't really carried out throughout the rest of the anime as well as it was done in that very first battle, which was very short. And I don't know. Yeah, I kind of agree with Revan. It had a strong opening, and then it was not as interesting throughout the rest. Best action is turn 8, obviously. It's got some interesting moments for sure. It's got a lot of interesting moments, including some interesting battle scenes, I would say. Yeah. Uh-oh. Let's see. This is going in here. Like, for example, seeing the mobile flat in combat. Now that's unique. And then like, what's that little? I can't even remember the name of the mobile suit off the top of my head. But on another note, the sumos are also really cool to see fight. But that red mobile suit, the one that I think it's Coronander, right? Fights. That's like that smaller little red mobile suit. Or no, Coronander has the red Kapul, right? Is it red? Kapul with that big massive like hammer thing. And there's that other like little red kind of mobile suit thing that was very odd. The Tournay headbutting the sumo makes me laugh every time. I mean, there's a lot of great moments in Tournay for sure. It's not like a big like epic battle like I'm talking about, like in Gundam Unicorn or like the Goof Custom versus 8MS Team, whatever. Nothing like quite like on that to that degree. But there is a lot of great moments in Tournay for sure. Patrick, I'm not sure if Patrick is still here. I know I'd heard that he let me know recently that he started watching Tournay. I wonder how that's going. To be fair, I've not seen it for a while. I love it, but I've not seen it for quite some time. I would like to go back and rewatch it again. It's actually something I thought about doing a few years ago. I considered doing like a kind of watch along, something on like Discord or something on Twitch, and like stream it on like to Discord or something like that, where you could watch it together and then just kind of talk about it like episode by episode. Like do like one episode a week, something like that. Watch the episode and just kind of chat about it. I thought it would be fun. But I wasn't really sure on like the logistics of it. What would be a good way to do that in a way that it would be something that would just work logistically, that we'd be able to watch and talk about it together. And then like also if it was anything that was streaming, it would have to like be legal as well. But I guess if it's like a private stream, then I guess it really wouldn't matter. But I'm not sure. Watch along party for Monty Python. Hey, baby. Yeah, Monty Python. What other anime do you watch? Commander Cody asks. Actually, not much. I don't really watch much anime. You may be surprised to know, but mostly it's just a matter of time. I just don't really have the time, and that's kind of the main reason. I'd gladly participate in a 0083 watch line. That would be interesting to rewatch as well, just because I haven't seen it in such a long time. That one I actually saw before Tournay, long before actually. So that would be worth rewatching for myself as well. Where is this? Here we go. It's legal if you've paid for the series outright, and if it's a private stream like Discord, like if you bought a full series DVD, ripping the data and then streaming it from Windows Media Player. Yeah, something like that. I'm not sure. Nice callback on the glasses, Zach. Thank you, Chris. What's going on? Only just got the notification for you being live. What are you going to read my comment? What is your... I'm not surprised. Same here. What is the comment that I missed reading? Gonna read my post. What post? I meant meet. Okay, what did I miss? I actually meant a voice met a voice actress named Tara Strong. You know who she is? No, I don't know who Tara Strong is. Sorry. Red Rock, what's going on? What you doing for the Marasai soon, or just a fun build? It's just I'm not doing anything with it for the time being. It's just probably gonna go right back in the box. Well, I'll review it, but yeah, no plans for it in particular. I'm not doing anything Advanced Zeta themed, if that's what you're hoping. But I do have, it's over there out of reach, but the next MOOC review is actually the new Hobby Japan HJ Mechanics issue 19, which is Advanced Zeta themed. So I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that. That will be on Monday. So that video will be out. Yeah, no, don't have any plans for this. Nothing, not turning it into a rosette or anything. As cool as that would be, nothing for the time being. All right, this one, these are slightly different. I think this is the correct way. Looks like it. Success. And this one is going the opposite way. Okay. Tara Strong is cool. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Tara Strong played Edelgard in FE16. What you guys are talking about means nothing to me. I'm sorry. What's FE16? Zach, did you ever do a critique stream on Wednesday? I guess YouTube has been acting funky for me not pushing notifications. No, Chris, I didn't. I mentioned that a little bit earlier that I haven't posted about that. Which I need to. But yeah, had to postpone that again, unfortunately. But yeah, number one, just because I've been busy getting ready for the live stream, but more importantly than that, and more of the reason for postponing it, was that I also would like to get a couple more submissions for that. So Tara Platt was Elderguard from Fire. Oh, it's Fire Emblem. Okay, not Tara Strong. Okay, too many Taras. By the way, have you ever seen or tried the Wave 5-star stories Motorhead kits? I have I built a Wave LED Mirage. I'm not sure if you would count that as a Motorhead. Yeah, right. But yeah, I have built the 5-star stories LED Mirage kit from Wave, and actually started painting it right before I left Korea. So I didn't finish painting it, and actually I think whenever I get around to finishing that kit, I'm probably going to strip the painting that I've already done on it and redo it, because I'm not entirely pleased with how the painting was coming out. I was trying like I don't really know how to describe it. Anyway, kind of pinkish gold kind of color. But anyway, yeah, it wasn't coming out, I think, quite right, and I think I could probably do it better. And it got a little bit of texture to it, which was also not good for like a metallic gold finish for the armor. So I think I'm just gonna redo it. But yeah, it's a project for a distant day. It's not anything that I think I'm gonna go back to work on anytime soon, but it's here somewhere, stashed. Yeah, not a great kit, I would say. Never like to say that there's any kit is bad, but it's certainly a kit that if you want it to actually be able to do anything, you're gonna certainly be left wanting, because it's pretty much it's articulated, it's fully articulated, but you're not really gonna actually be able to get it to do hardly anything. You pretty much just have to glue everything on that kit. Now, what I have not yet built, and I would hope to at some point, I've not built any of the Wave, oh no, sorry, not Wave, Volks 5-star stories kits. So I'm not super into 5-star stories, and it's not something that I'm like really crazy about the designs or anything like that. But they're interesting, and I've always heard that the kits can be particularly challenging. The Volks kits. So I want to try it for myself. But yeah, as of yet, I have not. But I'm looking forward to at some point trying out one of the Volks kits. Oh, looks like okay. Somewhere along the way, forgot to put this part on. And it's here and here. There we go. Me and this tiny little piece which goes on the side, which is only here for if you want to use the balut system. To remove this itty bitty teeny tiny little piece right here. Another one that I'm going to try my best not to lose in the process. Yep. I can. Almost lost it. Caught it. Good evening from Indonesia. What's your favorite Megami device model kit? Good question, actually. I really did enjoy. I've talked about this a number of times recently, but I really did enjoy the recent Type Devil Straff kit, the Busou Shinki kit. Really, really fun. I don't know what it was about it. I don't know. It's just a really cool kit. Other than that, let's see. Astro Ninja, the Soul Roadrunner, I really like. A lot of what it comes down to me, like to be able to say like which one would be my favorite Megami device kit. A lot of what it comes down to is like the actual character design aspect of it, because when it comes to like the mechanical stuff, I mean, you can always kit bash that stuff and mix and match or whatever. So it's more so like which of like my favorite, which is like my favorite character design. Does that make sense? Because that's the kind of like when we're thinking about which is your favorite kit in the line, you're kind of thinking about like what's your favorite like character. I don't know. And then like the weapons and stuff that's all like kind of optional. But oh, what's up? Good morning, Choco Falcon. Hello. And also Lee, thank you for the happy 10th. I appreciate that. But yeah. Yes, it did almost go into the black hole. If that tiny little piece would have fallen on the floor here, it's gone. My floor is so messy here. Really need a vacuum. But yeah, the Megami device kits. I also am a big fan of the Shitara Kanashia. And yeah, so Roadrunner I like a lot. There's a Twitter artist, an artist on Twitter, I should say, it's probably more appropriate. But an artist on Twitter that does like a lot of artwork of the Soul Roadrunner. I guess he's a fan as well. I'm assuming it's a he. I guess I should also not assume that. Could be a she, but I don't know. They're also a fan of the Soul Roadrunner and does a lot of artwork of the Soul Roadrunner in just kind of like a casual sense, like just of the character, not of like all the mechanical aspects of that. Which the Soul Roadrunner doesn't have a whole lot of mechanical parts on the body. It's pretty much just the legs. But anyway, yeah, and I can't remember. I wouldn't be able to tell you the name, and it would take me a while to look it up. But I enjoy following that artist on Twitter to see their cool and cute artwork of the Soul Roadrunner. Some of it slightly less safe for work, but nothing too extreme. You love the shield on this kit? Yeah, it is a very cool shield. Not being attached to like the forearm, it definitely has to do like a much more extreme turn in order to actually use it, but it is a cool design. Yes, I agree. Okay. MG Marasai is such a nice design. Yes, it is. I agree. How are you, David? How are you doing today? Hope all is well. What would be a good color for MG 00 Riser? Clear color inner frame. Yes. Good question. It depends on what you're going for. Like when it comes to the clear color, when it comes to like painting the inner frame of a clear color kit like that, for me, I always find it interesting to make it sort of contrasting in that like the clear color armor parts are like clear and high gloss, whatever. So I find it interesting to contrast that with an inner frame that would be like very like realistic colors, very matte finish. Chris in the chat there said, "Don't go metallic." Yeah, that's my personal opinion too. Don't go metallic. I just think it kind of looks kind of chintzy, but I think if you go for just like a gray tone or whatever, kind of like very realistic matte finish inner frame, it looks cool contrasted to like the high gloss clear color armor that's on top of it. Just my opinion, but that's what I would do if I was you. I have a number of like mechanical clear MG kits that's ultimately what I would love to do with those kits if and when I ever get around to working on them, but it's my recommendation. Bye, Zach, gotta go. It's 10 p.m. at my location. See you later, Commander Cody. Thanks for coming by. For this second leg, just kind of shooting from the hip, just going building whatever part I see next, because I feel like I can get through this without too much use of the manual, I don't think. Now I want to try my MG or RG clear color. It's fun for some reason. Yeah, those kits can be fun. Mm-hmm. They're not for everybody. I mean, definitely appeal more, I think, to people who are maybe just more into like just for the collection sake of it. If you're just into collecting, because they're nice. That's the thing. They're like collector's item kits. But you do certainly see from time to time people doing like some really cool, like very interesting, like modeling work on those kits. So yeah. There's never anything that you can't turn into, you know, more of like an actual piece of art rather than just like a collectible toy, essentially, right? Just watch episode 1. Are you gonna be reviewing the MG Stark Jigen? I wasn't planning on it, but I don't know. I may at some point might possibly get one. I don't know. If I do, I will. But at the moment, I don't have one, and I don't plan on getting one. But that could change at some point. At any point, you never know. We shall see. Terrible with watching multiple shows. I'm watching X-Men 97. I really like it. I started watching with my wife, speaking of shows that we're watching. I started watching Three Body Problem, I think is the English name of it. Some J. We're watching. Our Netflix is set to Korean, so I only know the Korean titles of stuff, but it's Three Body Problem, I think is the English title. It's very interesting. Quite interesting so far. But yeah, aside from that, we in our house we're also not big show watchers. We don't watch a whole bunch of different stuff, but just sometimes we check out some different stuff. Let's see. Okay, I was looking at these parts, thinking, all right, I know I'm gonna forget something. Let's try not to. There we go. All right. Did you ever make her watch Monty Python? What's with all the Monty Python today? I actually, when you brought that up earlier about the Monty Python watch party, I was actually thinking at the time. I was thinking like, did we watch that or not? Because I think I was gonna try to get her to watch it, or we did watch it. At least Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Anyway. Not anything other than that, because I feel like if you're going to introduce someone to anything Monty Python, it's got to be Holy Grail. But yeah, I think we watched it, or we started to watch it, or I've at least just like shown her clips from it. But I don't remember. Yeah. What does it mean for real type colors? I don't understand. So, George, real type colors is just a thing that I don't really necessarily even know. Like, it's just one of those Japanese things. That's just the terminology they used for that. Just like a funky color scheme, just like an alternate color scheme for some of the designs. Real type colors is what they called it, and they're designed by. I think they're all the real type color designs are all by Okawara, right? So like the original Gundam designer just made like alternate color versions of them, and they're like quite like 80s style, funky, odd color schemes usually, at least by our like modern standards. So yeah. Original concept art. I don't know. As far as I know, I don't think any of the real type color schemes are based on like the original concept art, but that certainly could be. At least for like the Gundam or Gun Cannon or something like that, because there was a lot of very different looking original concept art for some of those designs. Well, not like drastically different, but certainly different from what we ultimately ended up getting. Oh. I always hate this. Uh-oh. Do I have something wrong? Okay, seemed like might have something a little funky there in the knee. I don't think so. But the foot's kind of a little bit off kilter here. I know. Just kind of straighten them up a little bit if I can here. There we go. It's a little bit kind of wobbly. But there is our Marasai. You have to put together the backpack here as well real quick, and then we'll be done. This guy. Real type is probably what they'd realistically color a kit, arguably, but maybe sometimes more believable than super duper bright colors. I mean, yeah, I think that's basically the thinking behind it, is that it's an attempt to think like a little bit more realistically, like if it was an actual 18-meter tall like giant robot, what might it be colored in? But I don't know. I think like if you look at large weapons of war now, I mean, you think of like fighter jets or ships or tanks, whatever, they're mostly one color, maybe with some camo or something on it, but I mean, like, that's obviously not what the real type colors usually look like. for the different Gundam mobile suits. I think if you were basing like a real type color scheme on the idea of making it look like something sort of like more realistic, then it would basically be like in like a one color scheme, sort of like the Delta Plus, for example, is like a good example. One of the reasons why I think it's one of the best looking mobile suits in Wave Rider mode, because with like the all gray color scheme, it already, and then transformed into Wave Rider mode, it just looks like a very like realistic jet, because being it's like all in just like gray color. But yeah. Then why didn't they release RG real type color? Yeah, I don't know. Kind of interesting, yeah, that they haven't released a real type color version of the RG Gundam. I don't think that they have, no. I don't know. Freedom and Justice real type colors look so ugly. Yeah, I mean the colors are not always for everyone. There's some real type color schemes that look better than others, but yeah, it's all just, it's all just opinion, Okay. Oh no. Hey, that's not right. Hang on. Let's try this other way. Start from that side and then do that. There we go. That's fitting on there much more nicely now. Okay. And then these parts. We're gonna have to end build with some more hoses. Was that hoses? Right. Yeah. Always loved the backpack of the Marasai as well. The Marasai and the Gyaradoga, great backpack design. Very kind of, I don't know, utilitarian sort of looking, I guess, right? There we go. And that. And yep. And yep, the hoses are going to be the very last bit that we have to put on here. Let's see. So this one. Oh, okay. Fortunately, it's just, there's not like two different shapes of the pipe parts. Review of the YF19 and YF21. I don't plan on reviewing those new Bandai HG Macross kits. Like I said, have to kind of pick and choose, and if I had all the time in the world, I would build and review those kits, but just don't. So those being less interesting to me, I am prioritizing other stuff that's more interesting. So sad the chance of AOZ mobile armor is so little, but I mean, they get a pair of Psycho Gundam arms on 2 kits. Sometimes we just don't know. Yeah, I kind of highly doubt we'll see anything much larger than the big arm unit in like AOZ HG, in the AOZ HG universe. I doubt that we'll see like a Queenly or Rosette, let alone Dandelion, as cool as that would be. But I don't know. If you asked me, 10 years ago, if I thought that we were ever going to get a HG Wound War, I would have said no way for that as well. So you just never know. But I think aside from it being a more obscure AOZ suit, like some of those larger ones are, I think it's just a matter of the fact that they are just larger HG kits. So I mean, like something like the Wound War is not a very big kit, so doesn't have to be super popular. It doesn't necessarily cost a whole lot to produce because it's not using a ton of runners and a ton of plastic. But I don't know. You never know. I'm tired, but the urge to work on a kit is still here. All right, I feel you. Except this week, I'll be very much looking forward to the weekend. Let's just say that. I've been so busy this week getting these kits ready for the live stream today, and then also like organizing the polling for you guys to vote on, and then rolling out the new merch and everything. It's been a busy week. I was hoping to actually have last night off to just kind of rest before today, but it didn't work out that way, and I was up until I was on the computer until about 1 a.m. working on finalizing the merch mostly, and then also uploading or posting the polls, because I have to kind of set the polls, schedule the posts of the polls for like every 3 hours. And then I thought, well, on the weekend it's sometimes hard to get onto the computer because I'm just spending time with my family. So I wanted to make sure all the polls were all scheduled to upload every 3 hours throughout the weekend. So I was working on that too, just getting those all posted and everything so that I don't have to do that during the weekend. So yep, I'm often impressed by all the videos you do in a week. Well, thank you, Eric. Good to know that the work is appreciated. But I mean, like I said in the video the other day, I just I try to put as much as I can out in good quality. Could it be better quality? Could it be more interesting or more entertaining or whatever? Possibly, of course, yeah, sure. But what I try to focus on is, just because there's so much, I try to focus on just making it good quality and as much quantity as I can, I guess, just because, like I said, so much stuff that I would like to put out, like content-wise, that there's just not enough hours in the day to do everything that I would love to do. But anyway, yeah, and then just kind of have to prioritize what stuff needs to come out first before other things. When new kits come out, of course, I try to get to anything new as quick as I can, but again, it's not enough time. But then also I like to try to mix in, again, as much as I can, working on some other different painted builds or custom builds, stuff like that, because of course it's fun for me, and then I know that you guys like to see that type of content as well. So it's all a bit of a juggling act of sorts. It's always stuff to work on. But it certainly keeps me busy, but in the best way possible. I wouldn't want to be busy with hardly anything else. Like, it's hard to imagine anything else that I would prefer to be busy with other than this. I'm sure I could think of something, like eating pizza or something. I don't know. But all right, here's our Marasai. It's done. The backpack is done. Those piping bits are annoying, but they look good. And this is also something I've always found to be an issue with this kit, is that these parts here at the back of the leg never quite stay tight together. I think the plastic, because if they're like kind of larger parts here for these armor sections, I think the plastic just ultimately just gets kind of warped here, and so it doesn't fit like very tightly. So what I would recommend you guys to do, especially if you're planning on painting the kit, is just glue these parts together there at the bottom, so you don't have this little bit of separation there. The HG also goes together in a similar way, but it's a little bit different, I think, isn't it? Okay, so I'm gonna set this guy to the side, and we'll move on to an HG kit up here next. We'll go from MG, and we'll take it down a notch. Switch to something a little smaller, a little simpler, and also much newer, with a new HG kit. When I asked you guys what you would like to see built sooner than later, which one you would like to see first. A lot of people said they wanted to see the Gelgoog, so let's do the Gelgoog Menace up next. What do you think? Does that sound good to you guys? Be prepared, because this sticker sheet is pretty intense. It's got a fair amount of stickers here, unfortunately, with this one, but what are you gonna do? Stick them on there, I guess, or not. But for our purposes today, we are going to put the stickers on, and I'll have no complaining from you guys. JoJo memes for the review. I don't know. Is there something JoJo related about this? I don't know. I'm about to finish my first MG and can't wait to go back to something simple like an HG for my next build, Javier said. What's your first MG, Javier? Interested to hear that. RG Hainu are hailed as the king of RG. Then what is the king of MG? For me, I would say the king of RG is the Sazabi. The Sazabi is still my favorite and still the one that I would put at the top as the best RG. But the Hainu is very good. It's certainly very nice. I would just edge out the Sazabi just above it. Kind of at that point, you're kind of just getting down to, because both of the kits are so good that you're just kind of getting down to which do you just prefer personally. That's my personal preference. But King of MG, I feel like a lot of people would actually put the Sazabi Burka also as the king of MG, but not as much for me. It's a MG that looks fantastic. It's super cool looking, but being as big and heavy as it is, it doesn't really do as much as some other MGs. I like a good balance of, you know, the kit looking good and also being able to, it can actually do like some cool poses and stuff. That's why I love the RG Sazabi. It kind of has the best of both of those worlds. It's not as big. It is just still pretty big though. The MG Mark V, yeah, Revan, I have to agree. The MG Mark V is pretty fantastic, and man, I really cannot wait for that kit to be reissued. I think I'm gonna buy 2 when that kit gets reissued, just because of how great it is, and then also how it seems like it's probably not going to be reissued very often. So, just in case, you know. By the way, man, okay, let's see. What was that? Do hope you're doing well in terms of health stuff. Love your work and think you're a cool person. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm fine health-wise. Maybe a little tired, but otherwise, I'm doing fine. And my wife is also doing well. I appreciate all the well wishes I've heard from you guys, you know, lately and less lately, just ever since like this whole saga has begun. But no, my wife doing weekly chemotherapy treatments at the moment, and it's going well. So yeah, thank you. MG Barutos up there, yeah, MG Barutos, yes, I would also put up there as one of the best MGs out there. Yes. What did MG Origin Gundam? Oh yes, Javier. MG Origin Gundam. That's a great MG as well. That's one I would definitely put as one of my favorite MGs. So that's a great MG to start off with. It's kind of all downhill from there. No, but there's a lot of really great ones. But the MG Origin Gundam is a really, really nice kit. What's your favorite Gundam kit so far? Rami, I don't have one. I wouldn't be able to. I've built so many, and there's so many great kits. I wouldn't be able to tell you one all-time favorite. There's not one that stands out to me as my favorite kit ever of all time. I think if I had to choose one, maybe the HG Hygog, but I don't know. Slightly kidding. It is a great kit though. Really fun kit. But one of, I think it's the only kit, especially if you look on like my 100 builds in 10 years bracket, I think that the Hygog's the only one that I've actually built and painted, fully painted twice. There's a handful of kits that I've built more than once, and especially when it comes to variants. I mean, like HG, the Origin Zaku 2, I think I've probably built like 15 different variants of that kit. But when it comes to actually like painting and everything, do you have a favorite Zaku design? Probably my favorite Zaku design is the Zaku 2 F2. But there's a lot of other kind of like cool like variants and stuff. I actually really like the Shin Matsunaga's Zaku 2, not the white one, but like the off-white, kind of the cream white and blue one, the one that has the 2 spiked shoulders. It doesn't have like the Zaku 2 like rectangle shoulder shield, but it has 2 spike shoulders. That one's pretty cool. That version of the Zaku too. What is your favorite build, unfinished model, the build that you had the most fun doing? Yeah, I don't know. Too hard to say. What's a unanimously ugly kit that you actually find interesting? I don't know. Ugly kit that I find interesting? I feel like any kit, no matter how ugly, has a contingent of fans. It may be small, but there's always people that like any particular kit. An ugly kit that I like? I don't know. The design of the 1.0 MG Gelgoog has grown on me a lot. I don't have one. I've not built it, and I'm looking forward to if and when that kit ever gets reprinted, so I can get one and build it and share it with you guys and do something cool with it. But I didn't used to like the design of it because, of course, it's an older 1.0 MG, and a lot of those don't really look very good in terms of like the proportions and details and everything. But it's actually grown on me quite a bit. The design of the 1.0 Gelgoog. When's the next live with Adam? Patrick, it would be should be next Friday then. It was actually supposed to be today, but because I'm doing this instead, it'll probably will be next Friday. Okay. So before we get into the Gelgoog Menace, let me just again real quick, I'll remind you guys, check out the new merch on the store. We've got some cool stuff there. The link is down in the video description. Cool new chibi designs of a couple of my custom builds that I've done recently, MGSD Barbatos and the HG Blazing God Gundam. Have from some cool artists, did their chibi art interpretations of some of my custom builds. Also, for a limited time, this 10th anniversary 10th anniversary shirt here. Check out. I really hate that pops up every time. Yeah, this will be up for about a month or less than a month. If you guys want to check this out, if you want something to commemorate the 10th anniversary here. Got this here on the front and on the back, like that. It's in brown if you want to add a little bit more color to your wardrobe. For me, I've been trying to, like, all my t-shirts are black, so I've been trying to slowly kind of phase into a little bit more color into my t-shirts. So that's in black and brown, and then like these ones here, for example, this large logo shirts. You got your black, your white, if you want to keep it simple, but got some nice colored ones here as well. Some mugs, some new mugs, and new Astacasia School exchange student program shirt here. So check it out. Yes. Okay. Do you have a favorite Char mobile suit? Mine is the Hakushiki. Oh, yes. I don't know. Maybe Char's Gelgoog. Being a Gelgoog fan, have to love Char's Gelgoog, but it's actually not my favorite version of the Gelgoogs. I mean, like, as much as I like it, there's other versions of the Gelgoog that I actually like more. I don't know. Never really. It's kind of easier to choose maybe a least favorite Char's mobile suit, which would probably be the Zigok. Some people are gonna hate it. Some people are gonna hate to hear it, but yeah, the Zigok's probably my least favorite when it comes to Char's mobile suits. The Zaku 2 is great. Gelgoog, fantastic. Hakushiki's great. And what else is there? I don't know. It's a lot of good options. Uh-oh, that's not the right one. Hang on. That's for the beam rifle. This one's for the mono eye. Zaku 4? Is there a Char Zaku 4? I'm not aware of that. I'm vaguely familiar with what Zaku 4 even is, but that's like what is that, like a AOZ design or something like that? I feel like I know there's an AOZ version of the Zaku 3, but isn't like the Zaku 4 also something kind of along those lines? Anyway, it's not something that ever appeared in any anime as far as I can remember. But yeah, no. This one, I was thinking, actually, speaking of real type colors, I was thinking how cool it would be to paint up this kit in either like real type Gelgoog colors or like MSV Gelgoog colors. The MSV Gelgoog that's in like a kind of green and tan color scheme. I think it's like actually a MSV Gelgoog Canon color scheme, and the one that has like the big diamond spade, like spade decal on it. Anyway, something like that, like an MSV color scheme on this kit, I think would look cool. Not saying it's going to be my next project, but something to log up there in the old idea catalog in my mind, or something to possibly work on in the future. It would be fun. Oh, you know what? Damn. You know what I forgot to get? I don't know how I managed this, but I forgot to get beer this morning. Later on in the day, after my coffee's all done, I wanted to have some beer to celebrate, and I forgot to get some this morning. I'll have to see if one of the guys can get some for me. Shin Matsunaga color would be good. Shin Matsunaga Gelgoog would be white, wouldn't it? I'm like drawing a blank on what that would actually look like, but not as much of a fan of like the white Shin Matsunaga color scheme. That's why I said earlier, mentioning like the particular version. There's like the Shin Matsunaga Zaku 2, which is like the mobility type white one, and then there's the other one that I was talking about that's in more of like a cream color and has blue in the design as well. I much prefer that version of the color scheme. But yeah, the like the straight up white Shin Matsunaga colors is not a color scheme that I really like that much. Zaku 4 is from Moon. Yeah, there you go. See, I knew it was from something slightly more obscure. What about Amuro Gelgoog? I don't know. No, I think just you guys are gonna make me look it up and show you. MSV Gelgoog. This one. There you go. This one, I guess it is a Gelgoog cannon, or this one would be cool too. It's Gelgoog cannon with the white stripes on it. But basically, this one is kind of what I was talking about, like that. Yeah, that would be cool, I think, for a color scheme on this kit. Are you thinking of the Uma Lightning Zaku? Me? Thinking of the Uma Lightning Zaku? No. Come on now. MG Zaku 2 Shin Matsunaga P Bandai. It was part of the P Bandai Ace Pilot Log MG. It is it this one? I think it's this one. Wait a minute. What? Hang on. Let me find it. Give me a second. The P Bandai site is down for maintenance, apparently. This maybe it was the Uma Lightnings one that I was thinking of, because this is, I think, this is the double spiked shoulder one. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. But yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I think I was kind of confusing. I knew that there was the Uma Lightnings one, has more blue in the design. I do like the two spiked shoulder shields, two spiked shoulders of this one. But yeah, the Uma Lightning. No, what was? I feel like there was another one. Let's just do this here. Which one was it that I'm thinking of? Maybe it was that one. Oh, there's this one too. There's the Gabby Hazard Brown one, which I do really like. That one's pretty cool too. Maybe it was that one I was thinking of. Anyway, this one's the Robert Gilliam. That's the RG kit. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, Uma Lightning's one's cool too. There's a lot of cool color variations. Anyway, yeah. Gato Zaku. Yeah, not a big fan of the Gato. It's like green and blue, right? It's like green, blue, and white. Red Bull Gelgoog? I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to business here, shall we? On this Gelgoog, let's just focus on the Gelgoog at hand. PC7. This kit doesn't use polycaps except for a couple of polycap ball joints, and that's about it, interestingly enough. For those of you guys that care about the use, the extent of polycap use in a kit, for me, I just don't really care that much about it. But I know it's something that some people do pay attention to. All right. Interesting. No, it's upside down. Here we go. Very interesting here. I like it. Nice design for this. No seam line there. Your seam line is a... oh, sorry. Excuse me. Here we are. The seam line is a pinna line there on the torso. So far, no seam lines here, which is nice. Yeah. It's kind of interesting imagining this in the real type colors. I think it's going to look really cool. Something to think about. All right. Arms. Let's get it on. I don't mind polycaps. Yeah, Jeremy, I'm with you. I don't really care one way or the other. As long as the kit looks good and does what I need it to do, I don't mind. I guess the only thing when it comes to a kit looking good, the polycaps might affect it if there's visible like if you're planning on painting the kit, and if you guys have ever painted a kit with visible polycaps, you know the issue is that paint doesn't really stick to the polycaps. And probably the most common area where this would be any kind of issue is like in the shoulder joint, like the polycap, like an HG kit where the shoulder joint is plugged into the torso at a polycap there. A lot of times that polycap, depending on the pose, a lot of times you'll see a little bit of that polycap, and you either have to paint it or not. If you don't paint it, then you're gonna have like your polycap in whatever polycap color it is. Usually just gray anyway, so it usually wouldn't make that much of a difference. But should be another one of these little tiny blue pieces around here somewhere. Where is it hiding? There it is. Yeah, or if you tried to paint the polycaps, you probably noticed that paint doesn't really stick too well and tends to chip off very easily when you go to put the kit together. So that's kind of the only issue really with polycaps for me, but it's a very, very, very minor issue. What? Gelgoog Menace has polycaps. Yes, George. At least a couple. Well, I don't know. It could be just the one. Let's see how many polycaps are going to be left over. 2. It's going to use 2 polycap ball joints. That's it. So nothing too extreme. I think it's about literally has a polycap for the backpack, which is a good thing because it can take more abuse from switching packs. Yeah, I'm sure. I think if it just would have been just a hard connection point, I mean, I don't think it really would have been that big of a deal. Painting them is a bit of a challenge, but luckily it's mainly used for inside the joints. Yeah, unlike older kits, you have a lot more visible polycabs, which can be challenging. But yeah, especially any of the newer kits. They're hardly visible at all, so that's good. Okay. Very seed-styled new shoulder armor here for this guy, isn't it? But it should be. It shouldn't just be like a... It shouldn't look too much like the original Gelgoog. It should be like recognizable where like the design comes from, but they obviously need to make an interesting twist on the design. It looks like here for arms. Oh, one of my oldest and best Korean friends is calling me all of a sudden. Kind of poor timing. Hang on, I'm going to put you guys on mute while I just answer this real quick. There we go. That was actually muted, right? Last time when I tried to do that, it didn't actually mute. But I think it worked this time, right? Anyway, there's our one arm for the Gelgoog Menace. Looks very cool. I have to say, I am liking the design. And I do like the fact that thus far, let's see, let me double check. Yeah, it's designed in a way that all of the seam lines, which there are definitely seam lines on it, but they're all designed as the pentaline details, I think. Even this part up here on the shoulder, which maybe not exactly. It doesn't like really fit very tight. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of a seam line there, but let me see if this next shoulder fits any better. Like, doesn't close up super tightly, so I kind of don't really know. It seems like it is a seam that I would want to close up, but it's not really fitting together perfectly. How many kits are you going to build today? Hold on, 5. So this is the second of 5. The HG kits go pretty quick. This one's probably we're going to get slowed down here once we get to the backpack. We're going to be slowed down quite a bit once we get to the sticker aspect of this kit, I think. But generally, HG kits like this, especially ones that are designed as well as these Seed Freedom kits are designed, they're pretty quick in the construction. So if you look at this part right here, you guys can see this. This part, there's a pentaline detail along there, but this part up here at the top, there's not. And this seems like it would be a seam line that you would probably want to close up, I guess, or use a scribing tool to extend that pentaline just all the way throughout the end of there. I don't know, but that's for a later day. Okay. Are there any upcoming kits that you're excited to look at? Well, I'm looking forward to checking out the Destroy Gundam, which is out already. It's not an upcoming kit. It's already out. I don't have one yet, though. So hopefully I will get one soon. But yeah, the Destroy Gundam I'm interested in just because it's so big and thick. But other than that, yeah, the new HG kits, the new version of the Shenju Stein, even though it's like hardly much new about it, but enough new that it looks like it's going to be fun and interesting. I'm looking forward to a new version of the Stein and the narrative Gundam. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the narrative MG for sure. So yeah, both of those kits looking forward to. Other than that, we still at the moment don't know what the next RG is going to be, and even new HG. Well, okay, I'm not really a fan of the Bolinox Saman kit, so I mean, like, I'm excited that we're getting finally some new HGUC, but the Bolinox Saman, not really a favorite of mine, so I don't know. And also the Psycho Gundam Mark II, it'll be cool, like similar to the Destroy Gundam. It'll be cool in that it'll be a huge kit, which will be interesting for the fact that it's cool to build something that large, but not really one of my favorite designs. So kind of a mixed bag there with both of those. I like my women like. I like my Gunpla. Big thing. I big thing and ready to destroy me. I don't know if that's a typo. If it's supposed to say big thick, or if it's big thing and ready to destroy me. But either way, I'm happy for you, and you do you. All right. That's going to be a problem. The little nub plastic stuck in there. I meant to say thick. Yeah, I figured so, but hey, you never know. To each their own, right? All right. I might have to see after this waste section. I'm going to take a break for a minute. I'm going to go. Need to have a word with someone down there in the warehouse. Briefly, very briefly, very shortly. Won't leave you guys hanging for too long. Then we got lots more stuff to build, so we'll be right back. But need to see if somebody can get me something for lunch, because they're going to be going to lunch in a little bit. Oh yeah. Okay. These front skirts are connected, and we can clip these apart. Let's go ahead and do that too while we're here. Just a second. That's not right at all. Hang on. I can figure out which way these parts go on here. So again, nice that these little purple vents for the front skirts here are separate pieces. Could have been a sticker. We've already got enough stickers with this thing. That could have been more stickers there. But nice to see that it was not. So we're going to drop those in and turn the page. Yes, Wave Rider mode. Yes, as Revan said, I am not planning on reviewing those kits. I'm sorry to say. If that means that you're left with no choice but to unsubscribe and unfollow and everything else, then I understand your decision. But unfortunately, I just do not have time nor the motivation to build and review those new HG Macross kits. I'm sorry. But if you want like a very, very short review on those kits, I would say I'm sure they're fantastic. Probably very sticker heavy would be my guess, although I'm not entirely sure on that. 11. I'm not sure exactly how sticker heavy they are. I would imagine at least a little bit. That's just kind of how Macross kits usually tend to be, in my experience, especially with the Bandai ones. Other companies like Wave or whatever, they will be missing a lot of colors, of course, but they won't give you a huge sticker sheet for that. You're just meant to just paint it. Congrats on 10 years. Thank you, William. Are you back from the gym? You went off. You were here early and then went to the gym, right? Did you come back now much more swole than you were before? So our first kind of, aside from the mono eye, which is kind of a given, this is our first kind of real color correcting stickers here for these little purple vents on the side skirts here. And these go facing the front like that. Okay. Uh-oh. There we go. Still running. Oh, okay. Ruben said, oh man, this is an anniversary. We get glasses that, yes. Special for this anniversary event only. The glasses are back. But again, they're not functional glasses. Just the frames, just for the effect. If any of you guys wear glasses and you've considered getting LASIK surgery, and especially if you are a father or a mother, if you're a parent and you have kids, you wear glasses, cannot recommend LASIK surgery enough. I never found wearing glasses to be uncomfortable. It didn't bother me. It didn't, you hear people say like, oh, I hate to have to remember to take them off before I go to bed and have to put them on in the morning, have to remember where I put them or if I break them or whatever. It never really bothered me wearing glasses, so it wasn't a problem. But especially after my kids were getting a little bit older, and when you're playing with your kids, they'll hit you in the face or something, or especially if you're going to the pool or going to the beach or playing outside or something like that, you want to wear sunglasses. If you don't want to get transition lenses or whatever, it can just be a hassle in those type of situations. So that was kind of my main motivation for wanting to go ahead with getting LASIK surgery, especially because we were going to be moving here and going to the beach and stuff. I didn't want to have to wear glasses at the beach or have to, I have, at that time I had prescription sunglasses too, but then you have to carry both of them around with you so that you can be able to switch between your prescription glasses and sunglasses and stuff. And it's just kind of a hassle. So it's so much nicer now not to have to deal with that. So definitely worth it. I'm wearing glasses since I was 8. I'm fine with them. Yeah, the same. It didn't bother me. But yeah, for those type of situations, like I said, playing with your kids, if you have kids, going to the beach, stuff like that. If that's something that you do, that's what was the deciding factor for me to go ahead with it, and I'm so glad that I did. It can be expensive, of course, but yeah, if you can swing it, I think it's worth it. Very simple foot construction here. There we go. Easy, and the leg I think is going to be similar. Didn't I say after building that skirt section I was going to step out for a minute? And I just got to thinking about these legs and couldn't resist. But give me a minute here on these. Glasses, I got no problem with. Contacts, on the other hand, I find to be hassle. Yeah, Javier, years ago, I tried switching to contacts, and I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't get used to, and I'm sure it's something you just kind of have to stick to for a while, and ultimately you will get used to it. But for me, it was so hard just to touch my eye to put the contacts in and take them out. I just couldn't do contacts. Didn't even notice you actually stopped wearing glasses since yeah, I did. I got the surgery in Korea before we left. My wife and I both did. Any opinion on standing desk or a standing desk for building up? I've been wanting to get a standing desk for a long time. I don't have one yet. but it's something that I'm definitely considering getting for when we move to the new warehouse. I'm considering getting a standing desk. So ask me again in a year or so, and I might be able to tell you more of an opinion on that. But yeah, at the moment, it's something that I've definitely been considering, but I couldn't tell you. And I actually don't know of anyone offhand. I'm sure I know someone in the YouTube or in the Gunpla community who uses a standing desk, but I don't like. To my knowledge, offhand, I can't think of anyone. If Chris is still here, if Chris is around, he might know of someone that uses one. I could imagine that being something that maybe somebody like old school Gunpla or something might use a standing desk or something. I don't know, but I don't know. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. So if and when I do get one, I'll update you. But I think probably sitting is still probably much more comfortable for actually building. I would want to use the standing desk more so for like when I'm doing editing and stuff like that. Like just strictly computer work, I think would be good to have a standing desk. Like I can sit down when I need to do like the building, but then when I'm just editing, I can pop it up, stand up, and I think that will probably be a good way to go. Yeah. So every time when we go to IKEA, I always check the standing desk there and think, because yeah, they have some nice ones at IKEA. But I don't know if it like. There's a question for you guys. If any of you guys have one, or if you've looked into it, do you have a particular brand that you might recommend, or a recommendation whether a standing desk from IKEA would be good or not? It seems good. I mean, just the one they have there in the showroom. But I don't know. Maybe they have a tendency to break down faster than others or something like that. I don't know. So probably let's see. I think would have been a good idea to put the stickers on these parts before popping them in here. So I'm gonna see if I can't carefully get this out, which might be a challenge. I might just be stuck. Don't think I'm going to be able to get this out of here very easily. Oh, no, it wasn't too bad. Okay. There we go. I'm going to put the stickers on these parts first, because the way the sticker wraps around these parts here seems like it'd be much easier. Let's put this on first. And then put the piece on. Not to say that it's easy though. It's kind of a big sticker on a small piece, kind of presenting its own challenge, but interesting. Okay. DIY standing desk. I mean, what's up, dude? Just popped in for congratulations on the 10 years. Here's to many more. Thank you, Jim. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. But yeah, I mean, in talking about a standing desk, I guess I should say what I mean is a sit-stand desk, one that can move up and down. Is what I would be interested in getting, not strictly a standing desk. So that, yeah, like I said, I can put it down and sit down for like just building or whatever. Or if I'm tired of standing, but I can stand up probably, again, primarily for doing editing or computer work, whatever. So, yeah. pretty nasty stickers here for those little details, but as it goes, you don't have to use them. There we go. All right. Let's see. Get a sponsorship for a standing desk. That's not a bad idea. I don't know. We reach out to some company that produces them and see if we can't work something out. I don't know. I feel like that's a big ask, but this is the Lunamaria Gelgug Menace. Yes. All right. I'm going to put you guys on hold for a moment. And I'll be back in a flash. Hang out for just a second, guys. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, you guys are waiting. What's up? Okay, sorry about that. Thank you guys for your patience. Zach is away. Post your wargaming miniature. Don't do that. Okay. Let's do this. I think that this will be finished up here pretty quick, probably like the next 30 minutes or so. I think got the RG is probably going to take a little bit. We'll see. I think the timing so far looking pretty good. It's Zach from Miniac. I was actually just I don't really watch his content or anything. I know of the channel, but I was actually just looking at, I don't know what took me there. I was looking up at an image of a cutting mat, and somehow like in the Google results pulled up an image of it's like Miniac custom like branded cutting mat. So I was looking at his shop website just the other day, actually, just out of curiosity. Wasn't about to buy a Miniac branded cutting mat, but they are available if any of you guys are interested. Will he be long enough for me to post all of them? Apparently no. Nope. So let me put it to you guys. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to do too here while we were today. Take a look at some fun videos. Let's see, maybe after this I wanted to take a look back at some of the old intro videos, because in this particular format, or what I'm set up to do here, we can't look at like full older videos. We can take a look back at some of like the old intro videos, which are kind of interesting in hindsight, looking back, getting that nostalgia fix. Heading out to lunch with the missus. Congrats. Thank you, Javier. Didn't he win the Golden Demon competition? I don't even know what that is, but I assume it's something miniature related. Alright. Let's knock this leg out here real quick. But yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to ask you guys, for you to let me know some questions you might have. I meant to kind of post this actually beforehand, make a post just on YouTube or something like that for you guys to post any questions you might have about anything, really. About anything you might want to ask about, feel free to post in the chat there. We can talk about it. We can chat. Did he just bite the parts? Yes, I couldn't get those parts to go together, so sometimes you have to use your teeth power. And though I always tell my kids, and my son in particular, not to do that when they're like building Legos or something like that. I have to tell them, don't use your teeth. But yes, guilty as charged. I do have to resort to that sometimes. But I feel like as an adult, I can kind of gauge it a little bit better. Like, I know what's going to break my tooth and what won't. Whereas, you know, kid, not that I don't trust my son's judgment, but as an 8-year-old, I would hate to see him crack his tooth or something, you know, trying to pull some Legos apart. primarily because I'd be the one paying the dentist bill. Do you plan on working on the Ellen Kshatriya again? Yeah, at some point, someday. Either that or it's an investment for my retirement. Well, yeah, there you go. It's an investment for my retirement, one way or the other. Either as a time investment for something for me to actually do, to work on when I'm retired, or something that I can sell. Very interesting. Like the arms are set like kind of like way out, away from the torso. It kind of seems like. Sort of looks that way a little bit, doesn't it? The arms are kind of farther. Like the legs are very narrow, the hips and the shoulder are very wide, kind of proportionally. I think like in like a pose, like an action pose or whatever, you're not really gonna notice that near as much. But in just like a standing position, it does kind of look that way, doesn't it? Biting the part might be a great idea. Well, it's it works sometimes, so you just got to do what works. There you go. And if you'll notice, we did, let's see, one sticker for the mono eye, a couple stickers on the side skirts, and a couple stickers on the side of the legs. Not too much in stickers on the body. That means all these other stickers are going on the backpack. I think mostly, maybe like one or two for the beam rifle. It looks like maybe also as well, but mostly for the backpack. So those pesky push all the way instructions might be easier with biting. Yeah, they should put that in instructions. Like for like the little symbol next to that, just like a symbol of just like some teeth going like that. Like if you can't get it pushed all the way, use your teeth. You will also notice that there's a lot of parts of the backpack. It's quite the extensive backpack. Certainly one way that this differs greatly from the original Gelgoog design, in that the original Gelgoog basically doesn't really have a backpack at all, unless you're talking about the Gelgoog cannon or some other different variation of it, but the basic Gelgoog usually doesn't. So I mean, like, this is pretty much it. But then we have a bunch of backpack here with this one. Let me refold these instructions a little bit here for us real quick. Alright. Yep. There we go. Now I can see. That's not it. That's the opposite side. This is it. And this one. Here we go. A couple of these are for the beam rifle. They just didn't fit in the other section of the box, so I had to stick them in here. But there should be, here it is, this part right here. Couldn't find. So there's that, and this here. Okay. Let's see. It reminds me of the 2.0 Gelgoog, where the joints of the arms push out the shoulders. I guess that's true. Yeah. All right, we got that. And okay, this part is going to be different for the left and the right sides. Let me make sure I got the right parts here. This one and... oh, yeah, that one. Nice. Okay. In between there... this one. Awesome. And sticker number 14. All right, let's do this. Big white one for this kind of like wing detail here. So kind of standard sticker app for an HG. A little wing like that, a little winglet. Pretty straightforward. Easy enough there. Talking about retirement, how many more years do you think you'll do this for? I don't know. It is a question that I think about from time to time, especially in this line of work. It's not something, it's just because something's so new. I mean, like, we don't have people that have been doing YouTube for 40 years, right? It hasn't been a thing for that long. So it's kind of hard to know about like what the future holds. I think myself and probably most people who are like in positions similar to me who are like doing this full time, I don't know. It's hard to say. If you're doing it pretty successfully, you're probably saving for retirement so that you can just retire directly from doing YouTube, but not me. So I don't know. But it is something to think about. All right, hang on. So there's that. Okay. Then the other one. Hope it's not anytime soon. Well, yeah, me too. I mean, for as long as it's feasible, I would love to keep doing this. But, yeah, you do have to, as a responsible adult, especially with a family to take care of, and you do have to think about the future, right? So, it's certainly something that is, on my mind. But for now, it's working fine. All right. I only expect the MG kit to hold weapons firmly in their hand. Yeah, that would be nice. They don't always do that. Just realize that I can vote on all your posted bracket custom builds at once via the profile community tab. Yeah, you can. Right. Yeah, you don't have to vote for each one kind of as they come along. You can just vote. You can just wait and like once every couple days, go check out the community tab and just vote on all your favorites. But yeah, just do that. Just live in the present. That's my motto. George, yeah, I mean, I agree to a degree. But yes, once you get to be a parent in particular, I feel like the whole live in the moment thing is true, yes, as a way, these are the same, right? Oh no, these are not the same. Yeah, they're the same. Okay. Yeah, living in the moment. Or just like a philosophy on how to just sort of maintain control over your emotions and reactions to the troubles that life throws at you. Yes, living in the moment, yes, is a good philosophy to live by. That said, it's not particularly a good philosophy when it comes to, making sure that you're fulfilling your responsibilities to your family, if you have a family, when it comes to, making sure that you're making smart choices and decisions that are going to allow you to be prepared for the future as best as you can be. You can never know what future entails, but for as much as you can be prepared, it's good to attempt to be. I feel like. So yeah, thank you for attending my TED Talk. I've always wondered if it would be interesting to talk, considering like that part of my channel name is derived from a famous Stoic philosopher, and because of my interest in Stoicism, I always kind of wonder how interesting it might be or not to actually discuss more actual philosophy from time to time here on the channel, especially in the setting of like a live stream like this. It's not something that I'm going to make like a video about, but in a just live stream like this is an opportunity when we could just kind of talk a bit more philosophically. But number one, I don't know if that's really of too much interest to anyone. Also, aside from that, I'm of the I kind of agree with the I'm second guessing myself whether it was Seneca or Epictetus. I think it was Epictetus, who wrote about how a follower of Stoicism is not meant to be teaching Stoicism to other people. As in, like, you're not supposed to go out and like lecture people about it or attempt to teach people how to be a Stoic. You teach people about it through your actions. You just live as a Stoic, and you know that's how you educate people. I tend to agree with that, so that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm not too keen on like talking about it too much here on YouTube, because I don't want to feel like I'm like trying to teach people about it. Yeah, kind of interestingly enough, Chris, yeah, the first rule of Stoicism, don't talk about Stoicism, kind of, yeah, to a degree. But yeah, that said, I mean, if you guys are interested in having that as a part of the, especially for a live stream, having that part of the kind of commentary, I can talk about it. Kind of in maybe in particular how it relates to kind of daily life in the modern world, because that's something that's always been of like particular interest to me in my journey, I guess. And it is kind of, okay, here we have these great teachings and thoughts and ideas from people 2,000 years ago who kind of came up with this philosophy, who more so kind of just like put it to paper, right? And it all sounds great, but how do you actually like apply that to real life is always been kind of an interesting thing for me to consider. And I don't know, I think it's challenging. That's why I don't like, a lot of times, unfortunately, this was kind of interesting side story here for this. I'm not the biggest fan of Ryan Holiday, and if you guys know anything about Stoicism, you probably have come across Ryan Holiday. He's a author, and he's the creator behind the Daily Stoic, which is like a, I don't know, it's just it's a website and like an email thing, and they like send out daily emails, and he has like a Twitter account and stuff, and he makes YouTube videos and everything. It's a Daily Stoic. He's I'm not really a big fan, just because of like, kind of goes to what I was just saying about how I'm in the agreement that like kind of part of Stoicism is not going out and preaching about it, and it's just living it. And that's kind of like his whole thing, is he's all about teaching it, which I don't know, it's on the one hand I think is great because it's a philosophy that I tend to agree with and believe in quite strongly, but at the same time I think it kind of interestingly kind of goes a little bit against the philosophy to do that. But he's very much one of these kind of like rise and grind kind of guys who's just looking to monetize everything kind of person. And yeah, yes, exactly, Juku. Ryan came from marketing, yes. So he, if I remember correctly, he used to work for American Apparel, I think, is that right? And so he has a background in marketing, and so basically he's sort of I have no doubt that he's a believer in Stoicism and finds it to be a philosophy that he finds benefit from personally. But yeah, he's very much just out there to monetize it, essentially, and that's where it kind of just rubs me the wrong way. So I'm not really a big fan. So I think he does good work in kind of the mission of what he's doing, but it's a difficult thing to justify, I think. So I don't know. It's not really any particularly good answer for that. Actually, the first time I think I ever heard of him was actually not through like his website or YouTube videos. I think I actually saw him first on a video with Casey Neistat. Back when Casey was like at his peak and doing his like daily videos, and every single YouTube channel was just like basically copying the style of any kind of like vlog type content, was just out there copying the style of Casey Neistat. And he was like the biggest thing on YouTube at the time. And I think Ryan was in one of his videos or something like that at some point. That's how I had first heard about that Jacko guy as well. I forget his name, but he's become kind of a weird one as well, who is certainly not anyone that I follow, but someone that I had first seen and who a lot of people probably saw at first, and kind of he probably got a lot of his popularity from being featured in a Casey Neistat video. Yeah, someone else I'm not really a fan of, but has probably a good message, probably had good intentions, but just time to get chow and catch a movie. Catch you later. See you later, William. I tend to lean toward French nihilism, like Camus, then Stoics, but I appreciate it all the same. I don't really know a whole lot about that. I think I've seen like a couple of YouTube videos about it, but it's not as much for me, I think. How different is Stoicism to apathy? Yes. Active or is passive? I think, yeah, Jiku, that's I think a good way to put it. Yes. My path of self-discovery, if you will, brought me here. Back to Gunpla. Yes. What other hobbies do you have aside from Plamo? Lucas asks. Well, pretty much just Plamo for the most part these days, and just kind of not really having much time for too much of anything else. If I'm not doing Plamo, I'm just doing stuff with my family for the most part. But I like the same kind of stuff that I feel like it's not really a hobby. Like when people say like, oh, I like movies and music, like that's not really like a hobby. It's just like everyone likes movies and music. I feel like yes, there's some people who like aren't that much into movies, or some people that aren't that much into music, which is strange to me. But yeah, I like movies and music. Sticker number 2. Yeah, I used to be really into cycling. Not, I guess, I don't know. If I say it like that, it sounds like I'm like doing like cycling races or like a part of a cycling club or something like that. It's just that I used to enjoy cycling a lot more than these days. I just don't have a bike for one, and don't have the time. But it's something that I would like to get back into. Other than that, yeah, I don't really do gaming. I kind of used to a little bit more, but don't really do that. Yeah, the only gaming that I really do is very what would be the way to put it? Casual. Very, very casual. Like I play Genshin Impact on my phone, and that's pretty much it. my son, I have my old Nintendo 64, and my son has recently been enjoying. We've been playing a little N64 every now and then. Sunday is our game day when we'll play a little bit. We'll play like a half hour to an hour or something like that, maybe on a Sunday, if we don't have anything else going on. More often than not, we have other stuff going on, so we don't even get in any time to play games, but sometimes we will. And in that case, it's usually, let's see, 7. Hang on. I like, what? Hang on. Okay. Trying to get these. They got these tiny little stickers here for the little missiles. Probably my favorite, especially when we're talking like multiplayer on the N64. I know a lot of you guys are gonna say GoldenEye, right? But I played GoldenEye a little bit, but never like that much. But for me, I much prefer like Super Smash Brothers. Probably my favorite multiplayer game. I actually like not that much like multiplayer, really, to be honest. More like kind of just prefer it as single player. But I actually really like Hydro Thunder. There's a number of good racing games on N64 aside from Mario Kart. Like Star Wars Pod Racer is awesome, and Hydro Thunder is actually one that I like quite a bit as well. Not so much like multiplayer. It's not really like the greatest multiplayer game, but just as a fun, kind of slightly different racing game in general. I like it. Diddy Kong Racing, I did not ever really play that too much. That is not one that I have any experience with. But what other N64 games do I like? My son likes playing Super Mario 64, even though he's not any good at it. And to be fair, neither am I. I feel like just because I'm so out of practice, the controls on it are just so wonky. Anytime I try to play, it's like I feel like I need like a couple of days of practice just to like get back in the hang of the controls of it. And so it's the same problem for my son as well. And so like I feel sorry. He's like trying to play it and just like not really able to do hardly anything, but he likes playing it. I don't know. That and Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie. We have those at home as well. And my son likes to play it. He'll get on there, he'll mess around with it, but it's not really able to do that much. But he likes just playing around with it. Oh, there's a nasty nub on there that I somehow missed. There's our backpack equipment, the missile pod and railgun. There, kind of railgun cannon, beam cannon on the backpack. All right, then we got a couple of handheld weapons here to finish this, and we'll be done. I'm gonna switch that, I think, over here. Duke Nukem, I didn't have that. No, didn't ever have that or play that. Oh, how could I forget? Another one of my favorite N64 games, though, is Pokemon Snap. Not a multiplayer game at all, but very fun. Played through, of course, I mean, you can like play through and beat the game in like an hour, but I've played through that game so many times. But always fun. Always a fun one. That's another one too that like my kids like, just because they're interested in Pokemon. But my son hasn't quite got the controls quite nailed down for it. He's not quite yet a gamer to be able to handle like the looking around and also like switching to like camera control and using the items and stuff. It's obviously not the most complex game, but complex enough that he's still having a little bit of trouble with it. But because they like Pokemon. They like it. So here's our one beam rifle, which is like a seed version of the Gelgoog's original beam rifle. But then we have this much more interesting big Chungus beam rifle here, which is very cool, I have to say. This one is, what is it called? We've got it. I'll check in the manual here. Give me a second. It's called the Prototype Advanced Railgun. There you go. Yeah, this one's really cool. Sticker number 5. Oh. How does this go? That, huh? Yeah, I would probably just recommend not even fussing with most of the stickers for this kit, but you know, they're there if you want to use them. Let's see, and I feel like I missed. Where's that last sticker? There's another sticker that I think I missed somewhere along the way. Yeah, there's one last sticker. Sticker number 15. Does it go on the shield? It might. Let's see. No, there's no sticker on the shield. Where is it? This little, right here, sticker 15. This little white detail with a blue camera. Where is that? What? It's not on the cannon. It seems like it's for a camera somewhere. Where's this last sticker go? Oh, it is on the cannon. It's on the bottom side. It's odd. And gonna be sort of challenging to get on there. Let's see if I can't get this on here. Funny that stickers are considered easy. Yeah, I mean, like most stickers I would consider easy, and like it can certainly be a little bit of a challenge, and it's a little bit of skill involved in order to get the stickers on to the kit and looking good, or like looking passable at least. It can be a challenge. Damn it, I think this is going to be hard to get on here without taking this apart. So, like, it's easy to just slap the sticker on and it looks like crap. But what's challenging is to get the sticker on there and have it not look like crap. So, yeah, I agree. There's a little bit of skill involved, at least. There we go. That's more like it. Okay. Now, as we were saying, we have our weaponry. The beam naginata can't be. Oh, it can be stored on the back skirt. Okay, I was gonna say, can it be? It should be able to be stored somewhere on the kit. I love the fact that they included the beam naginata, as is such a signature Gelgoog weapon, but again, like with the rest of the design, how it's the twist on the Gelgoog, it's a little bit different beam naginata design. It's cool. I like it. A cool, interesting shape there for it. So there's that. We also have the collapsed version of that, and our beam rifles. Goes away over here. We have this little connection piece. The only other polycap ball joint we're going to use here is for the shield connection, interestingly enough. So, not for the shield connection. Actually, it's for just the shield to connect to itself, the different pieces of the shield here. Like this, or wait a minute. No, It is for the connection. Wait, what? Oh, no, to connect to the handle. What the fuck? Okay. Anyway. Yeah, we have the effect parts, which I'm going to leave out for the time being because those are sort of optional. And this can also be kind of closed up. But yeah, the connection piece is going to be plugged on here with the polycap ball joint. Interesting. Okay. But just to give you guys a look, I'll give you a peek at how the clear parts are going to look. The clear parts for the shield are sort of iridescent in the same way as the Shin Burning Gundam kit recently. The Shin Burning Gundam, how the clear parts had a kind of like iridescent shine to the clear orange parts. These have the same effect on here on the blue, which does look pretty nice. I have to say, it's an odd shield design for sure, but interestingly enough, once you go water slides, you don't want to go back. Yes, that's for sure. I agree. All right, so Gelgoog is done, and that means you know what time it is. It's time for us to take a look at the kit. Here it is. Very nice. Very cool. Yeah, I would just not bother with the stickers, but everything else, very cool. And yeah, I think, like I said, not something that I'm gonna do tomorrow or even anytime soon, but I think it would be a cool idea for in the future to repaint this kit in like MSV Gelgoog colors. I think would look pretty awesome. So something to think about for a future idea. If I can get this thing to stand, first of all, is going to be back heavy. No surprise there, but at least stand up a little bit, please. Thank you. Okay. Set that to the side. And let's do that RG. It would be so easy to break the frame and ruin the shield. Oh, yeah, like you're talking about like realistically in combat or whatever. Yeah, certainly if like the just edge of the frame of the shield broke, then yeah, I would imagine that would mean that the beam aspect of it would not work, right? So Dan V, thanks for all the years of entertainment. You're welcome, Dan. Thank you for being here. So yeah, the Force Impulse Spec 2 version. Very interesting release. Why this was not P Bandai, I have no idea. But it's strictly a recolor of the Force Impulse, and barely even a recolor. It's slightly recolored. And the only new parts that you have a new runner included with this kit, but it's just different color versions of the same parts. So it's the same parts, but they're put onto a different runner so that they could color them differently. Parts for the shoulders. So yeah, exactly the same kit. But I didn't build this kit the first time around, the original kit. So this is my first time building it. And I thought that it would be good. Oh no, to share with you guys. So let's do this. Just as a reminder to you guys, just gonna periodically, so sorry if you've been here the whole time, you've already been through this whole spiel, but just as a reminder to you guys to check out some new merch on the website. The link is down in the video description. Got some new mugs with the new logo on there. I wish that when I just hovered over this, it would scroll through the images, but unfortunately I have to click on it and the website's kind of slow. But for example, this mug here with the big logo wrapped around it like that. These other ones are the Mr. Color logos from the t-shirts, and then have this logo here imprinting on the one side and the Mr. Color. So this one's black, obviously because it's black. The other one's white, so we have it in the Mr. Color number 69, off-white. Got these new shirts here with the big logo on them. Something more colorful if you're looking for something more colorful, or just in black and white if you prefer. The new Astacacia School Exchange Program. If you fancy yourself an exchange student to the Astacacia School of Technology, you can check out this shirt. There's front and back. Front and back. There's that. And 10th anniversary. If you want to help support. So these ones are going to be limited. The other shirts are going to be on there. Oh, the camera died again, didn't it? That's fine. Other shirts are going to be there on their, I don't know, indefinitely for at least a longer period of time. I don't know exactly how long, but for longer. This design, since it's just to celebrate the 10th anniversary, this brown version and black version of this are only going to be up for about a month or so. And then I'll take those down since they're just to celebrate for the 10-year anniversary. And then some new chibi art of a couple of my custom Gundam kits here. So the Blazing God Gundam and Barbatos Gundam custom builds here. This one done by Afia. I'm not sure if that's the correct pronunciation for that, but you guys have probably come across his work on Twitter. Afia's artwork of my custom HG build and MG SD Barbatos here, done by Evan Palmer, the artist behind this one. So there you go. Check those out. The link is in the video description. Thank you. Now let me change this battery here real quick. This should be the fresh one. My first RG, what's that? My first RG was the Zaku 2, which sits in the box because both of its legs broke while standing. Yeah, I had the issue with that kit as well, unfortunately. The legs, or the hip connection, broke on one of mine. Not on both, but on one. Yes, the hip connection did unfortunately break on my RG Zaku as well. Yulong's Gunpo's here. What's going on? I would have gotten into the hobby. I wouldn't have gotten into the hobby if not for your channel, so thank you. Looking forward to 50 more years of building. I don't know if I'll be here on YouTube building for 50 more years, but so long as you're alive for 50 more years, I wish you happy building. And like I said, yeah, looking forward to some more of your custom work as well, too. Happy 10th anniversary from Forstery. I hope that I'm pronouncing that as well, too. Sorry if I'm not. I love how diverse your content is, building my Zeta Verka while watching your live stream. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. And awesome kit to build. Very nice. I glued the first one that broke, and then the second one broke the next day. Yeah. That RG Zaku, like with any of the RGs that do have their issues, it's an issue for sure with that kit. But you know, you can work around it. It's not too bad. Let's see, go get to work here on the RG Force Impulse. I'm ready. Let's see. Actually, let me check something over here. And how's the polls doing, by the way? He's trying not to say the word early real grade syndrome. Yeah, I'm not going to say the word early real grade syndrome because I'm not going to make it seem like early real grades have a syndrome. There are real grades, because I don't even know, like the Sinanju, for example, would you say, is that an early real grade? I would consider that sort of like a middle, would it not be early? Anyway, mid-range real grade, but it has issues too. So there's some real grades that have issues and some that do not. They're not all early, and not all the early ones have issues. So I don't know. But yeah, let's see. Just to check back on the polls too. Here's this poll went up while we've been here live. This was the one that was up early, which is now pretty dominating lead there for the Char's Gyaradoga. And then here, this is kind of a toss-up because for this Exceed Zaku head, it's a nice build, but like very simple build there of the Exceed Zaku head. I'm actually much more proud of the Krakenvogel, probably. But interesting that still the Zaku head's still taking the lead on that one. But there you go. You guys are voting. All right. Let's do this. And this RG, kind of a little bit different from a lot of other RGs. Most RGs, at least as far as I can remember, as far as I can think of, most RGs start with the feet, and then you kind of work your way up, building the legs and then the body, etc. This one's a little bit different in that we build the core splendor first, which kind of makes sense for this Gundam, I guess. You build the core splendor first, and then the chest, then the torso unit next after that, and so on and so forth. But an interesting pattern for the construction. But I think the MG goes the same way too, if I remember correctly. So all right, it's our first bit of the advanced MS joint here. We only have 2 pieces of advanced MS joint. Or this, one's for in the torso and one's for in the core splendor. Oh, which actually, there's our little pilot seat. Come to think about it, in there. Does it come with the constantly unused missile pods Shin never uses? Yes, these little missiles right here that go underneath the wings on the core splendor. Yes, it does have them. Absolutely. All right, the nose cone are gonna be on here. Yeah, and I would really love it if you guys would chime in now and give me your written consent to not have to transform this kit in the review. Because I don't know who it is out there in the world who gets an Impulse Gundam kit and then displays it transformed. But I don't know. If I don't do it, someone's gonna say, I wish you would have shown a transformation. But come on, guys. Who's gonna actually do the transformation on this? Seriously. So if you don't mind, let me know now if I can or cannot skip the transformation in the review. Maybe I could say that, like, because this is just a recolor version, I could just say, I'm not gonna show the review this time because this is just a recolor. If you want to see more about the transformation, you can check out someone else's review of the original kit. I can figure out how to rip it into 3 parts myself. Yeah, and I feel like, showing how to do the transformation isn't even the thing. It's just the fact that I have to do it and show it. But we'll see. I'll cross that bridge next week. For now, I'll at least build it. And then we have... So there's our core splendor, and complete with landing gear. Very nice. Just put this together so I can put this to the side over here. There you have it. Ta-da! Zoom a little bit. Here you go. Very nice. With the opening canopy and everything. No pilot figure inside as usual for an RG kit, but that's where the pilot would be if he were inside. So there's that. This other parts go to the different part of the core splendor later on. So torso's next. Let's do it. I gotta say, I definitely like the colors of this Spec 2 version though. One of the reasons why I wanted to get it and build it and review it was because, number one, I didn't review the original version, so I thought, oh, okay. A lot of people, of course, at the time of the release of that one, not that much recently, but at the time of the release of that, I got a lot of people asking, are you gonna build this? Are we going to review it? And yeah, I ended up just passing on that one, but figure since it's coming back around, might as well take the opportunity to build it. And I also just prefer this color scheme. I actually like this color scheme more than the original, so it's pretty cool. Of course, if and when the opportunity ever arises to paint the kit, I'll go with something a little different entirely anyway, but at least for now, we've got a nice new color scheme here for this guy. That is not the correct way. Those parts go on there. There we go. As usual, Bandai is skipping the Blast Impulse RG. Are they? Are they making a Sword Impulse RG? I feel like they did, didn't they? Maybe? I don't know. They launched it as just the Impulse the first time ever. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The Impulse without the Force pack, right? Okay, that's 1, 2, 3 is this tiny little yellow V detail part for in the chest. And then we put this on there. So really nice color separation there and nice details. It is going to be a nice kit to paint for sure. All those details in there are going to look very nice. Let's see, that's folded like that and then down for the cockpit hatch. Very nice, interesting folding mechanic for the frame for the cockpit hatch to open up. Show you that in here in just a second. Oh, and a separation of this. So here, take a look at this. Very impressive. So the gray part here, which is a part of the frame, which is articulated for the cockpit to open up, has little bits for in gray here for color separated Vulcans for this part. Once we put this part here on the top of the chest, then those little Vulcans right there will be in a separate gray piece. Very nice color separation on there. Great job, Bandai. Nice moves. Keep it up. Okay. Next, the center part of our torso here. Here we go. Are we going to fold up the core splendor and put it inside here? Possibly? I guess so. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Wait a minute. Okay. These are the same, right? Yeah. Same part here. And again, they're supposed to put them on as far as they'll go. So I might have to use my teeth here, but let's see. The Spec 2 color for the sword version is really nice. All red. I'm not sure I've seen. Is that something in the movie? I don't think I've seen what that's meant to look like. Here we go. Ironic that the best seed RG is the Impulse and not all the other one. I mean, I don't know. Is that ironic? For any particular reason, I don't know, but I would agree that it seems to be, not having, I mean, this being my first time building the kit, I can't say for sure yet, but it seems to be that the Force Impulse is probably the best seed RG thus far. But, I mean, yes. It's also much newer. The other ones are all, what would be the most recent one other than this? Well, I guess the red frame is really nice, so I'm not sure. This one does seem like it is probably going to end up being even better than the red frame, but the red frame is pretty nice. I would put it also at or near the top of the list. What? So one of these parts is supposed to angle up. I think. But what? Where? Why? I don't get it. Okay, wait a minute. these parts rotate? I don't think so. Just go for it. Okay. Maybe just... I don't know. Is that supposed... Oh, it is kind of supposed to rotate. But it's not really rotating. Hang on. Eh? I don't know. Let's just try it. Didn't like... Oh, yeah, it does. It was supposed to rotate it, but I didn't rotate it ahead of time, which would have been a good idea. They should have put here in the manual to remind you to bend that, because that part I didn't even like kind of even think about was a moving part until just noticing it much later. So it's kind of dumb. But all right. Oh, let's see. Our shoulder connection pieces here. Pop these on, and then we're pretty much done with the torso until, yeah, I think we're gonna fold up the course blender and put it in later on, I guess, right? That's pretty easy, like that. And this part here at the bottom. Yeah, I do like the new colors, very nice. So there's our torso, teeny tiny as it may be. Which flavor do you want? Oh, sorry, Ron. The not fruity one, if you can hear me, if you're watching. If you're wondering for the Voodoo Ranger, yeah, whatever one is not like grapefruit flavor or something like that. Not any fruity one. Thank you, sir. Please. It's unfortunate that the popular design came out early and the quality doesn't match compared to the later release. Oh, yes, in reference to like the grapefruit. No, not grapefruit. No. I don't know what else is there, but not grapefruit, ideally. Yeah, the earlier seed RGs, which would be the more popular designs, the Freedom, the Destiny, whatever, yeah, came out earlier on in the line, so they're not going to be as nice as this one. I'd say the Force Impulse, though, is maybe not the most popular, but I mean, among the like top 5 most popular Seed and Seed Destiny suits, I mean, I would imagine the Force Impulse is up there. Napalm, thank you for the YouTube anniversary well-wishing. RG, indeed. Let's build the arms next. I'm just going to follow the manual for this one. So we got the course blender and the torso there. We got the arm up next. And then another arm. And then the head. And then the upper body will be done. And then the beam rifle and shield, which are also part of like the top. It's not called a top flyer, is it? But it's like a top flyer anyway. Top flyer is what is that? The double Zeta? What's called the top flyer? Maybe that is what this is called. I don't know. I don't know, man. I just build the kits. What can I tell you? Let's see. That feels when no G project RG. Hi from Jed. Hello, Jed. Wouldn't the top just be all 5 versions of the Freedom? The top 5 seed kits are just all versions of the Freedom? Yeah, maybe. That could be the case. Yes. I don't know. Here's a question for you guys, which, I don't know, the answer may surprise you. What's your favorite version of the Freedom Gundam in terms of like model kits? I mean, favorite model kit version of the Freedom? Because you might think it's easy, but you have some good options. Well, you have 2 good options, I guess. You have 2 good options and then a handful of other options, which are pretty good. And then a couple of options which are not so good. Dan said the 2.0. 2.0 Freedom's Dan's favorite. That's probably my favorite too. But honestly, the HG Revive is pretty great. I kind of like the more stylized version of the Master Grade 2.0. If you are more of a fan of the anime accurate design, the HG I think is a fantastic HG. But yeah, for me myself, I definitely prefer the more stylized MG 2.0. Probably the RG Freedom version GCP. That's an interesting choice. Was not expecting that one. MGEX, except it's expensive. Well, that's the Strike Freedom. I'm talking about just the regular Freedom. Oh no, wait. Yeah, the MGEX is Strike Freedom. You had me confused for a second there. Here's a 10 years anniversary question for you, Zach. Thank you, Chris. When did you start to realize you could take this gig and make it a full-time thing? Was it a specific video, a specific stat? Yeah. Interesting question, and I won't be able to answer exactly, but I do vaguely remember kind of the thought process and the general time around that. So it was, the year would be harder to place. 2018, maybe, I guess 18, 19, around there. So when I was still obviously working as a teacher full-time, and but like the YouTube channel was going well, and I don't know. I mean, I had the idea that it might be something that I could do full-time, because I talked about it. I was kind of talking about it on a stream, on a live stream or something at some point, that it would be something like that. It was something that I would love to do, but like the YouTube ad revenue alone wasn't enough, and even still, even to this day, just the YouTube ad revenue alone would not be enough to support my family. If I lived alone, and depending on where I live, like if I was still living in Korea and I didn't have a family, the YouTube ad revenue would be kind of enough to get by. Not living very well, but I could, in theory, get by on just ad revenue alone if I didn't have a family. And if I was living in Korea, not living here in the US. Or I guess it depends on where I'm living in the US. Anyway, it was clear that that it was something that I was interested in doing. I wanted to, like, I thought it'd be great, and like since having now been doing it, it is great. I do like that I have the opportunity to do this as my full-time gig. But when I was kind of first thinking that it could be something that could possibly be an opportunity for me, one thing that was absolutely clear was that it wasn't going to happen just based on YouTube revenue alone. That it would need to either be a deal like basically what I have now, where I'm working for a company like full-time and just able to kind of do my thing as a just straight up employee of the company, or it would have to be like something like what Lincoln does, for example, like going really hard on like the Patreon side of it, which I didn't really want to do. So fortunately for me, it worked out that I was able to, because USA Gundam Store, I was already sponsored by them. Adam was already sponsoring me at the time, and so transitioning to just making it a full-time employee kind of gig was something that worked out. But yeah, other than that, it wouldn't have been possible. And when I was considering the idea at first, people reached out to me. Not a bunch of people, but a couple people reached out to me. People that like I don't know that well, or like I don't know at all in person. Just people that I know online, but people who just like over the years, who had been people that I had known more than like just if it was just someone random who I've never talked to. It's like, hey, I'm a big fan of your channel. just messaging you to share my opinion on this, whatever. That's one type of comment. And then there's other people who I hear from like regularly, maybe once a week, once a month, something like that, who I'll get messages from. And so a couple of people kind of like in that degree reached out to me and shared concerns, saying like, I get that this is something that you're interested in doing full time, and it sounds like a good idea, but just be careful, because I'd hate to see you burn out and lose your motivation to actually do it once you start doing it as like a full-time thing. So I heard from a couple of people that were just kind of like warning me about it, like maybe not a good idea to move into doing this full-time. But it was honestly never really that much of a concern for me, because like I knew myself, and like I had already pretty much been doing it as a full-time job anyway, for the most part. Like even though I was teaching full-time and that was my primary source of income and my primary place, like as far as like a location where I was working, but I was still putting in like way more hours than a day. If you like, just in terms of hours, well, it's probably not way more, I shouldn't say that, but in terms of the number of hours each day that were actually dedicated to like my main job, which was teaching, versus my YouTube channel, I was probably putting in more time into my YouTube channel at that time. So it already pretty much was like my main gig, even before it actually was my main gig. So making that transition, I knew wouldn't be as hard, wouldn't be as jarring, and wouldn't be as dangerous as I think some people were trying to warn me about. Delivery. Okay, let's have it. Delivery man. I hope somebody, Bandai, let's see, gives us the HG Zeno from Seed. Is that the Juno, whatever? No, it's like the one that looks like the aliens from Fifth Element, right? It's always been kind of my thought on that. Let's see, how's this go? Like that, okay. But anyway, Chris, does that sort of long-winded and not very precise answer your question about how it was transitioning into doing this as a full-time gig? Yeah. It's come with its own set of challenges for sure, in a way, but it's not been something that's been a source of burnout or a motivation killer, because of the fact that I'm doing this full time. Nope. That has not been the case for me. But I mean, that's very much, it depends on the person. So like there's some people, I mean, like I absolutely would not recommend it for just anyone, because yeah, it does take a certain level. I don't want to say commitment, because then it sounds like I am so much more committed than other people. It's not commitment, it's just interest. This is something that I can be interested in doing day after day for hours and hours a day, and some people may not just have that level of interest that they could do that. Their interests might just be more varied, whatever. Everybody's different in that way. So it works for me. It absolutely would not work for everyone, but it's just something that I think you kind of have to gauge for yourself. And for me, it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't a jarring transition, because I was already putting in, a good number of hours every day into it anyway. I basically, when I switched to doing this full time, I basically added 4 more hours per day of doing this compared to what I was already doing anyway. So it was like just an extra half a day that I gained. It's not like I went from doing it like 1 or 2 hours a day to 8 hours a day. Would have been a more jarring transition, I guess. But going from like 4 or 5 or 6 per day to 8 or 10, I don't know, not the same. I don't know. Anyway, it's a lot. It's probably too much, and it is something that it's another thing that I've had to battle with for sure, and it has been a battle at times. Is how much is too much, because I do have a family, I do have a wife, I do have kids, and I fortunately got a pretty good grasp on it for the most part before my kids came along. Just in figuring out how to do the time management with it with just my wife. And so I kind of already had a good idea of how to go about the time management before the kids came along, because then once the kids come along, then it's really serious how you have to manage your time. And it was still bumpy though. I mean, there was still bumps along the way where I certainly made my wife upset a couple of times. I feel like I've been pretty good about it, but there's been a couple of times when I just was working too much. And I think that's the other really difficult thing about this, and which I've talked about before too, is that the thing is, like, once your hobby is your full-time job, or even if it's just like a part-time job, even before I was doing this full-time, I was still, like I said, putting in a lot of hours just into just building and just making stuff just for my YouTube channel when it wasn't even my job at that point. It was just like a side thing. But once your hobby becomes like more than just a hobby, and it also becomes whether it be supplemental or primary source of income, then it's kind of hard to for people in your life to sort of understand that sometimes, to kind of justify that when it appears to the people around you that you're just having fun doing something fun for your hobby. That's just what you like to do. That's not serious, it's not work, it's just fun. But when it becomes actually work, it's understandably kind of hard for people to think about in that way. So wives getting upset at their husband is the norm. We unfortunately have to deal with it. I mean, hey, it goes both ways. People just have to be understanding of people. I'll just put it that way. And understanding and considerate and all the rest. So I know what's important to me, and where it's important to spend time, and where and when it's sometimes important to not spend time. So really lovely head design here on this. Very nice looking head. All right, let's see. Be prepared to be the villain in someone else's story. Yeah, something like that. So okay, we got the weapons next, and then it's the transformation for the top flyer. So I guess here's what I'll do. I'll just build it, because according to the instructions, you actually build it transformed and then you put it together. So I'll save myself the trouble of having to transform it in the review and just build it as it is in separate parts, and then I'll just put it together in the review. Then I don't have to bother taking it apart and putting it back together, kind of thing. So for the moment, for today's purposes, we won't see the Gundam in full, but you'll have to tune into the review. But that will just kind of make my life easier. And I know that you guys are all about making my life easier. That's why I appreciate you so much. I heard that there's a delivery for me I need to go get, so I'm gonna put you guys on hold for a moment, go grab my food and drink, and actually just food for the moment. I'll save the drink for the time being, as I still got some coffee to finish over here. First of all, here's our little pilot figure, which is actually you're actually not meant to use this with this, but it's included on the runner, but it's crossed off as an extra part. What'd you say? And then soon they'll say, I need headspace. Kind of. It's not usually the case. I don't know. My wife and I have, I think, like a really good relationship in that, and I think this could very much be my perspective on the situation, and it's not, maybe not shared entirely, but in my opinion, and I think most of the time, I think, and it would also be my wife's opinion as well, that we have like just a really good understanding of each other, and that more often than not, we don't really need to like communicate. We're both, I think, the kind of people that we can understand what's going on with each other. We don't have to like say it. You know, like I'm sure you may be this person, or at least you may know someone in your life. You may know people who like feel the need to like talk extensively about everything, and neither of us are that kind of person. So I think it kind of works out for us. Yeah, that neither of us have that need. That's good. Good for us anyway. It works for us. It wouldn't necessarily maybe work for other people. Everybody's different, but okay. I know I said I was going to go away, but what can I say? I'm in the zone, and I forgot to put these pieces on here first, but I don't think it's gonna matter. There we go. These red pieces on here. Love the sliding shield of the Impulse. It's always been very cool. Pop on this piece. Oh no! It's another nub that I missed right here, I see. As much as I do like this new color scheme, I don't really like the shade of yellow in this color scheme. It's like sort of yucky, almost sort of green tinted yellow color that I'm not a big fan of. All the rest of the colors I like, but hang on, let's see. Get on there. Why is the handle being goofy? Here we go. Wait a minute. Okay, so the handle is supposed to fold up or down. It's supposed to fold like that. There you go. Fold down. There it is. Okay, got it. So there's the handle. And here's our connection pieces. So we'll need those. But for the time being, okay, here's our parts we got so far. I'll be right back. That yellow reminds me of yellow. Oh yeah, speaking of the yellow, I wanted to check. Is there actually any green in the mix? It is... Oh, interesting. 100% yellow, and then a small dose of white, and a small dose of smoke gray, which is like a clear gray color. So yeah, it is slightly tinted with white and gray for the yellow. Interesting, yeah, but not so good. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is very similar, like the MG Providence. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the MG Providence had the same kind of like almost slightly green looking, kind of ugly shade of yellow. Not a fan, but okay. Hang on, guys. I'll be back in just a couple of moments. Thank you. Already back. Got the food, dude. Second away. Post all your Delphi. Oh, is that? I was gonna say, what is that? Those are those like. What is this? Run. Okay. All right. That's interesting. Not exactly the taquitos I had in mind, but thank you nonetheless. All right, y'all. It's not a churro. It's a... I don't know. Like, I think it's chicken and cheese. Not exactly what I had in mind. Wow. Need to eat a little something anyway. just to keep us going. Will we get an airbrush booth tutorial? So you mean like a tutorial on like how to build an airbrush booth, or a tutorial on how to use an airbrush? Actually, you know what? I lied. Before I said that we're gonna build this in one way, but I'm changing my mind. I want to be able to actually have it standing up for the moment. So, going to not build it in the transformed state, but just in the normal form, and I'll possibly transform it for the review. I'll consider it. But anyway, so the nose cone folds down, wings fold up, these wings fold down. We're not actually able to put that together quite yet, but there's the core fighter. Okay, we need to build the legs next. Yes. Okay. An airbrush booth. Build an airbrush booth. Yeah, maybe. Jimmy asked, how are you adjusting to moving back to the States? It's been a very challenging adjustment. I'll say that. Kind of like adjusted for the most part for now. But it was more difficult and took longer than you might expect as someone who is American and was born here and everything. It was a hard adjustment to move back here after living abroad for more than 10 years, right? Because a lot of things had changed too in the time. Like when I lived here, before I left to go live in Asia, I was not married, I didn't have kids, I was a college student, and I was 22 at the time. And I was gone, living out of the country for 11 years. And of course I've been back to visit now and then, a handful of times. But then when I moved back, I was moving back not by myself, but with my family, including 2 young kids, and moving back to a totally different state too. I grew up in Illinois and went to college in Kansas City, Missouri. And so was not only moving back after a long period of time, but also moving back to very new area of the country. No, it's not drastically different. There's nothing like hugely different. There are differences, but it's not like the difference if you are moving from Spain to Switzerland, for example, for an example of probably an equal distance, or a similar distance from Spain to Switzerland. I don't know. Just as an example, you guys get what I mean. Between like the Midwest and Florida, it's not, hugely different, but still it's a new area, and there was all sorts of stuff that I had just never done before, like buying a house, insurance, health insurance, car insurance, house insurance, everything else. Kind of just getting everything set up. Everything that goes along with buying a house. I mean, it's not just buying a house, and you have all sorts of different stuff that kind of goes along with that. And there's a lot of stuff that, I mean, it's challenging for anyone, I'd imagine, here in the US, whether you've been abroad for a decade or not. It's a challenging and frustrating system. So, well, it was difficult, yeah. Hello from the Panhandle. Hello. Not been up that way yet, but I don't know. I don't know if and when I will be up that way, but at some point I imagine I'll probably venture up that way. But yeah, so anyway, kind of being a little bit more settled in, I guess, now at this point. But it's still a challenge, and it probably always will be. I feel like for most people, if you haven't ever had the experience of living abroad in another country, and most people here in the US don't have that experience, haven't had that experience, then it's kind of hard to explain. So interestingly, I've found since being back, I kind of communicate best and communicate well with other either foreigners or people who have lived abroad for a long time, for any extended period of time. I find to be like the easiest people to talk to, just because I think there's kind of a little bit more kind of shared understanding there, in like perspective that a lot of other people just don't have here. So it is something that I've definitely noticed, that I find those kind of people the easiest to talk to, easiest to get along with. Yeah. Easiest to relate to, I guess. I think is probably the thing. I don't know. Yep. You guys get what I mean? Always love the leg design on the Impulse. And this one's certainly no different. What subject did I teach? So I just taught English as a second language for primarily elementary school kids there. I worked with like some middle school kids and young adults to adults from time to time. Most of the time that I was teaching over there, it was teaching English to elementary school kids. Yep. All the kids there in Korea start learning English in public school. They start learning English from 3rd grade. But many of the kids start learning actually before that, from going to just private academies, like after school. So they'll go to school, and then from kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade, they're going to like after school classes in English, and then many times other stuff as well, as like math, science, piano, art. There's all sorts of taekwondo, of course, all sorts of different of these academies that the kids go to after school. Which is one of the reasons why we wanted to move back to the US, is because of that system. While it sounds great and it's kind of good to a degree, but the problem is that it gets crazier as the kids get older. For the young kids, like for our kids, before we moved, like for example, our son was, for a while, he was doing like taekwondo class every day after school. And the great thing is, like, they pick the kids up from school and take them to the class, and they're there for like an hour, and then they bring them home for you in a bus, and it's very affordable too. Like, if you guys know how much something like that would cost, like here in the US, imagine like a fraction of that. For like a month, I think it was, I don't know, $150, something like that, maybe around there for a month. And it's an hour a day, 5 days a week, and they pick them up from school and bring them home. So it's a really nice system. And for so like my son was doing Taekwondo for a while, and then he switched to doing an art class they would do, and it was the same deal. And the art class was actually like right across the street, so they didn't have to do any busing, but they would pick him up from school every day. They just basically walk across the street to where the art class was in a different building. Art class, and then we pick him up after that. So yeah, that kind of system is great for young kids, but once they get to be older and then they go to like they have to go to classes like that after school in order to just keep up in school for schoolwork. If they're not going to those extra classes, then they're just basically going to be falling behind their classmates. That's the problem. So, yeah, and like once they get to be like middle school, and then especially in high school, they're going to school, and then, you know, they finish in the afternoon, I don't know, like 3 or something. And then they're going to more after school classes, like English, like I said, English, math, science. Less as they get older, less so much the fun ones like Taekwondo and art, piano, stuff like that. Once you get to be middle school, you don't do any of those fun ones anymore. It's just like English, math, science kind of stuff. And they're doing that until 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., even later in some cases. So yeah, on the one hand, like there's that really strong focus on education, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's just kind of, you know, we felt, in our opinion, and especially having worked in that system, both of us having been educators there in Korea, we just felt it's just not what we wanted for our kids to have to go through that. We wanted them to be able to enjoy their youth a little bit more and not have it be only about studying. So that was kind of the primary reason why we moved back to the US. Education system in other countries seems so much better than the US. Well, yeah, that's the thing too. Eric, that's a very good point. The education system here in America is far from perfect too. There's a lot of issues here in the US as well. And I mean that it feels like a lot of people say that, but a lot of people have different interpretations of exactly what that means. And when I say that there's a lot of problems in the school, I'm not talking about that from the conservative right-wing perspective of like, they're teaching our kids in school how to be trans and gay. That's not my issue with the school system here, because I'm a person who, anyway, I'll just say I know that that's not a real issue. But there's plenty of issues with the school system here for sure. Yeah, but the advantage, I mean, if any of you guys are, you know, from a non-English speaking country, you know, the advantage of growing up as a native English speaker, for one, and then not only just the language itself being an advantage, but culturally, I think while there's a lot of things to critique about American culture, it is also, I think, that inclination for a little bit more kind of independent thinking, critical thinking. Something is not the focus in the Asian education system generally. So while, in the case of us here in the US, it doesn't always work out for everyone, but in general, it's the kind of system which we kind of assessed to be, better for what we wanted for our kids, what we thought would be, better. So, the education system in this country is lower than poor. The more dumb people you got, the easier they are to control. I mean, like I said, there's plenty of things that you could critique about the education system here, for sure. But in the world, the advantages of just having English as your native language already puts you at such a huge advantage. I mean, and that's the kind of thing, like I was saying, that you don't really, you're not really too aware of, or you don't really think too much about if you've never, especially been outside the U.S. or been, if you live in England, if you've never been outside of England, for example, or whatever, if you've never been outside of your English-speaking country, if you're a native English speaker, living in another country and also being an English teacher itself kind of allowed me to kind of gain that perspective of how much of a benefit it is to have that, to be a native English speaker, not to have to learn English. Because number one, it's a really challenging language to learn, for one. Number two, no matter how much time and money and effort you dedicate to learning, it's still hard to attain that level. And unfortunately, just in the world, people will look for, in an ever shrinking world, people are going to look more for native English speakers. But I mean, there's always opportunities to learn English. And of course, had we stayed in Korea, of course, our kids would have the benefit of me at home. So like, obviously we would use English at home. And so they would have been using English a lot more than a lot of their peers. And they wouldn't have had to study as much as a lot of their peers would have to. But English is insanely easy. Yeah, I don't know about that. Do your students know what that? So when I was teaching in Korea, and I was doing YouTube, some of them did know that I was making stuff on YouTube, and some of the kids were into Gunpla, and some of them thought it was cool. Yeah. Debuffed said, I think that's the right thing. We got the same thing going on in Indonesia. People go to extra classes for 2 hours after school every 2 days, and they'll have to study on their own after the house. Yeah. I had to strike a deal with my parents that I will go to those classes, but I'll not be studying at home. Nice. So, anyway, yeah, it's just one of those things that comes with being a parent, and just kind of life in general, I guess, whether you're a parent or not. You make choices, you try to make what you think will be the best choices, and who knows ultimately in the end what would have been the best choice. You never know what the future holds, what kind of opportunities you may have had or may have missed at any given point. You just don't know. You just try to make the best decisions that you can. So anyway, there's a lot of pros and cons to either having stayed in Korea or moving back here. So certainly a lot of things to consider. Oh, really? Okay. So we're almost done here with the force impulse. We got the legs and then the backpack. Or not, I'm sorry, not. The legs are done. We have the waist section here and then the backpack. And before even doing any of the other skirt armor, I'm going to pop these legs on right now. And I don't like how that connection doesn't seem that tight. It makes me feel like the legs are going to be falling out on this guy. Is that, and it's also, let me see. The right and left leg are slightly different, aren't they? Are they not different on this version? Right leg and left leg? Oh no, the feet are the same. Okay, yeah, on like the master grade and even the high grade too, the feet are different on the left and the right side, but on this one the feet are the same, interestingly. That's odd. Wonder why they did that. I kind of like how the impulse is a little bit different in that the feet are different. They don't have toes necessarily, but they kind of have an angle to the toe, which is different for the left and the right side. But unfortunately, this doesn't have that. It's kind of a shame. All right. I have the MG Impulse in my backlog, and I'm so excited to build it. Yes, I actually don't think... no, I've never built the original, just regular, plain MG Force Impulse. I've built a couple of different variations of it, but not the original kit, interestingly enough. What's going on with this guy? It's like not quite fitting in there quite right. I feel like there's probably a little bit of nub dust in there or something. Okay, front skirts are on here. Also, this one here. It's nice going from the Gelgoog to this. It's nice to not have to worry about stickers at all, because the whole time with the Gelgoog I kept thinking like, gotta make sure I pay attention to the manual. I don't want to miss any of where the stickers are going to go. But just with this one, knowing that there's not stickers to have to worry about, it's nice to not have to think about that. Although there are stickers and there are points in the manual along the way where you're supposed to stick stickers like on the inner frame or whatever. There's plenty of stickers with this game, I should say. But I'm not so worried about those. For RGs, I usually don't mess with the sticker decals for these, just because I just really am not a fan. Okay, let's see. We got this part. Oh, okay. That folds up like that. Interesting. And this one. Here, wait a minute. Like this. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. No, that's not right. That's the right way. And okay. This is for the connection here for this. So that closes up. That goes up onto here like that. There we go. Okay. All right. And then the side skirts, of course. And we have our knives that go into the side skirts, which I think's gonna come along later. Unless we did that already and I missed it somewhere along the line, but I think it's later on here in the manual. Knives, there it is. The right side and left side. I don't know what would be different about them. It seems like it's exactly the same part. Oh, there is actually a slight difference. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, there's a peg in the handle for the knife is different on the right side and the left side. Interesting, okay. But that will fold up like that. And if we open up this side skirt, yes. How do you store away kits you aren't displaying? Nick said. They're just mostly all just back in the box. That's pretty much it. Nice storage here for the knives. Not only are they just like, I feel like in other versions of the kit, they're just kind of like just tossed in there, but these ones actually have a little peg that they plug onto, so that they're actually connected onto this part. When you open it up, they're not just gonna fall out. That's kind of cool. All right, but if we have that, that means, let's see, we can attach the upper body and lower body before we move on to the backpack. And we're gonna do that by, okay, got the coarse blender, fold it up here, open up this kind of little latch there like that. It's gonna slide into there, latch that back down, fold this back like so. And then this should slot into here. Is it gonna click? Yes! Satisfying click. I forgot how much of the coarse blender is not on the inside, but actually just on like the backpack of it. But there we go. Pretty cool looking, I have to say. Do like it. I felt this about a lot of... I feel like I felt the same about the other, especially Seed RG kits. It's the ankle armor seems so big. Like it seems like it's got these huge ankle armor on there. You guys can see it pretty well, but anyway, very cool. Didn't you say you want to keep it apart? Yeah, I did, but I changed my mind because I want to be able to. I'm impatient, and at the end of the stream, I want to be able to have all the kits stood next to each other, and I can't do that if this one can't stand up. I don't want to have it just in a bunch of pieces. It looks goofy. So I'm just gonna have to transform it again later, which seems like the transformation is really not that complicated, so not a big deal. It just comes with the territory. Just gotta do it. So last parts here for the backpack and the other is what the core is, the coarse blender, and what's the other one called? Force silhouette flyer. That's what it is. Thank you. Silhouette flyer. Empty boxes. Nice to see these boxes emptying out. Okay. Happy anniversary. Thank you. Gundam deck. Hot topic. Buffing Bandai plastic creates microplastic littering, harming the ocean. Yep, microplastic is absolutely a thing, and it absolutely is harming the ocean. I'm not sure what we can do about it, but we shouldn't be apathetic to it. That's the right word, right? We should care, but yes, my clock is a few minutes slow. Calvin, I agree. The Spec 2 version, the colors are nicer than the original. Just personal opinion, which color scheme you like more? But yeah, for me, I agree. I like this color scheme more. I love eating microplastics. Well, whether you love it or not, you are, so it's not really any way to avoid it. In all the Gunpla building that I've done over the years, I'm certain I've eaten plenty of plastic. Unintentionally, of course, but unavoidable. I'm eating something, or I have some food or drink sitting next to where I'm building. I'm sure there's been little bits of nub plastic and plastic dust and stuff that have made their way into my food. I'm certain it's the case. Now, if I could only find this piece that I'm looking for. Here it is. Right here for that. And then, okay, this goes in here first. Like that, and 2. This part here on the bottom. 3. There's no 3. We're just gonna move on to this part right here, and this one. There we go. There's our core. What is it? No, it's not core anything. The silhouette flyer. There we go. Got the silhouette flyer, and then we have the force silhouette separately here. So this one. Let's see. It's gonna go like this. There was quite extensive. What do I want to say? Quite the extensive use of like how the plastic is protected, like on the wing bits on the runners here. You know how like sometimes on the runners they have like a really thin or delicate part, like on the actual like runner frame there'll be like a wall of plastic kind of like going around the part just to kind of protect it when it's in the box. There was a couple of those 3 pretty large sections of like the runner wall going around like some delicate parts on the wing for this kit. Interestingly, you guys will see if you've not seen anything about the video, or if you've not seen anything about this kit already. If you've already seen like a review or an unboxing of the original version, you've seen that already, but you'll see it in the unboxing portion of my video if you watch it later. That'd be probably next week. Lovely detail here on this. Detail is looking very cool, I gotta say. And I hope that nope. These red parts are slightly different for the left and right side, of course. Seems like it. Yep, there we go. It's kind of a guess. It didn't quite fit right on the first one, so fortunately it's Bandai. What did I call that? They make it very foolproof. Anyway, you couldn't mess it up if you tried. If you tried putting the part on the wrong side, it just doesn't fit. So they make it very foolproof. That's one of the greatest things. I guess like when people like sometimes when I'm doing the live streams, when Adam and I are doing the live streams, like one question that we've seen quite a number of times is like something along the lines of what advancement in Bandai technology, like in the way that the kits are developed, have you enjoyed the most over the years? Like for example, like the movable frame, or I don't know, just like I don't know, whatever gimmick detail, more detailed parts or whatever, something like that. So something for me, which I never think to say when we get that question, but I totally lost my train of thought. What was I going to say about that? Oh yeah. The fact that the kits, especially the newer kits, are designed in a way that's so foolproof that they're very, very, very easy to build. Which the older kits are not difficult to build, but if you're at all concerned about efficiency when you're building, and like for someone like me, because of what I do, because of the way that I need to build, like I need to have efficiency in mind when it comes to building. The way that the kits are designed nowadays, being so foolproof, just makes the assembly of the kits that much easier, that much quicker. So I definitely appreciate that. It's good from my perspective. For most people, it's probably, like I said, not going to make that much of a difference. It's not something so particularly noteworthy, but I think it's good. Anyway, so there's that. Let's see here. We've got beam sabers. Like this. Okay. Newer kits are mostly PS. Older kits had ABS inner frame. Yep, that's true too. Recently started Gunpla have only seen PS and polycaps at the older kits. Yeah. The older kits, even some older HGs have some ABS. I can't think of any HGs off the top of my head that like have an extensive use of ABS, but there's certainly some kits that do use at least a little bit. I don't think so. For this, we have to build the right side and the left side of these separately. I don't think there's really too much that actually makes the parts different. It's just so like you assemble it like to the right side for one and to the left side on the other, but the parts are actually the same. You just can assemble them one way or another. I think it seems to me. But I'm going to find out here pretty quick if there's suddenly parts that are not fitting together properly. And like I said, it'll be foolproof. I'll have figured out that was not the right parts there. And like this, which is supposed to be clicking in there, and it's not clicking. That definitely doesn't seem right. It's definitely not right. But hang on. Is this part? Yeah. There we go. Didn't click, but it did connect onto there finally. And let's see. We got another super chat here. Thank you. Guilherme? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. I'm sure I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, but nice build. Have a coffee on us. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. I will definitely get my next coffee on you. Appreciate it. Let's see. Ruben said, was just seeing if sanding options would help with small stress marks. Sanding doesn't necessarily help with stress marks, I think. It could, I guess, a little bit, but I think more so the issue is in the cuts, more so in the way that you're removing the nub. And sanding is just so more sort of like just, wait a minute, oh, shit, did that wrong. Sanding is helpful like as a way of cleaning up, but if you remove the nub poorly in the first place, no amount of sanding is really going to fix that. Does that make sense? Oof. 1 par. Been pretty good so far today with not making any mistakes and putting some of this stuff together, but of course the first time I actually do, it's a part that's not easy to get apart. There you go. It needs to be flipped around the opposite way. Like that. Okay. Unless you want to deform the piece, yeah. That's the thing too, is if you, I feel like, not even necessarily, I was going to say like a lot of, a mistake that a lot of beginners make, but it's something that it's a mistake that you can make even, even later on down the line as you advance, further on past being a beginner. You can still make the mistake if you're working too quickly, working in a hurry. You can be too aggressive with your sanding and or filing, and you're just going to end up damaging the part. It's something you need to be careful of. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Wings and all. The force impulse is now complete. What do you guys think about that? Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, fingernail. Yep. Absolutely. For most times when you're just getting a little bit of stress mark on there, fingernail is the best, because all it is really just like the pressure. I mean, like the plastic is still damaged, but it won't. The nub mark, the stress mark, won't be as visible if you just kind of press it back down, sort of with your fingernail. So I like that the wings of the backpack can sort of act as a kickstand here. Will make it easier to make it to stand up. So there we go. Very nice. And that means add that to our collection. Close up this box and move on to the next one. That didn't take too long. I was expecting the RG, because it's a little bit, obviously it's more parts heavy than an HG. I was expecting it to take a little bit longer, but actually went pretty quick. That's good. We should be able to finish with plenty of time to spare, I think. I do actually have, so there's 5 Gundam kits that we're building today. I do have one more kit prepared, which is not a Gundam kit, but I do have another kit prepared for a live build that I was planning on doing later. But if we get through all of our Gunpla kits, we might just knock that one out too while we're here. Yes. Cookie Shinobu box. Okay. Dan asked, where do you get those clear cases? So these ones that I have, which I absolutely love, and they're perfect, are from a store in Korea. So if you live in Korea, I could tell you where to go. Wow. Delphi Do said, does heat like using a lighter work to remove stress marks? Yes, that is another way to remove stress marks, but obviously it's very risky because you can melt the plastic and deform it even worse. So it works. I've done it before. It's not, I don't like always keep a lighter on hand for doing that, but it is an option, yes. not the best option. I think if you're willing to go that far, you might as well just do something else that's less risky and a better option, but it is possible. But yeah, like Hisaki's saying, Hobby Lobby, Big Lots, Walmart, just any tackle boxes, tool boxes, also jewelry boxes. These are usually these kind of boxes are used a lot for like people who make their own jewelry and stuff like that. So you can find them all over the place. It's just the ones that I have in particular, I've talked about many times before. I like these for a number of reasons. Number one, they have like latches, which aren't just like cheap little latches. They're actually like quite strong latches on the front. Also, there are separators here, which you can move as you like, but like the way that these are separated out, it works really well for Gunpla having like the spacing of these. A lot of the boxes that you can find, it's in like a square grid, and you can kind of make them to whatever size and shape that you want. But the size and the shape of these ones in particular kind of works particularly well for Gunpla. To have it like waist, torso, leg, because sometimes you'll have like longer parts for the legs, like the lower leg part will be like a longer piece or larger piece or something. So this larger section, large and longer section here for the leg, right leg, left leg, small little section there for the head, arm, backpack, weapon, or in this case it's opposite. So like if there's like longer parts, like for the Gelgoog had long parts for the wings, so I would maybe put the backpack parts here, and then smaller parts for the weapons, you put that here. But in this case, the backpack parts are all like kind of small, and we have a couple of longer parts like for the rifle or something, which probably would fit over here in this section too, but just kind of it's either backpack or weapons in the top there, something like that. So yep. I love these boxes, and here's the other cool thing is that these are like the perfect size to fit inside the kit box like that. So if I'm like working at home, if I take this home and I'm working on it, I can just pop this into the box here and carry it like that. And I have two sizes, a smaller size, and which are great for RGs and HGs, and then a larger size, which are good for MGs or any other kind of larger kits. Just recently got some new stickers for my larger boxes. Milo and Candace here on this one. Okay, everyone clear on the boxes now? Let's get started. Let's see. Do you get confused putting all the parts loose like that, Martin? No, I don't, because I mean, like, look. Say for example, this is all of our parts here for the torso, which the torso is usually not as many parts as something like a leg or a backpack or something else. Just kind of depends. But here's our parts for the torso, and I'm gonna just kind of zoom in for a demonstration here a little bit. So open our instructions, like here for where are we? For step one, I need this part right here, which is D17. Now, among these parts, I have no idea which one's D17 because they're all already cut out, but I can pretty easily figure out it's this piece, right? It's pretty easy to identify. So, especially with these Bandai kits, like, you can very easily figure out. I mean, this is, let's see, for this, especially for an HG, but as you saw, even for MGs, RGs, I do the same thing. But for an HG, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 pieces. It's not that many. You're not going to get them confused. It's not like you're going to need, zoom in again. You're going to need this piece, but you accidentally try to use this piece. Like, you're not going to get them confused. Now, sometimes you may have pieces like, for example, this piece and this piece, which do look slightly more similar, but you can still tell. I mean, like this one has, a longer peg, and this section around there you can still tell the difference between them pretty easily. So it's very difficult to get confused with pieces. Now, as you saw earlier, if you saw while I was building the Marasai, for that kit, for example, for like the finger parts for the Marasai, where you have like very small parts which are slightly different, in that case, it's hard to tell. And in that case, what I would have to do, I probably just have to switch them around until I get it to where it looks right. But, not that big a deal. I would suggest it. And it just kind of depends on what you're looking for too. If you want to build in a way that's, a little bit more efficient and maybe a little bit more comfortable for you, I find these boxes very helpful for that. But if you're the kind of person that likes to take it very carefully, very slowly, just kind of really take it easy when you're doing your builds, you're not in a rush at all, then you don't really necessarily need a box like this, because you can just kind of cut out, only 1 or 2 parts at a time and just kind of take it really slow. That's fine too. Just kind of depends on how you're wanting to build. And people might have different preferences for that. So for me, I find this method to be efficient. So one thing, we need to take a break here in a second, but let me just finish up this torso. So a kind of quick section here. I think after having just built the Black Knight Squad Shiva just not too long ago, about, I don't know, I guess it has been probably almost 2 weeks or something at this point, but not too long ago. Putting together this one should be pretty straightforward. There are a lot of different parts, but it all kind of goes together in the same way. The part's different, but the construction process is the same. So here's our torso section. No opening chest gimmick for this version, and for the other versions which are coming out as P-Band items. Oh, it's Ryan. Happy 10 years, Zach. Just dropping by. We'll try to stick around for a bit. Hey, Ryan. Perfect timing, as I was just about to get into talking about some new merch. Check it out at the link in the description. Got these beautiful, I'm trying to zoom in now, here we go. Got these, beautiful new mugs featuring some Mr. Color designs that are also available on t-shirts here if you prefer. If you're a coffee drinker or like using mugs for painting or whatever, you can check those out in off-white and black. Also got one here, two-tone black and white with the logo on there, big logo around the mug. We got the big logo here on a couple of more colorful design shirts, or just black and white, or 10th anniversary celebratory shirts here, which are just going to be up, like I said, limited time for maybe about a month or so. Those are going to be on there. Available in brown or black. Again, if you're trying to add a bit more color. Brown, not exactly the most colorful color, but you get what I mean. It's not black anyway. Trying to add a little bit more color to your wardrobe. And if you want this website to load a little bit faster, come on now. There we go. Yes, here you go. 10th anniversary. And the back like that. So yeah, brown if you're feeling adventurous, or black if you want to play it safe on that. New chibi art here of a couple of my custom builds, MGSD Barbatos and the HG Blazing God Gundam there. And Astacacia School of Technology Exchange Student Program shirts here for you as well. So there you go. Check some of those out. That's all just what's new. There's other stuff on there. Of course, this is not new, but that's all the new stuff just up this week on there. And a reminder to you guys to make sure that you're voting on YouTube. Here in the community tab, you go to my channel, go to here to the community tab, and you can vote. What an upset there. The G40th HG losing badly to the Gundam Mark V Converge Custom, as you can see. That's just in the first hour of voting here so far. Going back to the last couple here, the Exceed Zaku head still beating out the Krakenvogel. Unfortunately, I was holding out hope. We'll see if any of the Machine and Krieger builds can make it past the first round. It's not looking good. But here's the last couple of polls there. The Tristan obviously winning, but not by as much as I may have expected. I gotta say that Nuo's Jin was a pretty awesome build, if I may congratulate myself on that. This was another tough matchup because I loved this Tamotsu build, but I loved that Vigna Akira build as well. This would be hard if it was me. If I was voting on this one, it'd be a hard choice because I think I loved how both of those came out. But there you have it. Make sure you're voting, and the voting will continue for the next probably like 2 weeks. Saku-chan said every non-Gundam lose. Yeah, it is what it is. All right, so thank you, Ryan. So yeah, check out some of that stuff. And also, I should say to you guys that if there's any of these designs that is that you like that is not available in your size, I think on almost all of them the sizes range from small to 3XL. If you wanted, for example, an extra small, if you want to get it like for your child, or if you're just extra small, if you want extra small, or if you wanted like 4XL, those are available. I can make it available for you. Just send me a message and let me know. Say, hey, I want to get this shirt, but I need it in a 4XL. I can make it available for you guys. So just send a message if you'd like. Yes. So, LMJ said that Krakenvogel is one of my favorite things you've done for sure. I really liked it. The color scheme didn't work as well as I would have liked. The green that I used in it, it was kind of an odd choice, and the color scheme wasn't quite right, let's just say. But ultimately, it still came out to be a cool build. I think the addition of the character, the like female astronaut character, and like the pose of that, along with the kit, and then the added light in the kit also, those elements helped a lot and made it really, really cool, I think. The painting color is a bit odd, but the rest of the build, yeah, I really liked a lot too. Glasses you are wearing are nice too. Yes, thank you. These are Asian style. No, they are my old glasses, but sans the lenses. Okay. Anyway, Saki says, speaking of RE100, I sure hope that line gets revived. Yes, me too. Hopefully. It would be great to see some more RE100 kits again in the future. Okay. Looks like most of the stickers are going to be on the, well, legs. Again, for the most part. We'll see. And backpack. I skipped to the head. We'll come back to that in a minute, but I want to build the arm here first. Uy. I was thinking about doing, trying out a kit bash between this Black Knight and the Shiva. Just kind of mixing and matching parts. So I've not finished the build. and not shown it to you guys yet, but I've talked about this before, how I kit bashed the Immortal Justice and Rising Freedom kits together using some parts from one kit and some parts from the other. Thought about doing the same thing with this kit, but I was looking at it and I'm not sure. I'll have to look at it some more. Obviously, I'm just building the kit now. After I got the kit built and reviewed and everything, I'll take a closer look at it and see if it's something that I think might be cool to do. I don't know. I'm not sure if I can get a good ratio. I think it might end up, if it's going to end up being something where it's like 80 to 90% one kit and like 10 or 20% the other kit, it's not as fun a ratio as like with the Rising Freedom and Immortal Justice. I was able to get it pretty close to like a 50-50 split between the two kits. And that's kind of the joy of doing a kit bash like that, like taking two kits and like bashing them together, to have a pretty good ratio of parts from one kit and parts from another. But if it's the case where it's like mostly all one kit and you're just using like a couple of parts from the other kit, it's not as fun, not as interesting, I think. So we'll see after getting this put together if that's something that I'm going to want to try to maybe do with this Black Knight squad as well. Missed out on the GPO4 and the Zaku FZ. Yeah, as much as I'm not that much of a fan of the Zaku FZ, the kit is nice, of course. Yeah, the GPO4 also really nice. Yes, lovely. Very love the details and like the proportions and everything on that. It struggles. I mean, like it. I don't want to say like it struggles, but anyway, the articulation of the Gundam 04 is not fantastic, but it does a really good job of looking like an MG without being a full-on MG. If you're planning on just having it just standing there or whatever, or in some like simple pose, it's not going to have as easy of a time pulling off some like highly acrobatic pose as if it were like a full-on MG. But really cool kit regardless, and I don't think we're ever going to get any other kit version of that. Maybe a HG at some point someday, I don't know, but I don't think that we're going to be getting like a full-on master grade or high grade or anything else anytime soon of that one. So for lack of any other option, the RE is a very nice kit. Definitely. The Mark III is actually one of, if not the only kit in the line that I've not built. Come to think of it, I don't think so. Have I? Now I'm kind of second guessing myself. I didn't build it for a long time, but then later on, did I? I'm getting confused with the HG, because with the HG we had the Seltsam Gundam, and then there was the Mark III HG that they made. Even though like the Seltsam was based on the Mark III, the actual Mark III came later. Really hoping for a Mark IV. Yeah, since we have a Mark V MG, a Mark IV MG. Huh? Who knows? All right. Got a couple of very small parts here for in the head. And a couple of very small stickers too here. A really, really tiny sticker here on this one. Gosh. Incredibly tiny. Don't breathe on it, I'm gonna blow it away. Oof, there we go. All right. Got that, and then gotta stack these parts for the head here. And just like with the original kit, if you guys saw, the first kit, anyway, we have an option for the mono eye. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. How come this isn't going together properly? Let's see. Gonna change this up here real quick. Oh yeah. Speaking of mobile armor, I want an HG Big Zam. Come on. Serial experiment that just got off work and glad made it to the stream. Happy anniversary. Thank you. Thanks for being here. What's the deal with this part? It seems like very straightforward, the way that these pieces should be fitting together, but for some reason they're not. And I don't know if it's just a matter of the peg's kind of tight. I actually think no, that's... There we go. I don't know why, for some reason, it was like just not working before. Okay, yeah, anyway, so for the sticker, I think I'm going to go for the what do you think? The winking sticker or the dashing sticker? Let's go dashing, since we went for the non-dashing one on the first kit. There we go. Wait. Don't lose it. That's like that. Okay. The head design on this one, indeed. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This tiny piece giving me a hard time. There we go. All right. Very interesting construction here for the head. What do you guys think about the Black Knight Squad designs in general? They're very different. I don't want to say like they don't look very Gundam, because there's a, if you consider like all of the different mobile suits across all the different Gundam series, there's such a wide range of styles and designs and everything, so it's hard to say that anything doesn't look Gundam. But I mean, this, as I've made mention of before, this strikes me as like almost like something very like Star Wars-esque looking, the Black Knight Squad design. What do you guys think about them? Like, they're cool. They're very different. There's nothing wrong with being different, but no. Are you guys fans of the design, I guess? It seems like the kits are doing pretty well, pretty popular enough. That doesn't necessarily mean that everyone's like jazzed on the design, right? So let me know, what do you guys think about these? Where's my nippers? Yes, made it in time to see some of the Black Knight. Yeah, you did, William. Good job. Yes, looks more like a suit of armor than a mobile suit, but I guess like suit of armor, mobile suit. I mean, it's obviously where the design inspiration comes from. I mean, it kind of makes sense have a knight aesthetic to the design, and I get that. So eventual full mechanics version of them inbound. Be kind of cool to see a full mechanics Black Knight. Okay, I'd be down for it. Helmet looks like Boba Fett. Yeah, that's why I thought Ryan or just Mandalorian, very Mandalorian-esque, especially with the whole like T-shaped slot in the front, which is also just kind of based on like suit of armor type old knight stuff, right? So I get where it comes from, and it's certainly not the first time we've seen like knight armor themed mobile suits. I mean, going all the way back to the gun is inspired by like a knight armor, but that's not, I feel like this is like so on the nose. Like the gun is like, you can see the inspiration there, but it still like looks I don't know, kind of different anyway. Not exactly sure how to describe it, but get what I'm saying? Okay. Thank you. No. This is the way. Yes. And I think I would also like to see them in use, because I've not seen the movie yet. So I would like to see how the mobile suits are actually in the movie. Where's the stickers, by the way? I have this sticker sheet we haven't really used too much of yet, but I know it's coming. Just trying to make sure that I don't skip over any parts where I'm supposed to be putting stickers on. It's always a hassle to have to go back and find them later on. Oh, where did I miss putting this sticker on? Hey, what's the deal? Here we go. Wait, what? Hang on. This part was like completely not lined up at all. Or I was putting something on upside down or backwards or something. What's going on here? There we go. It's just like not lined up. There we go. That's better. Okay, I'm gonna have to fold this thing out and around here. Hang on. Well, we can just do like that. Okay. We got this big piece here for the front. Oh, yes, now I remember. Suddenly remembering from the first kit that, yeah, there's a bunch of stickers on the shoe. For some reason, they made very sure to make sure that there's no color inaccuracies on even the back, side, and bottom of the shoes. There's actually no other stickers here for others on the side of the thigh. Spoke too soon. Sticker number 12. This one here. Like that for the side of the leg, just like with the original one, I think, which was it in white on that one though? To have this like line around the side of the thigh there. In this case, it's like a gray color. Dude, Zach, I just saw the Gelgung Menace in its mass production colors. It looks sharp. A UC traditional with a new twist. Actually, like it. I have not seen that. Somewhere, if you want to like send that to me, I'll take a look. Send it as like a Facebook message or something. Facebook or Instagram would be best. Yes. Period. I'll take a look. I've not seen that. I'm sure I'll see it eventually. So I'm sure it'll be online, but since you're bringing it up, I'll take a look. Let's see. Okay. Yes, we got a bunch of stickers here on the shoe. So number 6 is going to wrap around the back. Okay, I see it, Chris. Gotcha. Ping, ping, pong, ping, pong, pong. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, here's the what he was talking about, the mass production colors. Yeah, it's definitely it's not exactly the color scheme of like the standard Gelgoog. It's still kind of, I'm trying to think of a different version of the Gelgoog that's a similar color scheme to that. Not really anything that's like quite the same, but anyway, yeah, it's a cool version on the color scheme. Definitely. All right, stickers here for the shoes. Got that pretty close, looks like. It's pretty amazing. That's that. And here we go. It's not as bad as on the original kit. It had more stickers on the back of the shoe, I feel like, because it was even more color separated. This is basically just, yeah, because even on the back underside of the high heels on the Shiva, it had 2 stickers because the way that the color is separated. This one is just one, fortunately. But we do still have the addition of these gray dots here, which is like dark gray on top of black. So it's not, they don't exactly pop, could say, but some little dark gray details there. So yeah, not a ton of stickers, just a couple, not bad. And well, that's kind of unfortunate. Let's see. Oh, okay. The way that the ankle moves in there, kind of interesting. All right, there's that leg. Color correcting stickers for the heels of this kit. Yeah, I mean, here, I'll show you guys. So it's at the back of the heel. This part is in black, so we have this part here for gray on the back side, but then on the underside of there, you also have a black sticker on the underside because that inside under there is that like gunmetal color instead of just being solid black like it's supposed to be, but like it's the inside, underside, like backside of the foot, where like you're never ever, like hardly gonna be able to see it all. It doesn't really seem all that worthwhile to even bother with a sticker on that part, but okay. Okay, Bandai. Whatever you say. All right. Got it. So, let's see. As I mentioned earlier, if you guys caught it, I mentioned that the next MOOC review is going to be going up on probably Monday. Will be the new issue of Hobby Japan that has a special feature, or it's not just a Hobby Japan, it's a HJ Mechanics. It's like their special issue, but it has a the theme for this issue of Hobby Japan of HJ Mechanics. Sorry, excuse me. The theme of this issue is Advance of Zeta. So there's some very cool Advance of Zeta stuff in that MOOC. So if you guys enjoy checking out the MOOC reviews, something to look out for the start of next week. Some pretty cool stuff. So I got that video recorded yesterday, and I'll just probably won't have the time to edit and upload that probably until Monday, but we'll see how the weekend goes. I think on Saturday, I think we're headed to the beach. So Sunday, we'll see. Maybe I'll have time to edit and upload that on Sunday. There's that. Second arm and second leg on an HG. Get like this. Always so much breezier. Hoping one day we get English versions of those MOOCs. Yeah, there's not a lot. There are a couple, and I can't remember which publisher it is. If it's Hobby Japan or what, I can't think of it. But there is one of those companies, I think it's Hobby Japan, which has been doing a couple of English language versions, but they're all ebook is the thing, which I'm not a fan of. I'd much rather have a physical copy. If they made physical copies in English, would be awesome. But they are not producing every single MOOC that they come out with, but some of the MOOCs they're putting out in English ebook form. So that's cool. Would be nice to see some more in the future, but at least for the time being, there's something available. I think it's a combination of they would have to, one, have a market big enough worth to make it worth producing the English language versions, because then they would have to, if it's just in digital form, it's not as much. The production cost is obviously not near as much as the production cost of an actual physical copy, but there's still production costs involved. So I think it's a matter of not having enough of an English language customer base for them, but then also even if the customer base was there, then they need someone to actually do the translation work. So then if they don't have anyone there on staff, and I would assume they don't have anyone there on staff with that high level of English, they would need to hire someone. So then they would need to hire someone, or I would imagine they would hire someone as a full-time staff, and not like just every time they want to post or every time they want to come out with an English language version of a MOOC, they just outsource the translation to like a translation company. I'm not sure which way ultimately they would go or how to do that, but either way, there's certainly costs involved. So that's kind of what would be the main consideration as to, of course, why they would do that or not. So anyway, if you guys want more English language MOOCs, as always, when it comes to any big company or big or small company, vote with your dollars. If you're buying more of them, if they notice, because they can know where the sales are going. So even if you're buying from Japan, or like, for example, if you're buying from HLJ, I would assume that those companies know that the books or MOOCs that they're selling to HLJ are going to foreign customers. So if more people are buying those books from HLJ, and HLJ starts ordering more from Hobby Japan, Hobby Japan knows, oh, there's more of these books that are being sold overseas. It may be worth producing more content in English. Then maybe we could sell even more to our overseas customers if we made these available in English. So I don't know. It's hard to know, but certainly money talks, as they say. Okay, we've got here, yeah, a couple of stickers on these parts now. Let's see. It's not the same. Okay, it's like this. And not that one. It would be this one. Okay. I buy the shit out of mobile archives from Mandarake. So Mandarake is a bit more challenging, I think, because it's a secondhand market. I'm not sure, like, I mean, good on you for buying them, for sure. But I mean, I don't know how much of that would be data that would get back to Hobby Japan. Like, I don't think Hobby Japan would have any way of knowing, or any way to even know, to attempt to track information like that for like foreign sales or whatever, if it's through a secondhand shop like that. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Gotta say, these dark gray stickers on black plastic on this kit, it's an interesting choice. Yeah, not exactly popping details, but I guess any, I mean, I was gonna say any color and black is gonna be, I don't know, noticeable, but okay. I believe the Mobile Suit Archive MOOCs are made by SB Creatives, not Hobby Japan. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I would have to check. I don't recall. The Archives books, who are those made by? I can't think of it. SB being SoftBank, right? Or no? It's 8 p.m. over here, so I'll be heading to dinner for a bit. See you later. All right, Mafia. See you in a little bit. If you'll be back. And not only do we have dark gray stickers on black, we have dark green stickers on black. Yeah. And then here. But the good news is that I was gonna say we're done with the stickers. Almost. We have one more sticker that's gonna go on to, let's see, onto the camera on the rifle. That, and then see goes on this side. Parts for holding the beam mantle here. Oh, wait a minute. Where's this little piece go? I suddenly remembered about this. Oh yeah, it goes over here on this side. Little plug right there, because on the other one we're gonna plug the sword connection onto the side of the backpack, but it's only on the one side. So there's our Mandalorian. And speaking of stickers, let me just go ahead and let's see. Let me just double check. Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say, I think the beam rifle is only a couple parts, and it certainly is just a couple of parts like that, and then one more piece for the part where we're gonna actually stick the sticker. Which is where? Got our beam effect there for the sword. Very nice. Toss that over there. And that is another box emptied. I had all my boxes tied up for today's project, but now they're all getting emptied out. Ready to be filled back up with the next kits to build, of which there are many. Okay, last sticker for this guy. Little blue camera sticker here on the beam rifle. I like the beam rifle. I kind of there's a lot of aspects to like about the original version, the Shiva. I keep saying like original version, they're just different versions anyway, about the Shiva. But I gotta say, I definitely prefer the shield and the kind of weapons loadout in general. I prefer with this one. The sword, the Shiva sword was cool, but I like actually having a beam rifle. And also, okay, I'll let you hang on to that for right now. There you go. Enjoy. And yeah, this sword is also pretty cool, as well as oh, not gonna hang on to that, huh? Well, fine then. Stay in there. Why is the wrist joint so weak? It's odd. Okay. The big sword and the shield combo is cool with this one. So the sword can be attached onto the back. Have this connection piece right here. Oh, not there. Right here. And quite the elaborate connection arm for this. I would have thought just like a straight peg onto the side of the backpack would have sufficed, but it's actually a couple pieces. So you can actually have that kind of extend up and over more to grab that off the backpack. It's kind of nice, but it's kind of works back like that. And there we go. That's it, right? Yeah? Okay. Our sword and shield. It's good overlay. Yeah, the shield on the Shiva being like a very beetle-like, wasn't a huge fan of, but this one's kind of a bit easier to stomach. One thing that's been the case with all of the shields from this series so far, the Rising Freedom, the Immortal Justice, these ones as well, very thick shields, which I'm not a huge fan of them being like overly thick, but there it is. Very cool. All right, that's it. That's a wrap for this guy. Our Mandalorian is done. And you know what that means. Well, here we have the beam cape. The mantle, sorry. Apologies. Which I'm not gonna put on at the moment, but you guys get the idea. Here you are, like that, right? Sorry, yeah, let me Let me change that here. Beep, 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 beep. All right. Just 3 right now. F, Q, and waiting for N. Don't know what that means. Okay. We have 1 kit left to build today, and a lot of time to build it. So I think we're going to make it through all 5 kits. Let me get this guy standing. We're going to make it through all 5 kits with ease in the time that we have here for today. And so that means I think we'll see just how long the Proto Zero takes us, but I'm thinking we might be good for that bonus kit here today as well. Do you guys think that I've got what it takes to build a 6th kit today? Or should I just leave it at 5? Let's get the foil stickers out for this. I don't know if I'm going to want to use the foil stickers necessarily, but I'm going to take them out for the moment. Hey? What's this? Zach, do you still play Nikke or Genshin? I definitely still play both, but I'm on the verge of quitting playing Nikke, to be honest. Speaking of Genshin, here, this is my what is it? Animo. There we go. I don't know why it's drawing a blank there. My Animo themed box with Sucrose and Parmesan. Yeah, I'm on the verge of quitting playing Genshin. I've just had a very long streak of absolutely terrible luck on the banners, so I play entirely free to play. I don't spend any money on that game at all. But for a long time playing it, my luck was fine. Like, just being free to play was usually enough to at least pull like the event character on the event banner. I think I missed one here or there, but for the most part, I could usually get the event character. But for like the past 4 or 5, I have not been able to pull. And more often than not, when I have been pulling on I just save up and just do 10 pulls at a time. 10 pulls on the event banner in Nikke, it's been like no SSR. Not even like I'm getting an SSR, but it's the wrong one, not the event one. It's just getting no SSR at all. So like I missed out on Moran, I missed out on Eleg, I missed out on D, I missed out on both of the ReZero characters. Was it Elena? Is that right? No. The first one, and then Ram or Rem, which one? Both of those I missed out on. And then the current one, what's her name? I can't even think of it. I can't remember. The current one, the cheerleader one, I also haven't pulled so far, and I've done 2 10 pulls on the banner, which 2 10 pulls and not pulling the character, not crazy, but considering that, yeah, it's been a number of banners and it's just been miss, and then like I said, most of the time not even pulling an SSR. It's bad luck. So I mean, it is what it is. That's how they get you to spend money, but I don't want to spend money, and it's like kind of not fun if like it's a gacha game. The whole point, I mean, like the gameplay is just kind of like, okay, it's just a way to gather materials, to gather more materials to get new characters, essentially, right? And if I can't get the new characters, then it's kind of like, what's the point of playing? Yeah. Genshin's fun though. I was having kind of bad luck in Genshin though too, but kind of normal bad luck where I lost a 50-50, and then in order to get Shiori, I did have to end up spending a little money. I usually don't spend money in Genshin for just like straight up, just like buying wishes. I'll get like the monthly pass and then like the what's the other one? Welkin Dream, right? Get those. But I did actually have to end up spending a little bit of money to get Chiori in Genshin, which I hate to do, but I was having bad luck. Like, having bad luck in Nikke, not getting any new characters, bad luck in Genshin, losing the 50-50, not having enough gems, and just not getting good pity. So, favorite in Nikke? I'm not sure. I don't know. Don't really have too much like favorites, and even in Genshin too. Like, Kazuha is probably one of my favorite characters, just because I always have Kazuha on the team. The other 3 slots, interchange depending on who's new or who's better for any particular situation or whatever. But there's always Kazuha on there. That's a given. Good to see the stream still going. Looking forward to seeing the Wing Proto Zero. Well, good timing, Javier. We're here. Wing Zero time. You sound like you love that game. Which game? I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic. Do I sound like I love it? I don't know. But I do enjoy Genshin a lot. I enjoy it a lot more than Nikke. Like, Nikke, I just love the... not even love. I like the gameplay is just kind of... It's very simple anyway, right? And I don't really pay that much... I don't try to, like, actually do, like, super well. Like, I don't really plan my teams that well and strategize that much in that. I just kind of pick characters and just kind of go for it and just kind of, what do the kids say? Just kind of unga bunga my way through the game, just enough to, make sure that I'm doing my dailies and stuff like that, just so I can get materials to pull for new characters. But yeah, I just like the character collection, the gacha aspect of Nikke. Whereas with Genshin, I actually really enjoy the gameplay as well. Just like, I like just exploring around the world and the fighting, actual battle gameplay with like enemy encounters. I actually don't. I play the Spiral Abyss just to kind of get materials, but I'm not that kind of like super strategic, like calculating kind of player of Genshin, where I'm trying to like min-max my characters and get like crazy damage numbers and like trying to 36 star the Abyss and things like that. I usually don't even play the 12th floor. I just play through the 11th floor because I just don't want the stress of trying to beat the 12th floor. Like, it's fine. I can live without those 150 primo gems. Just passing just through floor 11 is fine for me. But still waiting new region in Genshin. Well, we just got Fontaine. We get a new region every year, so you can pretty much just assume that we're not gonna have the next new region until, what would it be, later this year, right? And it's gonna be what, 5.0, right? Them gotcha will getcha. Yes. Yes, indeed, Chris. Well said. Wait a minute. Hang on. What in the world? Oh. I figure out where this polycap fits in there. It's kind of a obscure connection point there. So we got that. We got our pilot figure character in the seat here. A little hero. And that's gonna fit where? Ooh. Glad we have the cross section for this. It would have been hard to tell where this is supposed to fit in there. I still can't quite figure it out. Hang on. Whoop. Oh, there we go. Oh, odd. Okay. And then... Okay, fine. Wait. It's like that. And then we can close this up. Stay right there. Okay. There you go. Yeah, so the cockpit will extend out like that. There we go. I need to look into Breaker 4. I haven't played that yet. They say this one is good. I don't know. Yeah. Sucks that Gacha about Gunpla died. Yeah, I was enjoying playing the Gundam Battle Gunpla Warfare, whatever, game for a while, just for the gacha aspect of that again, kind of mostly. It's just a collecting game, pretty much. But it just got kind of old because the gameplay, I don't know, was not that enjoyable. I mean, like, it's fun to play, like, using your favorite mobile suits and Gundams and stuff. Kind of interesting, but I don't know. And just kind of got to be a little bit boring, and I actually stopped playing that, and then it was shut down. I was going to say a few months ago. It's been no longer than that, isn't it? It's been shut down for a little while now. So it all worked out. Glad I didn't spend any more time playing that game than I did. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I'm kind of on the verge of stopping playing Nikkei as well. But we'll see. It's not like a huge time sink. I'm not like spending hours on it every day, but still, like, the time adds up, you know, even if you're only spending, 15-20 minutes a day. That's a lot per week, per month, per year that you're spending on something like that. So it's getting kind of harder to justify for me, especially if I'm not getting what I want out of the game, which is just a character collection. But I am collecting these Nikkei acrylic stands. Not all of them, but some of them. I just recently got some of these. Red Hood, Rupee, new Snow White, and what is it? Ludmilla. Yes. So some of those I've got here. I don't really have any place. They're still in the package. I don't really have any place to put them as of yet, but I got to figure that out. Yeah. I kind of wish, but at the same time kind of don't wish, that Genshin would do more like official merchandise and stuff like that. Because I would love to get some, but then at the same time, like, also, yeah, it would be... I'm glad I don't have the opportunity to waste money on stuff like that. But boy, if they made more, I would be very tempted to buy it. But they just don't really make a whole lot of official Genshin merchandise. It's like, not compared to other games anyway. Did I miss a whole section? Where am I? This whole part on, like, the whole front here, I kind of skipped over. Let's see. Snow White, my beloved. Let's see. Where did you order those? Line Arc. Those ordered from HLJ. They had them, but I believe they still have a bunch of them, and some of, like, the first round ones were sold out, and they got more. It seems like. So we've got to put this part on here for the chest onto there, then pull this section out. Then this on the top. Is that connected all the way? Might not be, but there we go. Pull that out, put this on, close it back up. There's our chest, and there's still a couple of parts here that I don't know where they go. Here we go. This one goes here. Okay, we got that. And then what about this one? I guess this is going to be later on, once we build the waist section. So why don't we just go ahead and skip to the waist right now, since I've got these parts out for it already. Skip to here. There it is. These parts gonna go like this. Here we go. Like that. Okay. Let's see. How do you even paint those pilot figures? Yeah, it's just with practice. I don't know. Ding dong, remember to hydrate, guys. Oh, yes, thank you. Need to finish this coffee so I can switch to beer. All right. Big ass magnifiers, yeah. Yep, you can use like different magnifiers or loop glasses like that. Kind of fold down over there. Keep forgetting. I think it's going to be very interesting after this. I'll show you guys the two MG kits. This and the Marasai stood next to each other. I think it's going to be funny to see how much smaller this is compared to the Marasai. The Marasai being not a huge mobile suit, but it's definitely going to be big compared to any Wing Gundam suit being kind of slightly smaller. It's not going to be quite near as big. Lots of brush control, yeah. Yeah, boobs, let's go. This is perfect while I clean my room and prep my station to build today. Your O and 9 button are switched there, Caleb? I guess they are kind of right next to each other, aren't they? Let's see. I remember the Madworks guys, they use magnifying machines and they seem cool. I don't know. Vodka makes excellent panel liner remover. You can drink it and it smells good. I'm not a huge fan of the smell, I'll say. I drink it from time to time. I haven't had any like for quite a while. I guess I should say more accurately, I used to drink it from time to time. Not that much anymore. Okay. Oh, really? Okay. For the skirt sections here. All this kind of funky stuff going on. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Normally for like this type of skirt connection, normally you would connect the parts onto the skirt first and then connect it to the waist section. But interestingly, this was kind of a little bit different. That you have the connection piece already connected here onto the waist section, and then we connect the skirts. Kind of different from the norm anyway. Not something that I think would immediately stand out to most people, but if you're building a lot of kits, it's definitely, like I said, it's just different from the norm, so that's why it's not immediately obvious to me, but it's nothing that's gonna make too much of a difference in anything. Alright, and the side skirts here are also kind of different. Yeah, I think those are the same, right? H4? Yep, okay. So that's like that. And this one here. So yeah, as I had said before, the Proto Zero is a kit that I had been interested in for a long time. Since it came out, I always thought it was a cool design, really cool version of the Wing Gundam, especially the Wing Zero, as basically sort of like a different take on the Wing Zero TV version, what we saw in the anime, which I definitely like a lot more than the regular Wing Gundam. Like the original TV version standard Wing Gundam is probably my absolute least favorite design of the Wing Gundam in its many different forms and variations. And then it probably goes like TV version Wing Zero, and then this one I like being very similar to the TV version Wing Zero, but even better, I think. Just being a little bit more, a little bit sharper, a little bit more kind of modernized, slightly modernized version of the Wing Zero design. What do you guys think? What's your favorite? What's your favorite or least favorite version of the Wing Gundam? Is it the Wing Zero Custom, the Angel Wings version? Wing Zero Custom is my favorite, Jeremy said. There you go. Proto Zero. RG Macross would be really awesome. Yeah, it wouldn't be for me, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who would certainly enjoy that, yeah. Wait a minute. Okay. That worked out. I'll take the simple plain Wing TV version. See, Mafia U, that's where we're gonna just have to agree to disagree. That one. Interesting way that the foot goes together with this one. Just the design. I expected it to be like pretty familiar, and maybe it's just that it's been a while since I've built the either version of the Wing Fenicia or Nishida. I expected it to be like very similar in construction, but I mean, like, so far it's not that similar, not as much as I was expecting. It's also been a while since I've built the MG Fenicia Nishida. I have built that kit twice, with the regular version and the Alba. It's been a while, so I don't remember it very well, but I was expecting this kit to be sort of reminiscent of that. Yeah, as far as I can remember, so far it's not that much as I was expecting. But we'll see where the build takes us as we're progressing along. Okay. Feeling that after making it through this kit, if I decide to go ahead with building one more kit, as I was saying before, that I do have an additional kit, which is not a Gundam kit, but I have another kit that is prepped and ready for live building. I was going to do a different day next week. I could just do it while we're here today, but I also have the feeling that as soon as I tell you guys what it is, a lot of you may want to just nope out of a lack of interest in that particular kit, but we'll see. I know there's a good amount of you guys who will probably be keen to stick around no matter what it is. But I'm sure there's also probably a good amount of you who also will just not have any interest. But we'll see. Oh no, I was feeling like I was forgetting a part, and indeed I was. Fortunately, it's a part that I can squeeze in here without having to completely, I think so, yeah, without having to completely take that section apart again. Okay, thigh armor. So one issue that I have with this kit is that it's quite thin in the thigh region, which I can't say I'm a huge fan of. I like my Gundams to be, to have a certain amount of thickness to them that I'm just not getting with this design, unfortunately. Or am I meant to put this other one on the other side as well? I guess so. Oh yeah, it is there. Okay, couldn't see that. Dan said he'll stick around. What kid is it? Don't tease us, Caleb. I'm sorry, but I've got no choice but to just tease you for now, so that you're forced to stick around and wait and find out what the secret kit is going to be. Oops. There you go. Yep. Like that. Okay. And this one here. What? Okay, I was gonna say I definitely missed something. Why is this ankle like so loose like that? That can't be right. But yeah, there's another kind of section here that I'm not built yet. That's gonna make a difference there. Put this part here together first. Okay. And this one. The top of the leg. Also, can't say I'm a big fan of the hip joint connection piece. That seems like that's going to be a problem. But a problem for a different day. For now, okay, this section, let's see. How does this go? Like this. And this here. And this is what's gonna lock everything together in the back. So you need to extend that down, pop this up and out. And this is going to attach up into there for the transformation here. Carefully up into there, and then what? Then just close it up, and that's it. Okay. And attach the foot, and attach the leg. And we're good to go. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's a little thin in the thigh. And I'm also not a huge fan of the panel line detail on the thigh armor as well. It's kind of a lackluster section of an otherwise very interesting design. But I just want to put it out with my Alex 2.0 very much. What's that? Okay. Oh, it is small. Yeah, it's a small Gundam. Let me just show you guys. Compared with the Black Knight, I mean, it's definitely bigger, but it's not that much larger. I mean, you can definitely tell in the legs because it's got a little bit of Katoki leg going on there. The legs are kind of long, but especially if you just don't look at the legs at all, just the size of the torso and the skirt sections, those are very, very close in size. Kind of. Anyway. Yep. Okay. Leg part 2. Let's do this. Fortunately, the entirety of the leg, except for the connection piece at the top, is exactly the same. makes it very easy for us. It's too complicated for an MG, and it would cost a lot. For Ari, what are you talking about? Zaku 4? That's never gonna happen. Or were we just talking about the Zaku 4 earlier today? I'd love to see more MG Origins. Yeah, I'm I don't know, surprised, sort of, I guess. I mean, you can never really know what to expect, but I think it would have made a lot of sense for Bandai to make an MG, the Origin Zaku, like an MG Origin Shard Zaku kit. I think that would have been, number one, very cool. Number two, would have made sense. I think people would have bought the hell out of it. But yeah, unfortunately, it didn't happen. And it's not an impossibility in the future. But I think, you know, the whole you have to strike while the iron's hot kind of thing. They didn't strike while the iron was hot on that series, and anything now, I mean, I think is not going to do as well as it would have had the kit come out like kind of at the peak of Origin series popularity. But I mean, I'm sure people would still buy it for sure now. But I would love it, and I would look forward to every single variation that they would undoubtedly be coming out with. Would you guys agree or disagree? Would you be keen for an Origin Shard Zaku 2 Master Grade kit? You don't even have to answer. I know the answer. Of course you would. Who wouldn't? Agree. I think Moon will be the next big thing in Gundam. You think so? I don't know. I think a lot of people thought that about Crossbone for a long time, especially because we were getting, for a long time, like, we were getting a bunch of different Crossbone kits, especially like all the P Bandai HG kits and everything. So a lot of people were thinking like, oh, we want a Crossbone series, and so far it hasn't happened, and I don't think it's gonna happen. But there's certainly a lot of people hoping for it. I agree that it would make a lot of sense to make it, but it doesn't seem like there's much hype there at Bandai around making a Crossbone series. I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe there's someone there, even fairly high up, who's all about it, and it's just not getting the go-ahead. I don't know. But whatever the case may be, I kind of would look at Moon in the same way, in that probably popular enough that it would make sense, but I just don't know if we're ever gonna actually see that get greenlit. I don't think. I doubt it, but you know. Who am I? In the words of Jean Valjean. Still want that MG Jeddah mercenary. I've got bad news for you. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. If you notice, we've only ever got one standard release kit from Moon Gundam. We did get the Vargil as a P Bandai kit, which was just a variation of the Moon Gundam, essentially. And that would be kind of about the extent of what I would expect that we're getting from that series. But, like I said, you never know. It's kind of awkward looking. Yeah, and something's not quite right there. I think that part's not in where it's supposed to be. Hang on. Oh, maybe it is. No, maybe it's not. Is it? No, I don't think so. Oh, let's see. Hang on. I don't think so. Shoot. Oh. Let's see. There's a particular track that part's supposed to be in. I think it's right. Hang on. And it's definitely right. But why is it wrong? Hang on. Nope. It's right. Oh, okay. I didn't have it all the way popped down. That's better. Okay. We're good. All right. Do you think they are going to ever release an MG Exia 2.0? Well, maybe on April 1st, but that's probably about it. No, I don't think so. I think that Exia would be a nice candidate for an MG EX kit. If we're going to get any new version of the MG Exia, I think an MG EX would make sense. The only thing is that the EX feature of it would pretty much be exactly the same as what we got with the MG EX Unicorn Gundam, which, I mean, I'd be fine with that, and I think anyone who's a fan of the Exia design will be fine with that. So it's not like it's a bad thing, but I can see from Bandai's marketing perspective, they're looking at the MG EX line as a way for them to like really flex their muscles of what they can do. And if it's just basically doing the same thing that they already did on a kit, a few years back now at this point, it's not quite as exciting as, something new and exciting. Anyway. That said, the MGEX Strike Freedom was essentially just like a gold-plated frame, which is nothing like, wow, But, and it's a beautiful kit. That's for sure. And I did put this together in the wrong order. Thank you. Who would have thought? Hang on. And it's not gonna be easy. What is that? Okay, trash. Not gonna be easy to get this apart. Let's see. What's the best course of action here? I think a part separator would be a good idea. And I think we can do one of these. No, it's not gonna be easy. The thing is that it's so small, it's hard to get a good grip on the piece to pull these apart. Well, I think that was a good way. It's gonna take a minute. Excuse me for a moment, everyone. Sorry. Oh. Darn, is there any other way? Not really. There we go. Whew! Probably messing up the eye sticker a little bit. We'll see if we can't salvage that. For the time being, at least we can get the parts together in the correct way. So, non-sticker. see if I can salvage the sticker here. Kind of got a little bit jacked up there in the process, but should be okay. All right. All right. MGEX ELS Quant. I mean, yeah, there's certainly some cool options there. Try to make sure I don't miss any numbered steps anymore here for this. We do have another sticker. But I'm not going to use the sticker for that part, actually. For the head cameras. I just wanted to use the sticker for the eyes just because the part is molded in green, in like a clear fluorescent green. But just the part doesn't have any like definition around the eyes. So the sticker is nice just to give that black definition around the eye shape. Whereas with the head cameras, you don't really need that because it's just a little green square. So you're already getting that from the part itself. Makes the stickers kind of irrelevant, more so in that case. So without those, that means we can just pop this on. Wait. Bingo. Okay. Very nice. Love that head design. Super cool. Should I adjust the brightness a little bit for you guys? Hello. Oh. Battery exhausted. Right when I'm just trying to show you something. Okay. Battery change time. Ding. Hold, please. I'm gonna take out these parts here for the arm. So as soon as we're back, we can get right back to it. Let's see. Yep. Hang on a moment. Oh yeah, there's a couple of like really small parts here in the arms. I have to be careful not to misplace these. A couple of tiny gray parts and a couple of tiny white parts too that go on the shoulder armor. Whee. Okay. Let me grab a new battery here. Whew. All right. What kind of camera is that? It is a Sony Alpha 6400. Turn down the brightness a little bit because I know the white's like all blown out. I don't know. Only so much I can do. The MG Zaku 2.0 is perfection already, to be honest. Yeah, I kind of agree. I know that since the RX-78 2.0, there's been a lot of people over the years that kind of lament the fact that we've never got a 3.0 Zaku. But yeah, I kind of agree that the 2.0 Zaku is so nice. I mean, without actually having a 3.0 Zaku, it's hard to know what exactly would be involved in the kit. I'm sure it would be awesome. I'm sure it would be really, really nice. But the 2.0 is so good. Like, it's like you just don't really need a 3.0 at all. but I'm sure people thought that about the 2.0 Gundam before we got the 3.0 of that too. So I don't know. That said, if you've never built a 2.0 Zaku because you're, I don't know, waiting for the possibility of a 3.0 at some point or anything, I would say don't wait. Get a 2.0 Zaku. They're awesome. Don't really know why in the construction for the shoulder here, it doesn't have you put the beam saber handle in at the time. You come back and put the beam saber handle in much later on when you're doing like the weapons part. Kind of would make sense to just put it in there straight away from the start, I would think, but who am I? As Jean Valjean said. You guys mind if I throw maybe one or two more Les Miserables references at you guys before the end of the day? It's about all I got. I don't really have anything else other than Jean Valjean saying, who am I? It's about the extent of Les Mis references I can throw at you, but hey. Aside from making it over detailed, I don't know what Bandai could even do with 3.0 Zaku. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jeremy. I think kind of like how the MG 3.0 Gundam is very similar to the RG. I imagine that if they made a 3.0 Zaku, it would be very similar to like the RG Zaku, which I like it well enough, but I can't say I'm a huge fan of the version of the design. So that's why I kind of feel like I'm not really missing out on too much without a 3.0 Zaku. Quite the elaborate shoulder armor here, though, thanks to the transformation. Also, I'm very concerned about these like little tiny gray vents. If you look right here, these little gray vent pieces, which are just like stuck in from the back. Feel very concerned if those get knocked loose. You ain't never ever gonna find those again. Well, at least, like I said, not me, not here in this room, but just something to be careful of. Okay, I don't think that I'm missing any parts. Let's go ahead and put this together. That needs to be up. There we go. See if we can't line up everything here. I always kind of dislike parts like this when there's like 1, 2, 3 parts in between these two parts. So not only are you trying to line up all the pegs of just the two main pieces going together, but then there's 3 pieces in between that you have to make sure stay all lined up properly to go where they're meant to go. But we did it. Thank you, everyone. Is that right? I guess so. Okay. Then well, let's see. That should go like that, right? With the bigger end, yeah, pointing towards the Gundam for these yellow parts right there. And then I got this another very small part, this tiny little white part here on the front and back of the shoulder as well. That one at least feels a little bit more secure in there, so I'm slightly less worried about that, but still going to be a little bit cautious. And for the arm, now the arm proper. Just like with the thin thighs, he's got kind of little thin little arms here too. But that's okay. I think if he starts going to the gym, he'll bulk up a little bit. That should be fine. Ouch. Got that. And where are we? Oh, it's a polycap. I was gonna say, where's that piece? It's a polycap. Huh? The large polycap. Recently built the RE100 Lindworm. Is it my imagination, or is the plastic and or fit of the parts a little poorer compared to MG? I would imagine that my guess would be it's your imagination, Jiku. No offense, but as far as I know, I would say the plastic is the same. I think because it's not like, I mean, I would imagine, you know, whatever time and effort they put into designing the tolerances on the parts and the actual plastic used, anyway, between kits, it's all the same. That said, I'm not sure. I do kind of get what you mean, especially on some of the RE kits. Like, they just kind of have that feeling of being a little bit jankier. And where's the other thumb piece? It's hiding out here somewhere. Couldn't have lost it. Well, I hope not. Hopefully it's around here somewhere. Let's see. Is there a thumb missing somewhere? But yeah, I don't really know what to attribute that to. I don't think that it's necessarily that they're using a different type of plastic, or they're just not putting the same amount of work into making sure the tolerances are the same. I'm not sure what it might be ultimately, but I understand the inclination to wonder about that. Let's see. Jankier and a bit more loose. Some places not fitting as well as they should. I think probably what it is that because of the simplicity, because of the size of the parts kind of weigh more, and because of the simplicity, you don't have the same amount of parts to give you that like nice solid feeling. So like on an MG, for example, just like take like an MG leg, you have a number of parts that kind of all fit together, even for the frame, that kind of all hold together to make the structure kind of feel very solid and firm in hand. Where on an RE, it's just like a couple of parts that fit like that, so it's much easier for it to feel kind of loose when it's just a couple of parts there. Otherwise, when you have like lots of parts kind of stacked up kind of along the structure of the leg, for example, it's more solid, right? Have you seen that mobile suit ensemble Dandelion 2 custom someone made? No, I don't think I've seen that. Yeah. And I think when it comes to either the polycaps or lack of polycaps, that's also maybe a contributing factor as well. And again, I think a lot of it's just due to the size of the kit. Like the construction being similar to an HG, where like that type of construction where it would work fine on an HG being a smaller kit, with a larger kit with heavier parts, that engineering doesn't hold up as well, kind of basically. So, oh, there's that thumb. Hey. Okay. Glad that wasn't any more difficult of a search to have to find that missing thumb. If I can just get these hands together. Okay. There we go. And arm. Let's see. Here. Just gonna put a couple of these pieces together, and then I'm gonna run downstairs for a moment. Let's see. What did this go on? Oh, for the left arm. Okay, so we got this, and then this one here. It's polycap here, and the forearm part here. And okay. That, and that, up, and there we go. Arm's done. Thank you. Let's see if I can. I was surprised on the first shoulder. These little vents I was talking about in the front, the little gray vents, there's different. They're not the same for the front and the back. The front ones and back ones are slightly different in the shape. I was surprised on the first shoulder that I was able to get them right on the first try and not to have to switch it. I was thinking I'm probably not going to be able to do that again, but looks like I pulled it off for both shoulders. Got both right on the first try without having to switch them. This is actually just very simple here. So let me just go ahead and might as well just finish this arm up here real quick. And then I'm gonna run down, take a break for a moment. If you guys don't mind. So let's see. Considering we're almost done with our 5 planned kits, and I am actually amazed that it's only 3 o'clock p.m. I was planning this live stream to be going till like possibly 6, if not even possibly even like after 6, but it's 3 and we're almost done, so that's good news. My wife will be happy. She doesn't like when I'm coming home late from work, so she'll be very surprised and happy camper. Thank you. And that's even with I think we'll be able to finish this and finish the bonus 6th kit and still be able to finish at like the normal work finish time, like around 5 o'clock, I think, which would be cool. So awesome. Very nice. Thank you. Loving the chill music. What is it? It's from what's that? Lo-Fi Girl? Yeah, they're just the Lo-Fi Girl YouTube channel. They have this one is what's it called? Soothing Breeze, I think was the name of the one. If you go on Lo-Fi Girl, you can probably find it there. Okay, so happy wife, happy life. Exactly. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna put you on hold for a second, and I'll be right back with beer in hand. There you go. All right, y'all. You ready to finish this Wing Zero? Okay, let's do this. Should make that be right back video longer, huh? But the problem is there's a limit to the size with this streaming platform that I use to the video that I can play. Anyway, it's fine. Okay. Oof. Can tell my eyes getting a little sore. What kind of beer? Well, it's the best that 7-Eleven has to offer. It's not my favorite all time. It's pretty good though. Voodoo Ranger Imperial IPA. Yep. It's good. Yeah. Like I said, it's the best option from 7-Eleven. Anyway. Let's see, you guys. Those of you who can drink and or do drink, when it comes to, don't tell me like some goofy craft beer that you have to go to like some microbrewery to get. What if you're just going into like a convenience store, a 7-Eleven or whatever? What's your go-to beer? Shout it out in the chat. Which kits do you feel that really felt unposable as hell? The Victory Gundam Master Grade, the Victory, and the Victory 2. Both of them were a pain to try to pose. Easy. Modelo. A couple of Modelo fans there. No beer for me, just liquor. Okay. Polliner. Let's see. Guinness, Fat Tire, Blue Moon. That's my wife's favorite before cancer diagnosis. Shouldn't drink, doesn't drink now, but her favorite was Blue Moon. Couple of Blue Moon fans in there. Spotted Cow. I've heard of that. I've never ever tried it before. A Simple Man, Corona or Modelo? All right, fair enough. Asahi Dry Black Lime. I don't think that you're going to find that necessarily at a 7-Eleven, but fair enough. Cranberry Long Drink. See, I don't like fruity stuff for me. It's a no-go. I can stomach it, but that's the problem, is that it just doesn't sit well in my stomach. Like, any more than once. Not good. I drink whatever that is still good. There you go. Yep, still good. All right. Let's get back to work. I thought about, aside from just the glasses, I thought about also bringing in my scarf to wear today too, from the classic original Gunpla shopping in Japan video that everyone loved so much. But I thought maybe that's just a little too much. Maybe we'll just do the glasses and that'll be fine. I'm gonna move a couple of these parts out of the way, just I'm not trying to dig through everything here. All right. Okay, 2 times 2 of this. Let's see. We got this one here. And here's our other one. Like this. And like here. Here. Feel alive again. The power of beer compels me. I can't really drink whenever I'm doing anything. I like a South American wine. Oh, there you go. like a Chilean wine. Willis doesn't like liquor at all. Fair enough. Absolutely. Totally didn't realize that you don't wear your glasses on video anymore. Really? It's quite the difference, isn't it? Like, it's a very drastic difference in the look. I don't know. Stout for light drinking, whiskey type weekends, vodka when I hate myself. Oof. It hits a little too real there. Okay, let's see. Never been a whiskey drinker. I don't really do dark liquor. It just doesn't work for me, or works too well for me. Anyway, makes me sick. But like gin and vodka is fine. I don't really have a problem with that. That's usually been my go-to if it's anything liquor related. But yeah, I don't really do liquor too much. Usually just beer is fine for me. Like I said, my wife can't drink now, kind of anymore. But my wife loves wine. Loves wine. Anyway. So we would sometimes have some wine, but not a huge wine fan either. I can drink it, I can enjoy it well enough, but it's not exactly what I reach for. Speaking of reaching for, I'm gonna just reach for a part over here, right side. Here we are. This one and this one. I'm gonna go like that. And now we're at the point in the build where we're just gonna be slowed to a halt because I have to make sure that the construction is just right. Here for these. The left side and right side is different, and everything's kind of all. You have to be very precise. Okay, this one's gonna go like this. I think I got it. Like that. There we go. Okay, all right. Interesting. Not bad, not bad. Not too tricky here so far. And then let's see. Make sure I got the right one here. That's not it. That's not it at all. Got it. Okay, so far so good. I was expecting this section of the build to be a real pain in the ass, but so far not so bad. What I should have done, I should have built this section first. Sometimes it's good to, like, if there's a part that you know is going to be kind of a struggle to get through, it's sometimes better to build that part first, just so you're not kind of like tired of the build in the end. But yeah, having not thought about that ahead of time, it's actually not going so bad. For example, if you're building like the full armor unicorn Gundam or something like that, for example, where you know that you've got like 17 weapons to build. On a build like that, sometimes it's a good idea to just knock out those weapons first, because they're just going to wear you out. man, couldn't get it figured out. But this is not as bad as I was expecting. Wait. Okay. You guys talking about Spanish wines? Some wine discussion. Red wine from Chile, Argentina is good and also inexpensive. Yeah. I want more Ace Pilot. Origin Zaku Ace Pilots. What I want is more MG Gelgoog Ace Pilot kits. We got the one, and that's it. It would be nice to see some more of those. Can I get an amen on that, please? We got the Uma Lightning's ability type, and that's the end of the story. Only would be fair to get something. Oh, hello. So that's the wrong part that I used for that. Yeah, see? I told you. I told you this part was gonna make me mad. Okay, so don't really need to take apart all that. Let's see the extent of what I need to take apart in order to get this where it needs to be. First of all, let's just go ahead and stick these on here. So yeah, these gray pieces on the back actually have a slight difference. You may not have noticed. Some have a little hole right here and some don't. So, need to take off this. And I'm gonna need my part separator. It's just never easy. Well, it is easy, but you just have to pay attention to what you're doing. I think I'm gonna have to. Fortunately, I think I don't have to take apart the entirety of this wing section. Basically, I just need to take off this. Well, yeah, I am gonna need to take off these blue parts. Which means I'm probably gonna take apart all of this. Will these blue parts come off without having to take off the white parts? It does appear so. And the seed anniversary doesn't help either. Let's see. It's not going to be easy. All right, come on. Work with me here. Don't be a pain in the ass. Yes, yes, I know. Almost there. Come on. Hup, hup, hup. Come on. There we go. Now, can this come off just only on the one side, or is that not going to work? I don't think that's going to work. Gonna have to take off both sides blue parts. At least the yellow and white parts seems like I think those can stay on, but blue part's gonna have to come off so that we can take this part off. It's a good thing that the part that I messed up on means that I have to disassemble this entire section, which I was dreading from the start because I knew that this section was gonna be, like I said, I knew it was just gonna slow us down to a crawl because of the fact that there would be something that the parts for the left and the right side would there be something that's just barely different and is easy to mix up, and I just knew that it would mix us up. But okay, now we're back on track. Now if I can just manage to get this back together without mixing anything up now would be good. Wait. Now I'm wondering if there's anything different about these white parts too. See, C14, 15, no. Okay, they're the same. Okay, that's good news. And then that means we can just put this on here. And we are all good. All right, well, it was a real pain, but we fought through the pain. You could even say against the pain. If you're a Biz fan like me, thank you very much. Bro, are you a fan of Mecha Musume? If that question was aimed at me, you must be joking. There's not... well, anyway. You would be hard-pressed. Let's see, this is step 12 is this one, which goes on this side. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone on YouTube, certainly, who's built and reviewed, especially in the English language, more Mecha Musume model kits than I. I don't know. I'm sure there's some who have done a lot, but Zero MG Prince. Let's see. Now the problem is there's another little gray piece which appears to be hiding out right there. Gotcha. All right. Let's finish this. We got this one here. Like that. Aurelius, happy anniversary. Just tuned in a while I work on my Gundam Zoart kit merge. That sounds like an interesting kit combination. Zoart is this, actually both of those. I mean, the reason why it sounds interesting, both of those seem like kits that are just kind of, what do I want to say? Just like sort of very generic in their designs, which make them very what's the word? Kind of, anyway, easy to kit bash. I don't say easy, but anyway. The designs are generic in a way where You can kit bash them easily with other kits. I don't know. You get what I mean. They make a good base kit. Yeah, that's a good way to say it, Chris Jones. Thank you. They make a good base kit. Exactly. And yeah, a good base kit like for expressly for like kit bashing and customization in that way. They're almost like both of those kits are almost sort of like 30 minutes missions kind of kits. The Zoard especially. The Windam maybe not quite as much, but certainly in a similar sense. Yeah, definitely. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's see what we got here. So we got a couple of things. These are kind of for like different. Oh no, I forgot a piece. Let's see, hand bits and action-based connector. Yep. Need any of that stuff. These are also connection bits. We forgot in here this piece. Make sure not to forget that. There we go. Okay, and these ones go together, right? Like that. For a connection piece for the base. Actually, I think that's meant to be on the arm of the base. Let's see. We'll come back to the shield and the rifles here just a second to finish us off. But oh no, wait a minute. These parts go together like this. What about the other one? This goes for... Okay, yeah, okay. Keep each other like that. Okay. No problem. But we do have the base, which is like the worst base. But it's better than no base. It's this one. Yeah, that one. You know the one. It's not great, but it's something. Just like that. Nobody's necessarily excited about that one. I can tell you that. But let's do the shield and the rifles. Now the rifles, like with the backpack, are different for the left and right side. So let's try to see if we can't focus up a little bit and make sure not to make any mistakes mixing up the left and the right side parts. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna put some of the shield parts there separately so they don't get confused. Got a couple of really tiny parts there for the shield. I'll show you in just a minute. Alright. And emptying out all the boxes today. 5, and then it will be 6 with the 6th kit in just a moment. That white really begs for penalty. Yeah, the white is very bright, indeed. Not doesn't exactly look very good on camera, but hey, nothing I can do about that. Okay, so this one, the handle parts are the same, I feel like. Although I could be wrong. Whoops, that's not right. Shouldn't just fall right through there. The handle part will go down through there, and this teeny tiny little part went to market. Wait. What? Okay. That goes like that. And that's like that. And this one is like that. Yeah. Not that one. This one goes on the top of there to close all that stuff in. There we go. All right. Nice. Next, please. Barrel connection piece goes up here. Barrel connects into there. And yellow part goes on the top. After this, actually, before we start on the super secret bonus build for today, actually, why don't we take a minute to look back? Look back. How did we get here? What brought us to this point? There's a couple pieces of nostalgia I would like to share with you guys. If you'll indulge me, let me just finish this first, and we'll take a look back at a little something I like to call old intro videos. Here's rifle number 1. Rifle number 2 is exactly the same, but the opposite. Old intro and outro videos, sure to give you some wonderful feelings of nostalgia for days long past. But like I said, first we've got a little bit left here on this guy or gal. It's up to you. I don't even use the stickers, Willis said. It's very interesting. Oh. So yeah, like I was saying earlier, I mentioned about this and I didn't notice any response from any of you, but maybe it's just I didn't notice it in the chat. But I was mentioning earlier how recently I had been watching with my wife. We were watching 3 Body Problem on Netflix. Again, I didn't because I didn't see in the chat earlier. I'm not sure if that's the right English title for it. I think that's the English title for the Netflix series, 3 Body Problem. Is that right? Samjae in Korean. Any of you guys have seen it? Are you watching it? Have you read? It's based on a book, I guess, right? Have you read the book? What do you think about it? Anybody else watching or watched 3 Body Problem? Yes? No? What do you guys think about it? It's quite interesting indeed. That is right. That's right. Correct. That's based on a book. Yeah. There is no Caroline. I remember back in the days watching Zach build his own desk in his Korean apartment. Makes me feel old. Yes, the old desk. Unfortunately, we had to leave that in Korea. remember watching his old ass video about painting. He was like painting on a balcony, a large apartment complex. Simpler task, yes. Yep, painting out on my old balcony there. Dad and brother read and watched the series. They liked it. I might try to see if there's like an audiobook reading of it on YouTube or something like that I can listen to just for the sake of it. It'd be kind of interesting to see how the book compares. Read the books and did not care for them too much. Oh, interesting. And then the next comment is, as always, the book is better. So, no hammer. Anyway, you didn't care much for the books, but have you watched the series? What do you think? The book is pretty boring, Brian said. Huh. Interesting, kind of mixed opinions on whether the book is better or the show is better. Those of you guys who weren't fans of the book, what did you think about the show, if you've watched it or not yet? I'm sure if the issue, if your issue with the book was that it was boring, then I imagine you might find the show more interesting, because it's usually kind of how it goes, that the shows are usually a bit more fast-paced, right? Because they have to be. But then again, if you don't, I don't know, if you don't find it very interesting subject material-wise, I don't know, you might not really care too much for the show either. I think the show is better, but not by much. Okay, it's just fine. Yeah. I couldn't read the second or third books. I think I liked the drama parts the best, and thought the sci-fi was eh. I liked the boring bits, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. What? Okay, 1, open the wings. 2, attach this into here. 3, attach this onto here. And then, what happens next? It's been, I don't know, like, rendezvous with Rama. When? I don't know what that means. Rama is cool. I don't know. As with all adaptations, there will always be significant changes to whatever medium. Yeah. I've not finished the series, the Netflix series yet, so I need to. I'm, withholding judgment until the end, but it's been kind of interesting in that, I thought the beginning was great, and then it was kind of getting into like a little bit kind of goofy territory where I was like, I'm not sure if I really like this as much as I did at the start, and now it's kind of getting better again. So I don't know. I'll see how it wraps up. Yeah, unfortunately, kind of reminiscent to what was that other sci-fi series? Not Black Mirror, but Altered Carbon. Altered Carbon was like super interesting and really good for like the first 3/4, and then like towards the end where it kind of got like not as interesting towards the end. And then we started watching season 2, and then I think only watched like 1 or 2 episodes of season 2, and we're like, yeah, not so much, and just kind of gave up. I thought that the premise of the story was interesting enough that I'd be interested in at least finishing watching season 2, just to kind of see what it has in store. Maybe it kind of gets better than it is at the beginning, because like that's how it was for me. I've talked about this before, how like sort of a guilty pleasure of mine was watching The 100, kind of a goofy series, but that was also a series where, like, especially in the first season in particular, and I guess it's not like it really got that much better, but like the acting and the dialogue and everything was like so bad, but the story was interesting, so I stuck with it, and kind of the story premise was interesting enough to kind of to make me stick around, but otherwise, how does this work? Otherwise, I mean, like, it's not like a good series. I don't know, not like something I would like necessarily recommend, but it was fine. That's kind of the sense that I get. Anyway, how are you liking the proto? It's cool. Yeah, interesting. Is there another piece? How are the beam rifles connected together? That's what I'm wondering. How do we connect the beam rifles? That's what I want to do. I just don't know how. Need to fold out this piece, which is easier said than done. Here we go. Fold out that piece. Oh, okay, right. In both of them, both sides, and that will help to hold them together at the middle. And then at the end, at the back end, wait a minute. It should just fit together at the back end, although it's not necessarily very securely. But, okay. That will plug into the arm. And I don't have the trigger finger hand here. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Nub. All right, guys. Okay, yeah, we're good on time. We're going to do a bonus kit here in just a moment. Give me a second here to just get this beam rifle in hand. Talk a little stuff here. Talk a little. There we go. Pretty cool. Definitely. I wouldn't mind a little more bulk in certain areas. And I feel like if we were to get a master grade of the Wing Zero TV version, I would hope that it might be like a little bit more bulky, because I feel like the original design, like the TV version design, probably a little bit bulkier. So that would be my hope if we were to get that. Yeah, definitely very cool. I like it. I think I'm gonna keep it. That's odd. Okay, so there you go. Ultimately, productions like this, it's all good, man. Saying ultimately, productions like this need a director, producer with a single vision, like Peter Jackson with Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I mean, ideally, especially like any sort of like adaptation from one medium to another, you want someone who's like a big fan, if not someone that was actually involved with the original creation, someone who's at least like a massive fan of that one too, who, you know, like has like a really good grasp on the subject material and everything. Series with 5 to 6 seasons, I expect quality to plateau somewhere. Yeah, for sure. Not series. Get over it. Get over yourself, Siri. Okay. So let me add this to our collection over here. Before we get into our bonus kit, so that's it. 5 Gunpla kits done in, what are we at, 7.5 hours. Amazing. Okay. Obviously, there was hours and hours of prep time ahead of time, getting all the parts ready and all that, but thank you. Feeling good. So I've got one more kit here that I do have prepped and ready to go. It's not a Gundam kit, but we might as well just build it while we're here. Why not? The booze is kicking in. No, it's probably a mix of like, I mean, I've had half a beer so far, but it's that and just tired. But it wasn't made for you. Right. Before that, I just wanted to take the opportunity to once again say, thank you guys so much for just being here. Thanks so much. And if you want to sport some cool t-shirts, check out the new merch. There is new merch available. The link is in the video description below. Got new chibi artwork here of some custom builds of mine, which you may recognize, the Barbatos, MGSD Barbatos. Well, I don't want you to go to the next picture. I want to see that one. There you go. By Evan Palmer. Did this custom artwork here for me. I commissioned him to do this artwork here. And a variation of his Barbatos artwork there in the style of my custom build of the MGSD. Similarly, the custom build that I did of the Blazing God Gundam, a mix of the Blazing Gundam and the God Gundam mixed. Afia made this for me. Custom, stop it. There we go. Custom cute chibi art there of that Gundam. And logos on the back. We got that. We got limited shirts here celebrating the 10th anniversary of the channel. Check these out. These I'm gonna leave up here for about a month or so, and then they're gone. So it's just 10th anniversary logo here on the front. This bit here on the back. This one available in black. If you like to keep it simple with the black t-shirts, everybody loves black, but if you want to be a little bit adventurous, also available here in brown, which I thought looked particularly nice. I think so, but you be the judge. And we've got the big logo here on the front for just, again, regular black and white if you like to keep it simple, or if you want to get a little bit more color in your wardrobe. You got berry, you got ice blue here. I think this t-shirt that I'm wearing also is in that same t-shirt, same color. Love the material. So I love this shirt a lot. And the Astacacia School Exchange Student Program. If it's your dream to be an exchange student at the Astacacia School of Technology, now you can be by owning this t-shirt to be a part of the exchange student program. There you go. And finally, the mugs. Some new mugs here. Off-white, black, and large wraparound logo there. So check those out. Thank you. I appreciate your guys' support. Half sleeves when? Are you talking about like... You're talking about like 3/4 sleeves? Like baseball 3/4 sleeve shirts? I think I can have those made. Is that what you're talking about, Brian? Okay. So, let's do this. Bonus build. It is right here. I want to kind of take it out before I flip the box around. Wait. Ta-da! It's the flight type Ariel, not the Ariel Gundam, mind you. Ariel, the all-around intercept and escort lady kit here. Ariel, very interesting kit, part of the Good Smile Company's Moderoid line. Here, as you can see, I actually have the both the regular original version and the flight type version, which I'll be building and reviewing here for you guys very soon. But this one I wanted to live build. Actually, I prepared this one to live build because it's pink to as a possible fill-in kit to live build during the fundraiser event live stream that I did not too long ago. So just in case we were in a situation like this, where we had a little bit of extra time at the end of the stream, wanted to have an extra kit on hand to build. So I had this one prepared, but we didn't have any extra time with that one. And I've not had any time in between then to go ahead and live build this. So it's still ready for live build. So let's do it. Oh, it's a Mecha Musume. I thought it's RC. It does look very similar to RC, I will say. Yes. I understand why you might think so. Why you might think that. But for some reason, suddenly the air conditioning is making something making noise over there, driving me nuts. There we go. Okay, let's do it. Just to wrap up the day, this is going to be a very quick build, I can imagine, but let's do it. She's the only one who can escort the Strider. What? Would be cool if Sunrise released an alternate universe in Universal Century where Char killed Amuro and stole the Gundam. Spicy. Yeah. All right. You guys ready for this? You might think that after building 5 Gundam kits in a row, I might be thinking like, man, I've built enough for today. I'm tired. I'm ready to go home. I don't want to build anything more, please. No more building for today. But not me, brother. Wait, it has clear hair parts. That's right. Clear hair parts. They look like clear resin, right? Have you guys ever had like clear resin parts that look like this? That's what they look like. It's like a soft, I don't know what to call it. Soft clear. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, very interesting. But clear hair parts, indeed. And this part has a particular way to go in here, which I'm not quite sure about. Let's see. Uh-oh. Hang on. I think it's like this. It's doing it again. It hasn't done this all day, and like the air conditioning has been on all day, and all of a sudden, for some reason, it's just now making it. Oh no. Oh, wait. Oh no. Oh, phew. This tiny little piece. I was trying to push it in, and it just like vanished. So like where it just went. Pew! And so like I was just pausing for a second, waiting to hear where it dropped. It's like if I could hear like where it dropped somewhere, at least it'd be somewhat easier to find. But I heard nothing. It just vanished. Absolutely disappeared. So I thought, okay, if I didn't hear anything, that means it didn't fall on the floor, probably, or it's like fell on the floor way over there. But it landed right here on my lap. How convenient. That was lucky. Man, that would have been really hard to find had this actually flown like halfway across the room or something. Jeez. Okay, so crisis averted there. And not exactly sure how this is meant to go on there like that. It's kind of a weird. That doesn't seem right that the hair is meant to go like that. That seems. I don't know. That's what it looks like in the manual, though. So I'm going to go with it for right now, but I have a feeling that it's not quite right. And we have a couple of different options here for the face. We have a pre-printed face, like this. And we've also got a couple of faces that I missed here. Okay, here it is. Actually, for the hair, there's a couple of parts for the face where you have the eyes as a separate piece, which always increases the spooky factor a little too much for me, but excuse me. We got that. This is just a kind of alternate different versions. This is a normal version, and helmet version. Well, let's just go with long hair? Question mark? I don't know. Yeah, let's go with the long hair for the moment. The aerial kit reminds me of the Flame Toys RC, yes. Especially, I mean, considering that it's a kind of similar visual appearance, that plus the fact that like the body is kind of very similar in color too. It's our face and head for that part of the build. But then we've got this part here. I'm gonna put our blank faces away. I'm tired of looking at them. We got the visor on the face. Like this. Yeah. What it is. Shut the oh. The air conditioning's been on all day and that thing hasn't been making noise like that, and all of a sudden it's like making some noise. It's driving me nuts over there. Stop it! Stop making noise. Oh, I have rubber stoppers on the edge of my desk just for that. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. It's... oh, I don't know. I seem to have stopped it for now. Stop, Siri! Stop. Jeez. All right. How's this going on here? This helmet section here, and then this one like that. It's like one of those situations where I think we have more parts involved with the head and then most sections of the build, but this one's not wanting to go on there as it should. Let's see. Change that. Here we go. Thanks for the journey. ACs sometimes crap out if not washed and cleaned. Oh, being like a massive building, we have like gigantic AC units. What's the deal with this part? I'm sure this is the right way, assuming this is what it's saying. It's kind of like just not going in there properly. Yeah. Go in there. I implore you to reconsider. Here we go. Gotcha. Ooh, pretty nasty steam line there on the head, but okay. Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. There's these parts here. Wait, what? Interesting. Very interesting. So, by the way, just a little bit of background on this kit. If this is a kit that you're not familiar with, I would not blame you. But it's not a new kit. It hasn't been. It's been out for a little while, and there is a original version, and this is the flight type version, and they're mostly the same with some slight differences. The color being one of the main differences. Other is that this one has a kind of different backpack, being the flight type, different helmet. I believe the helmet's slightly different on this one. So there's a couple of small differences for this. There we go. It's kind of very interesting the way that the hair parts plug onto there. And also, oh no. Hey, guess what I just found out, guys? So, just got the head all together, and I'm noticing we have this piece left over. Where does this piece go? Oh, where does that piece go, you ask? Well, all the way back at step 1 of the head assembly. So let's go ahead and take everything apart here and go all the way back to the very beginning of assembling this head section. And we will put in this piece that we forgot so that we can actually attach the head onto the body, because this is a fairly important piece, because it's the connection piece to the neck. All right. No more of that if we can manage it. Okay. Here and here. That one there. So have any of you guys, so this is from an anime, I believe, right? Have any of you guys actually seen this anime? I have not. So I have no background knowledge about this particular, it's not a character, it's actually one thing that I do know about this is that it's actually a giant mecha. It's not like a character. It's a giant mecha in the shape of a female character. Yeah, that's about all I know. That's about the extent of it. But have any of you guys seen it? Quite a lot. All right, let's see if I can't try to keep my focus to not miss anything this time around. That goes here and here for the neck. And here. And Hoi. Ouch. Wait a minute. doesn't seem right. Because it wasn't right. This is one of those fun segments where you have to put these pieces together, enclosing a part in between, but the part in between doesn't exactly stay where it's supposed to stay, so you have to try to hold that piece in place while you close the parts around it. It's a little game we like to call the balancing act. So, now that that's out of the way, we'll continue on here with the neck. That's done. Step 11 and 12. Okay. Next, we've got step 13. There's instructions all along the way. Say, don't glue this, don't glue this. But I've got a feeling. Hang on. What? Wait a minute. What? Hang on. So let's see. I don't understand this at all. First of all, these parts are too small. That's what's going on. These parts are too small. This kit is too small. And it's yet another situation where we have to put these parts together, sandwiching a piece in between that barely wants to stay in there. Oh, and there it goes. Okay, let's try this again. If I can even find where that piece went. Where'd it go? There it is. The 50-foot woman? Yes. Giant woman. It's a good thing that I can kind of like see in the illustration what this is supposed to look like. Because otherwise, just based on kind of the construction here, it's not exactly too clear. Too small, this part is. And it's like a rounded part that I have to try to push together. Oh no! I thought I was just about to drop that. It's like a rounded section that I have to put together. Like, it doesn't fit very tightly. I don't know, man. Pain in the butt. And where does this even fit on here? Like that? What? Good God. What a goofy construction here for this. All right. So I can tell you that if you're a man of larger hands, you might find this kit to be a bit challenging. Some of these small parts are certainly giving me a little bit of a problem here. But hang on, we're doing all right. We'll stick with this. And these are gonna go in here. I think. All the way in there like that. Hands too big. Can't reach. Art. Oh no. Oh no. This part's gonna be so tricky. Why is the connection not better for this? Ugh. Okay, hang on. So first of all, that part's on there like that. All right, that's okay. This part is gonna go like this. All right, okay, got that. And this part like that. Okay, we got it. That's easy. No big deal. Collar piece on the top. And what's her? This part here at the back. Tiny little pieces here on the side. Here and here. Okay. Whew. This is a tough one. After building 5 Gunpla kits and how easy those kits are, this kit, which it's not hard by any means, but it's just requiring a little more effort. Thank you, Serial Experiments. I can't speak for viewership as a whole, but as a Gundam fan first, I do. What is it? I do still find myself watching non-Gundam reviews. Yeah, I mean, I know for sure that most people in my audience and here on this channel, I mean, I can just look at the numbers for any review. Any Gundam review is going to vastly outperform any non-Gundam review. That's for sure. So building and or reviewing anything like this is just not going to garner anywhere near the same amount of views as a Gundam model kit. But I enjoy it, so I want to check it out and share it with you guys. And I feel like there's at least enough people out there that are interested in something like this that it's worthwhile for me. If there was like 2 people interested in something like this, then maybe it's something that I would just enjoy myself privately, and I wouldn't bother making videos and content around it. But I feel like there's enough anyway people out there to justify checking out these kits and sharing them. This one in particular is like quite interesting. It's not your it's not at all your standard kind of Mechamissume model kit. It's very different, being number one a part of the Moderoid line, which is not a line at all synonymous with like Mechamissume models. Good Smile Company has their own Mechamissume models in the Guilty Princess line, as well as what is it? Well, Guilty Princess would be the main one, I guess. Guilty Princess, And what else? Well, they just have some Plamax kits and stuff. But interesting that it seems like a lot of the kit is meant to be glued, because there's a lot of sections where it says not to glue. So I take that as, everywhere else, even though there's a lot of parts that say not to glue here or not to glue here, I take that to be pretty good evidence that what they mean is that everywhere else you should glue. Interesting indeed. So, oof, another tight fit there. Oh, nope. I feel like the way that this kit is designed, it needs to either be a little bigger or a little simpler or some combination of the two. I don't know. Some of the parts and like the fit, everything, it's just not quite good enough for how small it is. There we go. It's kind of interesting that parts like this, like the part for the forearm, is just a single piece rather than being two pieces put together, like pretty much any other Mechanism model kit would be. Ooh. Too tight there. Here we go. All right, upper body there. Just imagine ZakuAurelius building a Gojulus. Yeah, it's not one that I would look forward to building. I do not plan on building one, and I wouldn't want to. Number one, I just don't really care for the design of the Gojulus much. Zoids are kind of some I like, some not that much. And that's one which is not so much. Okay, hang on, guys. I'll be right back. It has a million runners. Yeah, it's way too big. Be right back. Hello there. Oh my goodness. Maybe we can get Mecha Guy to review the Gojulus. Yeah, I don't know. Good luck on that one. But I don't know. Is there any like English language good like YouTube channel that has reviewed the Gojulus kit? Because if there's not, I mean, don't tempt me. But no, in all seriousness, I really would not want to do that. It just wouldn't be worth it at all for me. Because, yeah, like we were saying earlier, anything non-Gundam, I just know it's just the way it is. It's just not going to perform very well, which is not a big concern for me. Because, like I said, I just like reviewing whatever I like. But at the same time, that would be an incredible time sink for, number one, just a kit that I'm just not really all that personally interested in the first place. And then it wouldn't even perform very well on YouTube, I feel like. So it's kind of like lose-lose situation building a kit like that. Very interesting, I'll say, for my choice of words here. Very interesting construction for the legs here. Yeah. I had never really heard much about this kit, but I can't remember the person who I had heard from about this. I can't remember exactly what they said about it. They said something along the lines of it being a very unique kit, and that it is. That it most definitely is. It's very interesting. What was that kit? The Orca kit. What was that? The Momo. What was it? Momo something? You know what I'm talking about? I love your dinosaur Plamo videos. Actually, on that note, I've got a couple of dinosaur kits. Well, exactly two. I have two different dinosaur kits. Both are primed and ready for paint. Both that Tamiya Brachiosaurus kit that I've had primed and ready for paint here forever, and also the Wave. What was he? What's the dinosaur? I got it right over here. It's a plesiosaur. I can't remember the exact name of the dinosaur. Not dinosaur, anyway. The exact name of the animal, I don't know, but that's upside down. Dang it. I keep putting my part separator back. I should just leave the part separator here because you know you're gonna need it more. There we go. Anyway, yeah, I've got those two different dinosaur kits, both primed and ready to paint. I just need to paint them. And aside from that, I feel like there was something else. Oh, yeah. Aside from, it's not the Mosasaurus. Anyway, yeah, Mafia, the Momo Orca kit. It's a really cool kit. Kind of similar like this in terms of like kind of visual appearance. But yeah, the mobile movementus Orca. Yeah. I like that kit more than this one, I have to say, so far. It's kind of nicer overall. Really cool kit, very unique. This one's not as enjoyable so far. But anyway, yeah, I've got the two. Let me just check. I got the box right here. This kit says a plesiosaur. kit. The Tabosaurus. Yeah, from Wave. 1/35 scale kit there. I had that primed, both that and the Brachiosaur kit. I've had primed and ready for painting for a while. Just need to just buckle down and paint them. But aside from that, also have 2 of the X Plus kits. Well, the X Plus Jurassic Park Tyrannosaur kit, as well as their new Spinosaurus kit is actually on the way. Should be coming pretty soon, actually. So, yeah, gonna have to buckle down and do some dinosaur kit painting. Here, I was actually just recently talking to my man Scott over at SMS. Shout out. I was talking to Scott. Why does the camera look so yellow? What's wrong with the white balance? I don't know. I was talking to Scott over there at SMS, who does a good amount of dinosaur model kit painting, and getting some pointers on kind of how to do that. So, recently been talking with Scott actually a little bit about that. Just need to, buckle down and do some dinosaur painting. But it's certainly on the to-do list. Let's just say that. Are you going to hand paint it? I don't think so. I'll probably follow Scott's advice, which was basically a mixture of airbrush and hand painting, but mostly airbrushing. Where, according to what he said, basically uses a bunch of different layers and basically just keeps painting and keeps painting and keeps painting it until he's happy with the results, where you kind of have to like layer in order to get like different color variations and color patterns and stuff that you're looking for in order to get it to look kind of more realistic. So like you paint like your base colors, but then and he was saying too, he uses a lot of clear colors. So like you then use clear colors to like build up some like color variations and stuff, and then you can then paint some like kind of patterns on top of that, and so you have a kind of a bunch of different steps. So yeah, it's just kind of a matter of you just start painting it and then just kind of keep adding kind of different layers and different effects kind of as you go along until you get to like a point where you're happy with the results. So yeah, that makes sense to me anyway. So I'm gonna take his words of wisdom and just kind of do that. And that makes a lot of that works well for me too, in just kind of the way that I work, the way that I not necessarily the way that I paint usually, but just kind of the way that I go about modeling in general, as has been described at times as a sort of freeform jazz style. So I think that way of painting, where you just kind of keep adding more layers and paints, different colors and stuff until it's kind of working for you. I think that kind of works probably to my strength, I guess you could say, something like that. And I feel pretty confident with when it comes to colors and things like that, usually. So here we go. There's our main body. We do have the backpack and weapon here as well, which looks like the weapon's pretty much just like a couple of parts here. Pretty straightforward. Let's go ahead and get this put together here. She's got this kind of machine gun kind of looking weapon here. I'm gonna be daring. I'm even going to, let's see if I can get this pushed together all the way, attach the weapon holding hand onto the rifle right away, which doesn't have a trigger finger hand, by the way. It's just a weapon holding hand. It's kind of unfortunate. Going to attach that hand onto the handle there like that. And our backpack actually has a fair amount of parts here on it as well. Simply amazing, isn't it? Actually, let me go ahead and grab this here. Aside from these organizer boxes, which you guys know that I love, this is the other thing that I love. Small plastic bags. Especially when you're throwing stuff back in the box. Sometimes just helps to keep things organized. You just throw your extra little parts into a little plastic bag like this. Just keeps anything from wandering off and getting lost. Especially on a kit like this. So for example, like we had some leftover parts left over from the original version that we're not using for this version. And so in order to not mix up leftover parts with parts that are actual like option parts, I usually like to just leave the leftover parts floating around, or if they're leftover like Gunpla parts, I have a scrap box I'll throw those into. But you leave your leftover parts floating around and you have your actual accessories in a little bag just to kind of keep them separated. There's a little tip for you guys, a little trick of the trade. Anyway, just something I do just to kind of keep things somewhat organized, although it's really just mostly kind of unnecessary, I guess, but there you go. Now, let's see. This is for the ammo belt. For the machine gun. Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's see. Oh, okay, this just plugs onto the side of here like this, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. So there's that ammo belt, which is going to attach into where exactly? Oh, there's an ammo drum that we're going to build onto the back. Okay, we'll get to that in just a second. As well, actually, we'll get to it right now. That's what's next in the construction. Following the build here, there should be a black piece like this, which we can put together here. That's that tight fit. This goes on one side and this goes on the other side. Here and here. That's going to attach onto the back right here. Let's go ahead and pop this off. Yeah. Anyway, I do that, and usable food containers, bags, yes. This is going to plug into back here, ammo belt there for that. I kind of have it probably a little bit more twisted than it should be, but it's just kind of a way that it works there like that for the time being. Backpack, if I may. Oh, don't forget our spare head. Throw that in there. The backpack is consisting of a couple of little tiny fuel tanks here. Adorable. And this squarish piece. This piece plugged into there. These pieces on the top of that, here and here. But yeah, it's kind of a nice reminder of how spoiled we are and how good gunpla kits are in comparison to stuff like this. Not that this kit is bad at all, but I mean, like I was talking about earlier, if you guys have been around hanging out for a while here today, I was talking earlier about how foolproof gunpla kits are. And yeah, that doesn't really apply for kits like this. It's not like it's a kit like this would be easy to assemble in the wrong way, but you can't go messing around with a kit like this and not have like parts. It's just gonna start falling apart on you. It's a model kit at the end of the day. Stuff is meant to be glued on here, and I'm not gluing anything for the time being. So obviously, if I start messing around with the kit, trying to do different poses and everything like that, stuff's gonna be falling off. That's just shouldn't come as a surprise. So here we go. Pretty cool, like booster array here for the back. Let's see if I can get this back in there now. This part popped out. Certainly gluing everything would make my life a lot easier, because then I could just glue it and forget it. Everything would just stay there and not move an inch, which would be great. But I don't like to do that for most kits. If it's like a Machine Krieger kit or something like that, then gluing it just kind of comes with the territory, and I can do that. But I'm gonna just pass for the moment on that. Let's see, hang on. This one. Is that kit similar to building the armored core kits? I don't know. Maybe not necessarily. I don't know. It's been a while since I've built one of the armored core kits. I mean, like maybe similar in some ways, but I don't know. Not so much. I mean, like similar, I guess, in that, yeah, if I remember correctly, one thing with like the armored core kits, it is probably a good idea to glue a lot of those parts, yeah. What the heck? This is like very odd. The instructions for this is not correct. The illustrations has me kind of second guessing the placement of these parts here, but hang on. That should go like that, I guess. And this one, how are we on time? We're good. We're gonna finish on time, which means we're gonna be finished here pretty soon, momentarily. I just can't seem to quite figure out these ones here. Can't quite tell which is the correct way. Which one looks more correct? Oh, it's definitely that one. Okay. Yeah, that's right. All right, I got it. Very interesting design here for the flight backpack. Definitely going to want to glue some of these parts, especially anything non-moving. I mean, if it's a moving part, you know, it's your call whether you want to glue it or not, but anything. Oh, well, what the hell? Grief. What the? Interesting. This doesn't look right, but it doesn't look right but it looks correct, like in the manual anyway. It's our flight pack. Very interesting indeed. Okay. That's gonna go up here. And the face is falling off. That's not good. Let's see. You're gonna want to stay on there, if you please. And there we have it. There we have it, folks. Let's go ahead and throw this up on the included base. That's a wrap. 5, no. Make it 6 kits we've built here today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out while I get this kind of posed up here for us. There we go. Pretty cool. I mean, like, it's a cool looking kit. Let me zoom out a little bit here. It was kind of a pain to snap together, and I can't imagine, like, actually painting the kit and everything. There's going to be some very annoying seam lines to remove here and like the head and the shoulder there. Well, I mean, they won't be so bad, but you're definitely going to need to put in a little work. A little glue on its own is not going to do the trick. You're probably going to have to use some putty and things like that. So not going to be the quickest and easiest seam lines to remove, but it's a cool looking kit. Yeah, very highly detailed and very interesting design. At the end of the day, not the most comfortable, not the most beginner friendly, but still cool. I like it. Yeah, it looks good in the end. Very interesting. That's it, guys. 6 builds. What a day. I'm exhausted. Ready to go home and have some more beer. But we reached the finish line even before 5 p.m. with minutes to spare. Simply amazing. Enough time for me to arrange the builds from today here in a nice little photograph, snap a shot, pack everything up, get out of here, go home, take it easy. Thank you guys. Happy 10th anniversary to me. Continue voting. The voting is going to continue for the next probably week and a half to 2 weeks until we'll be done with all the voting. But make sure you guys are voting in the polls. Sorry for bombarding your feed with the polls there, but vote. And just for fun, just going to be kind of these first round polls. It's kind of pretty easy to guess which ones are going to win. But as we get kind of into the second round and then third round, I think it's going to be interesting. It's going to be probably a lot tighter between the two entries, as in it won't be so clear cut and dry like 80%, 20%. It's not going to be anything like that, I don't think, once we get to even the second round, let alone the third round. So thank you guys so much for hanging out today. We're coming up to just over 8.5 hours, so a nice long full day streaming. We built a lot of kits, so obviously you can imagine what will be some of the upcoming reviews. I do have a couple other kits built that are upcoming, but obviously all the kits are built today. The reviews for those will be coming up probably next week for the most part. And yeah, please check out the merch. If you guys like any of that new merch, check it out. The link is in the video description. Again, here's just some of that stuff. Got some new mugs, some new shirts. And yeah, again, a reminder too, if there's something that you like but is not available in a size that you want, you can just reach out to me, let me know, and I can make the size available for you. So yeah, that's gonna do it so much. I think there's not really too much else to say for the moment. Yeah, just a reminder too about anybody wondering about the next contest. I'll probably announce that next month. I know what the next contest is going to be, but I'll announce it for you guys probably next month. Yeah, I think that's just about everything. So without anything else going on, just trying to... My brain, as you might imagine, is a little bit fried, but I think that's everything. So anyway, yeah, thank you guys so much. 10 years, 100 completed builds, and I don't know how many hundreds of kits snap built and reviewed, but it's gotta be at least a couple hundred. Yep. It's been quite the journey. Appreciate it, you guys. Thank you so much. Till next time. Have a great weekend, y'all. Bye.